Hello dear friends and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. How has your day treated you? Perhaps you're settling into evening wherever you are in the world, or maybe you're finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day to pause and breathe. Whether you're listening from a bustling city or a quiet countryside, from the mountains or by the sea, you are welcome here. What time is it where you are right now? Are you watching the sun set through your window, or perhaps the stars are already painting the sky above you? No matter where you find yourself in this beautiful world we share, you've found your way to this sacred space, and I'm so grateful you're here. If this story brings you peace tonight, I'd be honoured if you'd consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Your presence in our community means the world to us, and it helps us continue sharing these timeless stories that remind us of hope, faith, and the gentle strength that carries us through life's seasons. Now let's settle in together for tonight's story. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders drop. Let your heart rest. Tonight, we journey to an ancient land, to a time of great drought and scarcity, where we'll meet a widow whose small act of faith would echo through the ages. This is the story of bread in the drought, the story of the Widow of Zarephath. The sun beat down mercilessly on the cracked earth of Israel, its rays sharp as bronze swords piercing through air that shimmered with heat. Not a cloud had crossed the sky for months, and the land lay barren and broken, crying out for relief that would not come. This was the drought that Elijah had prophesied, the drought that would bring a proud king to his knees and teach a nation that there was still a God in Israel. Elijah moved like a shadow across the wilderness, his weathered feet finding paths where others saw only desolation. His dark hair hung long and wild, his beard streaked with dust from countless days of wandering. The rough camel's hair that wrapped around his lean frame had become his second skin, and the leather belt at his waist held the simple tools of a man who had learned to survive on little. But Elijah was no ordinary wanderer. He was a prophet of the Most High God, and his words had the power to shut up the heavens themselves. When he had stood before King Ahab in his glittering palace, surrounded by the false prophets of Baal and Asherah, Elijah had spoken with the authority of heaven itself. As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, whom I serve, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years except at my word. Those words had sealed his fate as a fugitive. Ahab's rage had been swift and terrible, and Queen Jezebel's thirst for the prophet's blood was legendary throughout the land. So Elijah had fled, following the voice of God that whispered to him in the wind, that spoke to him in the silence of the wilderness, that guided his steps away from the palaces of men and toward the humble places where faith still flickered like a candle in the darkness. For months God had provided for his prophet in the most unlikely ways. By the brook Cherith, ravens had brought him bread and meat morning and evening, their black wings carrying sustenance from heaven itself. Elijah had learned to read the language of divine provision, to trust in a God who could command the birds of the air and the streams of the earth to serve his purposes. But as the drought deepened and the brook dried up, God's voice came to Elijah again, gentle but unmistakable. Go at once to Zarephath in the region of Sidon and stay there. I have directed a widow there to supply you with food. Zarephath. The name itself meant refining or smelting place, a fitting destination for a prophet who was learning daily what it meant to be refined by fire, to have the dross of self-reliance burned away until only faith remained. It was a small coastal town in Phoenicia, in what we now call Lebanon, far from the borders of Israel and the reach of Ahab's soldiers. As Elijah walked the dusty roads towards Zarephath, his mind turned over the peculiar nature of God's provision. Not to a wealthy merchant's house would he go, not to a palace or a place of abundance. God was sending him to a widow, a woman who in that ancient world would have been among the most vulnerable, the most likely to be in need herself. And she was a Gentile, a foreigner, one who did not worship the God of Israel. Yet this was how the Almighty worked, Elijah had learned. He chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise, the weak things to shame the strong. He provided for his servants not through the expected channels of power and wealth, but through the humble offerings of those who had little to give but gave it anyway. The journey to Zarephath took Elijah through landscapes that told the story of the drought's devastation. Wells that had once bubbled with clear water stood empty, their stones exposed and cracking in the heat. Fields that should have been green with growing grain stretched out like brown parchment. The soil so hard it rang under his footsteps like pottery. Trees that had weathered centuries of seasons now stood leafless and dying, their branches reaching toward a pitiless sky like the arms of supplicants begging for mercy. In the villages he passed through, Elijah saw the human cost of the judgment he had pronounced. Children with hollow eyes clung to their mothers' skirts, their small faces etched with the premature wisdom that comes from knowing hunger. Men sat in the shade of buildings, their hands idle because there was no work to be done in fields that would not grow. Women walked great distances with empty water jars, returning with barely enough to wet their families' lips. Yet Elijah did not waver in his conviction that he had spoken truly the word of the Lord. This drought would serve its purpose in drawing the hearts of the people back to the God they had abandoned for the seductive promises of Baal, the god of storms and fertility who had proven powerless to bring rain when it was most needed. Sometimes the mercy of God looked like judgment, and the healing had to begin with the pain of truth. As he crested the final hill before Zarephath, Elijah could smell the salt of the Mediterranean Sea, could hear the distant cry of gulls wheeling over waters that mocked the thirsty land with their abundance. The town spread before him, small and unpretentious, its whitewashed buildings clustered around a modest marketplace. Smoke rose from only a few chimneys, and even here, far from Israel, the drought had left its mark in the form of empty gardens and worried faces. Elijah paused at the crest of the hill, looking down at the place where God had promised him provision. Somewhere in that humble town was a widow who would supply him with food, though she herself was surely struggling to survive. The prophet's heart stirred with curiosity and a deep sense of anticipation. What manner of woman would God choose for such a task? What kind of faith would he find in this foreign place? The sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon as Elijah made his way down the hill and through the narrow streets of Zarephath. The town was quiet in the afternoon heat, most of its people taking shelter in the cool shadows of their homes. A few merchants sat listlessly beside their stalls, their wares meagre and their customers few. Children played half-heartedly in the dust, their games subdued by the oppressive weight of want that hung over everything like a heavy blanket. Elijah walked with purpose toward the town gate, the place where travellers traditionally stopped to rest and where the business of daily life was conducted. It was there, God had whispered to his spirit, that he would find the woman who would provide for him. As he approached the gate, his eyes searched the few people moving about in the late afternoon shadows, looking for a sign, a divine indication of which among them was the widow God had prepared. And then he saw her. She was gathering sticks near the city gate, her movements slow and deliberate like someone conserving every ounce of strength for an essential task. Elijah knew immediately that this was the woman God had sent him to find, not through any dramatic sign or heavenly voice, but through the quiet certainty that settled in his spirit like dew on morning grass. The widow of Zarephath was neither young nor old, but somewhere in that indefinite middle season of life, where hope and despair wage their daily battle in a woman's heart. Her dark hair was partially covered by a simple headscarf, and her clothes, though clean and carefully mended, spoke of years of making do with little. Her hands, as she bent to gather the dry branches scattered near the gate, were the hands of one who had worked hard for everything she had ever possessed. There was something in her posture, in the careful way she selected each stick and added it to her small bundle, that spoke of finality. These were not the movements of someone gathering fuel for many meals to come, but of someone preparing for a last act, a final ceremony before surrendering to whatever fate awaited. Elijah approached her slowly, not wanting to startle her. In her concentration on her task, she had not yet noticed the travel-worn prophet making his way toward her. When she finally looked up, her eyes registered first surprise, then the wary caution of a woman who had learned to be careful around strangers. "Peace be with you," Elijah said gently. his voice carrying the warmth of one who understood what it meant to be far from home and dependent on the kindness of others. The widow straightened, still holding her bundle of sticks against her chest like a shield. "And with you, traveller," she replied, her voice soft but tinged with the wariness of one who had little left to lose and could therefore afford few mistakes. Elijah gestured toward the well that stood near the gate, its depths long since dry, but its stone rim still serving as a place for travellers to rest. "Could you bring me a little water in a jar so I may have a drink?" The request was simple enough, the kind of hospitality that travellers routinely requested and that kind hearts routinely provided. But as the widow looked toward the well, Elijah saw something flicker across her face, a shadow of pain that told him water too had become precious in this place. Still she nodded. "I will see what I can do," she said, and began to turn away to fulfill his request. But Elijah's voice stopped her. "And bring me, please, a piece of bread." The words hung in the air between them like a bridge that could either be crossed or burned. The widow turned back to face him, and now Elijah could see the full weight of her circumstances written in the lines around her eyes, in the slight tremor of her hands as she clutched her bundle of sticks more tightly. "As surely as the Lord your God lives," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I don't have any bread, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little olive oil in a jug. I am gathering a few sticks to take home and make a meal for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die." The words struck Elijah's heart like physical blows. Here was not abundance hiding behind false modesty, not plenty disguised as poverty. Here was the raw truth of scarcity, spoken with the quiet dignity of one who had already made peace with her fate. This woman was preparing her last meal, gathering these few sticks to kindle a final fire that would cook the final handful of flour into one last piece of bread for herself and her child. In her simple statement, Elijah heard echoes of every widow's story, every mother's nightmare. She had watched her resources dwindle day by day, week by week, had portioned out ever smaller meals until there was nothing left to portion. Now she had reached the end of her rope, the bottom of her jar, the last of her oil. She'd perhaps spent sleepless nights calculating and recalculating, hoping against hope that somehow her meagre supplies would stretch just one more day, one more meal. And here was a stranger, a foreign prophet, asking her to share even this last morsel. Elijah looked into her eyes and saw not just physical hunger, but the deeper starvation of hope deferred, of prayers that seemed to fall on deaf ears, of a God who had seemed absent in her hour of greatest need. Yet he also saw something else, something that made his heart leap with recognition. He saw faith. Not the bold, declarative faith of those who had much to lose, but the quiet, desperate faith of those who had nothing left but trust. The prophet's next words would either build a bridge of hope or collapse the last foundation of this woman's world. He chose them carefully, knowing that he was not speaking merely his own thoughts, but carrying a message from the heart of God himself. "Don't be afraid," Elijah said, his voice gentle but filled with an authority that seemed to come from somewhere beyond himself. "Go home and do as you have said, but first make a small loaf of bread for me from what you have and bring it to me, and then make something for yourself and your son." The widow's eyes widened. Was this stranger mad? Was he so callous, so utterly without compassion, that he would ask a dying woman to feed him before she fed her own child? The request seemed to defy every principle of human decency, every natural law of survival and maternal love. But Elijah was not finished speaking. "For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry, until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." The promise hung in the air like morning mist, beautiful and insubstantial, the kind of words that could either transform a life or break a heart with false hope. The widow stared at this strange prophet with his wild hair and sun-darkened skin, this man who claimed to speak for the God of Israel, a foreign deity she had heard of but never worshipped. How could she possibly believe such a thing? How could a handful of flour become an endless supply? How could a few drops of oil multiply like the stars of heaven? Every practical bone in her body, every lesson learned through years of careful management and hard-won survival, told her this was impossible. Yet something in Elijah's eyes, something in the quiet confidence with which he spoke these impossible words, awakened an echo in her heart. Perhaps it was the memory of childhood stories her grandmother had told, tales of gods and miracles from the ancient days. Perhaps it was the sheer desperation of a mother who would try anything, believe anything, if it meant one more day of life for her son. Or perhaps it was something deeper, something that recognised in this weathered prophet's promise the voice of the same divine love that had sustained her through every previous trial, that had somehow always provided just enough, just when she needed it most, until now. The widow looked down at her bundle of sticks, then back at Elijah. She thought of her son waiting at home, trusting her to return with enough fuel to cook their final meal. She thought of the empty jar that had once held pounds of flour, now scraped clean except for that last precious handful. She thought of the oil jug that had once gurgled with golden liquid, now holding barely enough to moisten the flour into dough. And then she thought of something else, the strange peace that had settled over her heart as Elijah spoke his impossible promise. It was not the peace of understanding, for she understood nothing of what he proposed. It was not the peace of certainty, for everything in her circumstances screamed that his words were foolishness. It was the peace of surrender, the peace that comes when one has exhausted all human possibilities and stands at the edge of mystery, ready to step into the unknown. "I will do as you have said," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of a decision that would echo through all eternity. The walk back to her small home felt both eternal and instantaneous to the widow. Each step carried her further from the safety of reasonable despair and closer to the dangerous territory of hope. The bundle of sticks in her arm seemed to grow heavier with each pace, not because of their weight, but because of what they represented, the fuel for a miracle she dared not quite believe in, yet could not quite dismiss. Her house stood at the end of a narrow alley, its walls built of the same white stone as most of the buildings in Zarephath, its roof flat and practical. It was small but carefully maintained, the kind of home that spoke of pride surviving in the face of poverty. A few clay pots stood near the doorway, empty now except for the dust that had settled in them during the long months of drought. As she approached her door, the widow could hear movement inside, the soft sounds of her son moving about in the dim interior. He was perhaps 10 years old, still young enough to trust completely in his mother's ability to provide, yet old enough to understand the gravity of their situation. He had not complained when the meals grew smaller and less frequent, had not questioned why she sometimes gave him her portion, while claiming she wasn't hungry. Now she would have to explain to him that she was going to give away their last food to a stranger. The door opened with a soft creak of wood that had swollen and shrunk through many seasons. Inside, the house was cool and shadowy, a welcome relief from the blazing heat of the afternoon sun. Her son looked up from where he sat near the window, his young face brightening at her return. "Did you find enough wood, Mother?" he asked, his voice carrying the careful optimism of a child who'd learned not to expect too much, but could not quite stop hoping. The widow set down her bundle of sticks and looked around the familiar space of her home. Everything was clean and in its place, though there was precious little to arrange. A few cooking vessels, some worn but serviceable garments, a small table, sleeping mats that she rolled up each morning and spread each evening. The jar of flour sat in the corner where she always kept it, and beside it the small jug of oil. The son followed her gaze to the corner where their last provisions waited. He had watched those containers grow emptier day by day, had seen his mother peer into them each morning with expressions that grew more worried as the contents diminished. He knew, with the intuitive wisdom that children possess, that today would be their last day of having anything to eat. "Mother," he said again, sensing something different in her manner, something that hadn't been there when she left to gather the wood. The widow moved to the corner and lifted the flour jar, feeling the pitiful weight of what remained inside. Then she picked up the oil jug, tilting it slightly to gauge how little was left. The sound of the oil moving in the nearly empty vessel was like a whisper, like the last breath of hope dying away. But then she remembered Elijah's words, remembered the strange certainty in his voice when he spoke of jars that would not empty and jugs that would not run dry. She remembered the peace that had settled over her heart when she agreed to his impossible request. "My son," she said gently, kneeling beside him so they were at eye level. "Something wonderful and strange has happened today. A prophet of the God of Israel has come to our town, and he has asked me to share our food with him." The boy's eyes widened. "Our food? But mother, we only have enough for one meal, yes," she finished for him. "I know, but this prophet, his name is Elijah, has promised me something that seems impossible. He says that if I feed him first, then our jar of flour will not be used up, and our jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." The child stared at his mother, processing this information with the serious concentration of one who had learned that adult decisions often determined whether children lived or died. "Do you believe him, mother?" It was such a simple question, but it cut to the heart of everything. Did she believe? Could she stake their lives on the promise of a foreign prophet? Could she risk her son's survival on words that defied every law of nature she had ever observed? The widow was quiet for a long moment, looking into her son's trusting eyes. Then she smiled, and it was the first real smile that had crossed her face in months. "I don't know if I believe him with my mind, my son, but my heart tells me that we have nothing left to lose, and perhaps everything to gain. Sometimes faith means stepping forward when you cannot see the path." She stood and moved toward the corner where their supplies waited. "Help me build a fire, and we will make bread for the prophet first, as he asked. And then we will see what the God of Israel will do for a widow and her son in Zarephath." The boy nodded solemnly and began arranging the sticks his mother had gathered while she prepared to perform what might be either an act of supreme faith or supreme foolishness. The distinction, she realized, might not matter as much as she had thought. Working together, they built a small fire outside their door, the flames dancing bright against the darkening sky. The widow poured water into her mixing bowl, then opened the flour jar and looked inside. The handful that remained seemed pitifully small, barely enough for one small loaf, certainly not enough for 2 meals as Elijah had promised. But she had given her word, and more than that, she had felt something stir in her heart when the prophet spoke. Perhaps it was only desperation disguised as faith, but it was all she had to offer. Carefully, reverently, she poured half of the remaining flour into her bowl. Then she tilted the oil jug and let a few precious drops fall into the mixture. The oil gleamed golden in the firelight, and she found herself thinking of ancient stories, half-remembered tales of gods who provided for their people in miraculous ways. As she mixed the flour and oil with water, kneading the small portion of dough with practiced hands, the widow felt a strange sense of ceremony settling over the simple task. This was no ordinary bread-making. This was an act of faith performed in the face of impossible circumstances, a leap into the unknown guided only by the promise of a prophet and the whisper of hope in her own heart. The dough came together under her hands, soft and elastic despite the small amount of oil. She shaped it into a small round loaf and placed it on the flat stone they used for baking, setting it carefully over the coals. The bread began to bake, filling the evening air with the ancient comforting aroma of grain transformed by fire. As they waited for the bread to cook, the widow and her son sat quietly by the fire. The boy leaned against his mother's side, and she wrapped her arm around him, holding him close. Whatever happened next, whatever the morning would bring, they had this moment of peace together. When the bread was finished, golden and warm from the stones, the widow wrapped it carefully in a clean cloth and stood. "I will take this to the prophet now," she told her son. "While I am gone, keep the fire burning. When I return, we'll make our own bread and see if the promise holds true." The walk back to the city gate seemed shorter this time, though the weight of what she carried felt immeasurable. This small loaf represented everything she had left in the world, the last of her resources, the final hedge against starvation. She was literally carrying her life in her hands, offering it to a stranger based on nothing more than his word. Elijah was waiting where she had left him, sitting quietly in the gathering dusk. When he saw her approaching with the wrapped bread, his face lit up with a smile that transformed his austere features. It was not the smile of one who had expected to be obeyed, but of one who was genuinely moved by the sacrifice he was witnessing. "Thank you," he said simply as she placed the bread in his hands. "What you have done requires more courage than facing down armies or calling fire from heaven. You have chosen to trust when you had every reason to doubt." The widow watched as he unwrapped the bread, still warm and fragrant from the fire. "I pray your God honours your promise, prophet. My son and I have nothing left but this hope you have given us." Elijah broke the bread and ate it slowly, savouring each bite not just for its nourishment but for what it represented. "He will honour it," the prophet said with quiet certainty. "Go home now and prepare your own meal. The jar of flour will not be empty." As the widow walked home through the darkening streets of Zarephath, she felt as though she were walking through a dream. Had she really just given away their last food to a stranger? Had she really staked everything on the promise of a foreign god? The practical part of her mind screamed that she had made the most foolish decision of her life. But another part of her, a deeper part that had been silent for so long she had almost forgotten it existed, whispered that she had just participated in something holy, something that would echo through eternity. She had chosen faith over fear, trust over self-preservation, hope over despair. Now she would discover whether faith was strong enough to fill an empty jar. The widow's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the flour jar upon returning home. Her son sat by the fire, his young face illuminated by the dancing flames, watching his mother with the intense attention of one whose very life hung in the balance of what would happen next. The jar felt the same in her hands as it had an hour before, neither heavier nor lighter. There was no external sign that anything miraculous had occurred, no glow of divine presence, no heavenly music announcing supernatural intervention, just a simple clay vessel that might contain their salvation or their final disappointment. The widow closed her eyes for a moment, offering a wordless prayer to whatever divine power might be listening. Then she lifted the jar and looked inside. The flour was there, not overflowing, not abundant, but there. The same handful that had been there before, perhaps even a little more. Enough for another small loaf of bread, enough for one more meal. The widow blinked, wondering if her desperate hope was playing tricks on her vision. She reached into the jar with trembling fingers, feeling the soft texture of the flour, confirming that it was real and not some mirage born of starvation and desperation. "Mother," her son whispered, seeing the wonder in her expression. "Is it true? Is the flour still there?" "It's still here," she replied, her voice filled with amazement. "There's enough for our bread." With reverent hands, she measured out flour for their evening meal, leaving what appeared to be the same small amount in the bottom of the jar. Then she reached for the oil jug, tilting it carefully to pour just enough to bind the flour into dough. The oil flowed golden and pure, and when she set the jug aside, it still contained what seemed to be the same small amount it had held before. As she mixed their bread, the widow felt as though she were participating in something beyond the natural order of things. Each movement of her hands felt sacred, each ingredient holy. This was not just food preparation, this was communion with the divine, a daily miracle made manifest through the simple elements of flour and oil and fire. The bread they ate that night tasted different somehow, though it was made from the same ingredients as countless other loaves she had baked over the years. It tasted of hope, of promise, of a future that extended beyond the next meal. As they shared the warm bread in the light of their small fire, the widow and her son spoke in hushed tones, as if they were in the presence of something too wonderful to fully comprehend. That night, as the widow spread their sleeping mats and prepared for rest, she found herself looking repeatedly toward the corner where the flour jar and oil jug sat. Would they still contain their precious contents in the morning? Or would she wake to find them empty, the miracle revealed as nothing more than a cruel dream? But when dawn broke over Zarephath, painting the walls of her small home with gentle rose-coloured light. The widow's first sight was of the flower jar sitting exactly where she had left it. With her heart pounding, she crept quietly across the room, not wanting to wake her son until she knew whether their hope would survive the night. The flower was there, the oil was there, enough for another day, another meal, another small victory against the spectre of starvation that had haunted their home for so long. And so began a rhythm that would sustain them through the long months of drought that followed. Each morning, the widow would check the jar and jug with a mixture of faith and anxiety, never quite able to take the miracle for granted, always amazed to find their supplies replenished. Each day she would measure out enough for their daily bread, always careful to leave something behind, always trusting that tomorrow would bring the same mysterious provision. Word of the miracle did not spread through Zarephath, for the widow was a careful woman who understood that some blessings were meant to be treasured quietly, rather than proclaimed from rooftops. She continued her daily routines, drawing water when it could be found, tending to her small home, caring for her son. To her neighbours, she appeared to be surviving the drought no better or worse than anyone else. But those who knew her well began to notice subtle changes. The hollow look of desperate hunger faded from her eyes. Her son grew stronger rather than weaker as the drought continued. There was a peace about her that seemed strange in such difficult times, a quiet confidence that suggested she had found a source of strength that the drought could not touch. Elijah became a regular visitor to their home, though he was careful to come and go discreetly, not wanting to draw attention that might put the widow and her son in danger. The prophet had found lodging in a small room at the edge of town, but he took many of his meals with the family he'd come to think of as his own. The widow always set a place for him at their modest table, always insisted that there was enough to share. As the weeks turned to months, the relationship between the prophet, the widow and her son deepened into something resembling family. Elijah told them stories of his travels, of the wonders he had seen, and the voice of God he had learned to recognize in wind and whisper. The widow shared the wisdom she had gleaned from years of making do with little, of finding joy in simple things, of holding on to hope when circumstances suggested it was foolish to do so. The boy, who had initially been shy around the imposing prophet, gradually warmed to Elijah's gentle nature and began to see him as something between a grandfather and a teacher. Elijah taught him to read the Hebrew alphabet, to recognize the patterns of weather and season, to understand that the God of Israel was not just a God of the Israelites, but a God who cared for all his children, regardless of their nationality or circumstances. Through it all, the miracle continued. Day after day, week after week, month after month, the jar of flour did not become empty, and the jug of oil did not run dry. Sometimes the widow would peer into the containers and see what appeared to be exactly the same amount as the day before. Other times there seemed to be a little more, as if the divine provider had sensed their need for extra sustenance, or simply wanted to remind them of his abundant love. The miracle was not one of overwhelming abundance. The widow never found her home suddenly filled with grain sacks or her courtyard overflowing with amphorae of oil. The provision was measured daily, sufficient. It was the miracle of enough for today, enough for now, enough to take the next step in faith. As the months passed, the widow began to understand that she was living in the midst of a parable, a living illustration of how divine providence works in the world. God did not promise to fill her storehouses with abundance, but he promised that each day would bring what was needed for that day. It was a lesson in trust, in living one day at a time, in believing that the same power that provided today would provide tomorrow. The drought continued to devastate the land around them. Wells dried up completely, rivers became cracked beds of stone, crops failed utterly. Neighbouring towns reported widespread famine, and travellers brought stories of desperation and death from across the region. Yet in the small home at the end of the narrow alley in Zarephath, a widow and her son and a prophet of God continued to eat bread each day, sustained by flour that did not diminish and oil that did not fail. There were moments when the widow found herself wondering if she was dreaming, if the whole experience was some elaborate fantasy created by a mind pushed to the brink by starvation. But then she would see Elijah's weathered face across their simple table, would hear her son's laughter as he played in the courtyard, would taste the reality of the bread in her mouth, and she would know that she was living in the midst of the miraculous. The widow learned to live with wonder as her constant companion. Each morning brought the possibility of disappointment, yet each morning brought instead the confirmation of promise kept. She learned that faith was not a single dramatic leap, but a daily choice to trust, a daily decision to act on belief rather than sight. As the seasons cycled and the drought persisted, the widow's faith deepened from desperate hope to quiet confidence. She'd seen the faithfulness of God demonstrated not in spectacular signs and wonders, but in the daily grace of provision, in the steady reliability of a promise kept day after day after day. Her son, too, was changed by their experience. The boy who had faced starvation learned that he served a God who provided for his children, who noticed the needs of the small and insignificant, who could be trusted to keep his word even when all evidence suggested otherwise. The lessons he learned at his mother's table, watching flour and oil multiply through divine grace, would shape his understanding of faith for the rest of his life. And Elijah found his own faith strengthened as he witnessed the widow's daily trust. This foreign woman, this Gentile who had no obligation to believe in the God of Israel, demonstrated a quality of faith that put many of his own countrymen to shame. She trusted not because she understood, but because she chose to believe. She obeyed not because the path was clear, but because she was willing to walk into mystery. The miracle of the flour and oil became more than mere physical provision. It became a daily sacrament, a reminder that the God who made the universe was intimately involved in the details of their lives. Every meal was a communion, every shared bread a celebration of divine faithfulness. Through it all, the rhythm of ordinary life continued. The widow swept her floors, mended their clothes, drew what water could be found. Her son played with other children when energy permitted, helped with household tasks, grew taller and stronger despite the famine that surrounded them. Elijah prayed, studied, taught, and waited for the word of the Lord that would eventually send him back to Israel to confront the king and end the drought. But in the quiet moments, when the work was done and the evening meal was finished and they sat together in the glow of their small fire, all three understood that they were witnessing something eternal. They were living proof that God's love extends beyond the boundaries of nation and tribe, that his provision flows to all who trust him, and that faith the size of a mustard seed can move mountains of impossibility. The widow would often reflect on that first day when Elijah had asked for her last handful of flour. She had stood at the crossroads between fear and faith, between holding tight to what little she had and releasing it into the hands of an unknown God. Her choice to trust, to give when she had nothing left to give, had opened the door to a miracle that sustained not just her body, but her soul. As the months passed, other miracles followed. The widow's health improved, her son grew strong, and their small home became a beacon of hope in a drought-stricken land. Neighbours began to notice that this family seemed to weather the crisis better than most, though they never suspected the divine intervention that made it possible. Elijah taught them that true wealth was not measured in the size of one's storehouses, but in the faithfulness of one's provider. The widow learned that obedience to God's word, even when it seemed to contradict human wisdom, always led to blessing. Her son discovered that the God of Israel was also his God, that divine love knew no boundaries of race or nationality. Years later, when the drought finally ended, and rain fell once again on the parched earth, the widow would remember these days as the most precious of her life, not because they were easy, but because they were holy. In her poverty she had discovered riches. In her weakness she had found strength. In her emptiness she had encountered the fullness of God's love. The jar of flour never ran empty until the day the rains came. The jug of oil never ran dry until the crisis passed. And the faith that began with a handful of flour and a desperate prayer grew into a testimony that would echo through generations, reminding all who heard it that God's provision is always sufficient, his timing always perfect, and his love always faithful. In the quiet of your own heart tonight, as you rest in the peace of this ancient story, remember the widow's courage. Remember that sometimes faith looks like giving when you have nothing left to give, trusting when you cannot see the way forward, believing when all evidence suggests you should despair. Remember that the same God who provided for a widow in Zarephath provides for you today. He sees your needs, knows your fears, and holds your tomorrow in his hands. Sleep now in the assurance that his love surrounds you, his grace sustains you, and his faithfulness will carry you through every season of your life. The jar of flour will not be empty, the jug of oil will not run dry, and the God who multiplied a widow's faith will multiply yours as well, one day at a time, one meal at a time, one breath at a time. Rest well, dear friend. Tomorrow brings new mercies, fresh provision, and the continued unfolding of God's perfect plan for your life. Like the widow of Zarephath, you can trust that there will always be enough. As we close this sacred story tonight, let your heart rest in the truth that the same God who provided for the widow provides for you. In your own seasons of scarcity, whether of resources or hope or strength, remember that divine provision often comes not as abundance but as enough. Enough for today, enough for now. Enough to take the next step in faith. The widow's miracle was not that her cupboards overflowed, but that they never emptied. Sometimes God's greatest gift is not more, but sufficient. Not wealth, but provision. Not ease, but sustenance for the journey. Sleep now, knowing that the Keeper of Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps, and that his eye is upon you with the same loving attention he showed to a foreign widow in an ancient town. Your jar will not be empty. Your jug will not run dry. His faithfulness endures forever. Rest well, dear soul, rest well. Hey everyone, welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to ask you something that would genuinely help us out. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps the channel more than you possibly know. Seriously, it makes a massive difference in getting these stories out to more people who love this kind of content. Also, if you want to, drop a comment telling us what time it is for you right now and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. No pressure though, only if you feel like it. And of course, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. It keeps us going. Alright, let's get into it. A whisper in the darkness. Imagine a night so quiet you can hear the oil lamps flickering. Picture a massive stone sanctuary in the ancient city of Shiloh, where shadows dance across walls that have witnessed centuries of worship. The air is thick with the scent of incense and burning oil, that peculiar combination of cedar smoke and olive essence that clings to sacred spaces. Outside, the wind moves through the hills of Israel like a whispered prayer, carrying with it the distant bleating of sheep settling for the night and the occasional call of a desert owl. Inside, in the sacred chambers near the Ark of the Covenant, a young boy lies sleeping on a simple mat. The stones beneath him still hold the warmth of the day's sun, though the night air has begun to cool. His breathing is steady, deep, the kind of sleep that comes from honest physical labour and a clear conscience. His name is Samuel. This is not a story about miracles that shake mountains or angels descending in blinding light. This is a story about something quieter, something more intimate, something that happens in the space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality become permeable. It is about a voice in the darkness, a child who learned to listen when the entire world had gone deaf, and a moment that would alter the spiritual trajectory of an entire nation. Because sometimes the most profound truths do not arrive with thunder and earthquake. Sometimes they do not announce themselves with burning bushes or pillars of fire. Sometimes they arrive in whispers, in the stillness between breaths, in the gentle calling of a name spoken 3 times before it is finally understood. What you're about to hear is one of the most mysterious and beautiful moments in ancient scripture. A moment when heaven reached down to touch earth, not through spectacular signs, but through the simple act of calling a child's name in the night. But it is also a story about silence broken, about the end of a spiritual drought, about what happens when the divine decides to speak again after generations of absence. This is the story of Samuel, a boy who heard God speak when the rest of the world had forgotten how to listen. And perhaps, hidden within this ancient narrative, there are questions we have forgotten to ask. Questions about why heaven goes silent. Questions about who gets chosen to break that silence. Questions about whether the voice that called to Samuel in that darkened sanctuary is still calling, still speaking, still searching for those rare individuals who know how to say, "I am listening." Chapter 1. Hannah's Promise. To understand Samuel's calling, we must first understand how he came to be sleeping in that sanctuary. His story begins not with him, but with his mother, a woman named Hannah, who knew the bitter taste of desperation and the hollow ache of prayers that seemed to vanish into an empty sky. In the hill country of Ephraim, in a small village whose name has been lost to history, there lived a man named Elkanah who had 2 wives, as was common in that era. His first wife, Peninnah, had given him several children, sons to carry his name, daughters to arrange in marriage, a legacy written in flesh and blood. His second wife, Hannah, had given him only heartache and unanswered prayers. Year after year, Hannah remained childless, and in a culture where a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children, this was not just a personal grief. It was a social death sentence, a daily humiliation, a question mark hanging over her entire existence. Neighbours would whisper, extended family would exchange knowing glances, even well-meaning friends would offer useless advice, or suggest that perhaps she had offended God in some way, that her barrenness was divine punishment for some unknown sin. Elkanah loved Hannah. The text makes this clear. He would give her double portions at feasts, trying to compensate with material generosity for what biology had denied her. He would ask her with genuine confusion, "Am I not better to you than 10 sons?" It was a question born of love but blind to understanding. He could not fathom that the issue went deeper than his affection, that Hannah's grief was not about him at all, but about her own sense of purpose, of completion, of being seen as fully human by the society around her. Peninnah, with the cruelty that can only come from insecurity dressed as triumph, would taunt Hannah relentlessly. Every time the family made their annual pilgrimage to the sanctuary at Shiloh to worship and offer sacrifices, Peninnah would remind Hannah of her barrenness. The taunts were not subtle. They were designed to cut deep, to remind Hannah that in the eyes of the world she was incomplete, cursed, forgotten by the very God she came to worship. Peninnah would parade her children before Hannah, would make comments about how blessed she was, would turn every moment of worship into a reminder of Hannah's failure. And Hannah would weep. She would refuse to eat. The pain went beyond physical longing for a child. It touched something deeper, the existential question that haunts anyone who feels overlooked by the divine. Does God see me? Does he hear my prayers? Am I worthy of his attention? Or am I simply background noise in a universe too vast to care about one woman's grief? The pilgrimage to Shiloh was supposed to be a time of joy, of celebration, of renewal. But for Hannah, it became an annual reminder of everything she lacked. Year after year she would go through the motions of worship, while her heart broke quietly in places no one could see. One year, during their pilgrimage to Shiloh, Hannah could bear it no longer. The weight of accumulated grief, the years of disappointment, the constant humiliation, all of it reached a breaking point. While the rest of the family feasted after the sacrifice, celebrating with wine and roasted meat, Hannah slipped away to the entrance of the sanctuary. She stood there, in the place where earth met heaven, in the threshold between the mundane and the sacred, and she prayed with an intensity that went beyond words. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Her whole body shook with the force of her grief and desperation. Tears streamed down her face. Her hands trembled. This was not the polite, ritualized prayer of public worship. This was raw, unfiltered communion with the divine. This was a woman pouring out her soul, holding nothing back, demanding to be heard by a God who had seemed deaf to her pleas for years. She made a vow that day, one that would echo through generations. If God would grant her a son, she would give him back to God. Not for a season, not for a few years, but for his entire life. The child would be dedicated to divine service from the moment he was weaned. It was the prayer of a woman who understood that sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is not something to hold on to, but something to offer back to its source. She was not bargaining with God so much as she was declaring her willingness to participate in something larger than her own desires. Eli, the high priest, sat by the doorpost of the sanctuary and watched this strange woman swaying and muttering. In his aging, perhaps cynical view of human nature shaped by years of dealing with corrupt worshippers and his own corrupt sons, he assumed she was drunk. The accusation was harsh, almost cruel. What are you doing here, intoxicated in the house of the Lord? How dare you bring your drunkenness into this sacred space? Hannah lifted her eyes, and in them Eli saw not the glaze of wine, but the clarity of absolute desperation, the look of someone who has nothing left to lose, who has stripped away all pretense and pride, who stands naked before God with only their need. She explained that she was not drunk, but deeply troubled, pouring out her soul before God. She had been praying out of her great anguish and grief. Something in her words, or perhaps in her eyes, or perhaps in the raw authenticity of her pain, convinced Eli. His response was both blessing and prophecy. Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him. It is unclear whether Eli knew what he was saying, whether he was simply offering the standard priestly blessing, or whether something moved through him in that moment. Some whisper of the divine speaking through a man who had grown complacent in his religious duties. But the words landed on Hannah like rain on parched earth. Hannah left the sanctuary that day transformed. Her face was no longer downcast. She ate. The grief lifted from her countenance like a fog dispersing under the morning sun. She had been heard, if not by man, then by something infinitely greater. She did not yet have the child she longed for, but she had something perhaps more precious. The certainty that her prayers had reached their destination, that her voice had penetrated the silence, that she mattered to the God she served. Within the year, Hannah conceived. When she gave birth to a son, she named him Samuel, which in Hebrew carries the meaning heard by God, or asked of God, or some translations suggest name of God. The name itself was a testimony, a permanent reminder that this child was an answer to prayer, a gift that came from somewhere beyond the ordinary workings of the world. Every time someone spoke his name, they were acknowledging that this boy represented the moment when heaven responded to earth, when silence gave way to acknowledgement. For the first few years of his life, Samuel remained with Hannah. She nursed him, taught him his first words, held him close during thunderstorms, watched him take his first steps, knowing that each day brought them closer to the moment of separation. She must have memorized the sound of his laugh, the feel of his small hand in hers, the weight of him sleeping against her chest. She was not raising a son to keep, but a son to give away. and that knowledge must have coloured every moment with a bittersweet intensity. When he was old enough to be weaned, somewhere around 3 years old by the customs of that time, Hannah kept her vow. She could have rationalised her way out of it. She could have argued that God understood, that the vow was made in a moment of emotional extremity, that surely keeping her son would be acceptable. But Hannah was a woman who understood that integrity means keeping promises even when they cost you everything. She took Samuel to Shiloh. She brought him before Eli, the same priest who had blessed her years earlier, and she said words that must have torn her heart even as she spoke them. I am the woman who stood here praying. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked. So now I give him to the Lord. For his whole life he will be given over to the Lord. Then Hannah sang, not a lament, but a song of triumph and praise. She sang of God overturning the proud and lifting up the humble. She sang of barren women bearing children and the powerful being brought low. She sang of the Lord bringing death and giving life, bringing down to the grave and raising up. She sang of God judging the ends of the earth, giving strength to his king and exalting his anointed. Her song was radical, revolutionary, a declaration that the God she served delighted in reversing the expectations of the world, in using the weak to shame the strong, in lifting up those the world had written off as irrelevant. And then she left her son in that sanctuary and went home. Imagine being that child, too young to fully understand why your mother brought you to this vast, echoing building filled with strange smells and unfamiliar faces and then walked away. Too young to grasp that you had become the physical embodiment of a promise, a living prayer offered back to its source. You watch her figure receding, growing smaller, disappearing down the road back to the only home you have ever known, and you are left in the care of an old man whose eyes can barely see you, whose own sons are corrupt, in a place that will become your entire world. Samuel's childhood was unlike any other in Israel. While other boys played in fields and learned their father's trades, running through olive groves and swimming in streams, Samuel grew up in the sacred space of the tabernacle. His world was one of ritual and reverence, of ancient objects and whispered prayers, of shadows and lamplight, and the constant awareness that this place was different from all other places. He opened the doors of the sanctuary each morning, flooding the holy space with light. It was his job to unlock the heavy wooden doors that seal the sacred from the profane, to let in the dawn and with it the worshippers who would come seeking connection with the divine. He assisted Eli in the daily tasks of worship, learning the intricate patterns of sacrifice and ceremony, memorizing which offerings required which procedures, understanding the difference between sin offerings and burnt offerings and peace offerings, learning to read the subtleties of ritual purity. He tended the lamps that burned through the night, ensuring their wicks were trimmed and their oil replenished. This was not glamorous work. It required attention to detail, a willingness to wake in the darkness to check that the flames had not guttered out, an understanding that these small acts of maintenance were what kept the sacred space functioning. The lamps represented the presence of God, and Samuel learned that presence requires constant tending, constant attention, constant care. He cleaned the sacred vessels, swept the courts, washed the linens used in ceremonies, helped prepare the incense, carried water, ran errands. He memorized scriptures, learning to recite the stories of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the tales of Moses and the Exodus, the laws given at Sinai. His education was entirely religious, entirely focused on service, entirely oriented towards something beyond himself. By all accounts, Samuel was a good child, humble, obedient, faithful in small things. The text tells us he grew in favour with both the Lord and with people. He was not resentful of his circumstances. He did not seem to chafe against the boundaries of his unusual childhood. Perhaps he had accepted that this was simply who he was, the boy who belonged to God, the boy who lived in the house of the Lord. But what must it have been like psychologically? To have no mother to comfort you when you woke from nightmares. To have no siblings to quarrel and play with. To grow up watching Eli's corrupt sons come and go, seeing the way they abused their position, hearing the whispers of their misconduct. To to be surrounded by holiness and yet witness its corruption, to serve faithfully while those who should have been models of righteousness displayed only greed and lust and contempt for the sacred. Did Samuel wonder why he had been left here? Did he feel abandoned by the mother who had kissed him goodbye and walked away? Did he question whether the God he served even noticed his small acts of service? The text does not tell us. We see only the external facts. A boy growing up, performing his duties, learning his role. But surely there were moments of loneliness, moments of doubt, moments when the weight of it all felt too heavy for small shoulders to carry. Hannah visited when she could. Each year during the family's annual pilgrimage to Shiloh, she would bring Samuel a new robe she'd made for him, watching him grow, trying to compress a year of mothering into a few brief encounters. These visits must have been both blessing and torment. The joy of seeing his mother mingled with the pain of watching her leave again. The new robe, a reminder that somewhere he had a home, a family, a life he was not permitted to live. Yet there is no indication that Samuel rebelled or resented his circumstances. He simply continued. Day after day, year after year, faithful in the small things, present in the sacred space, available to be used however God saw fit. There was no indication in those early years that he would become anything more than a helpful assistant to an aging priest, that he would one day be the voice through which God spoke to an entire nation. But God, it seems, has a habit of preparing his instruments in obscurity before bringing them into the light. Samuel was being shaped by his circumstances, formed by his loneliness, refined by his faithfulness in tasks that no one celebrated. He was learning what it meant to serve without applause, to be obedient without immediate reward, to remain present even when presence felt like punishment. He was learning to listen in the silence. Chapter 2. The State of Israel at the Time. To appreciate what happened on that quiet night when God called Samuel's name, you need to understand the spiritual condition of Israel during this period. It was, to put it simply, a disaster. But the disaster raises uncomfortable questions that the text never fully answers. Questions about divine silence. Questions about why systems of worship become corrupt. Questions about what happens when the mediators between heaven and earth become obstacles instead of conduits. The problem started with Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas. These two men had inherited their father's position as priests, but they had not inherited his reverence for the sacred. They were corrupt in ways that went beyond simple moral failing. They actively perverted the worship of God, treating the sacrifices and offerings as opportunities for personal gain, turning the sacred into the profane with a systematic cruelty that suggests something darker than mere greed. When people brought animals to sacrifice at Shiloh, the priests were entitled to a specific portion of the meat according to the law of Moses. But Hophni and Phinehas were not content with their allotted share, with what had been designated as rightfully theirs. They wanted more. They wanted the best. They wanted what belonged to God. They would send their servants to threaten worshippers, demanding the choicest cuts of meat before the fat was even burned on the altar, as required by law. The fat belonged to God. That was non-negotiable in the sacrificial system. The burning of the fat was the moment when the sacrifice became truly sacred, when the offering transitioned from human gift to divine acceptance. But Hophni and Phinehas did not care about divine acceptance. They cared about their appetites. If people objected, if they tried to follow the proper procedures and insist that the fat be burned first, the servants would respond with threats of violence. We will take it by force if necessary. The priests were literally stealing from God, taking what belonged to the altar and consuming it themselves. They were turning worship into extortion, using their position of spiritual authority to exploit the vulnerable and the faithful. But their corruption went even darker, into territories that the text only hints at with uncomfortable brevity. They engaged in sexual immorality with women who served at the entrance to the sanctuary. These were women who had dedicated themselves to service at the tabernacle, who came to worship and serve with sincere devotion, and Hophni and Phinehas exploited them, used their authority and position to prey upon those who should have been under their protection. They turned the house of God into a place of exploitation and abuse, where the very people who were supposed to represent divine holiness became perpetrators of trauma. Worship became a source of fear rather than transcendence. People stopped coming, or when they came with cynicism and resentment, going through the motions but empty of faith. How could you trust a system where the gatekeepers were predators? How could you believe in the holiness of a place where the priest defiled it daily? The sanctuary at Shiloh, which was meant to be the central hub of Israel's spiritual life, became instead a monument to religious corruption. Eli knew what his sons were doing. The text makes this painfully clear. People told him. They came with reports of misconduct, of abuse, of exploitation. He heard the rumours and saw the evidence. He was not ignorant. He was not blind to their crimes. And to his credit, he confronted them. But his rebukes were weak, almost apologetic, carrying no weight and no consequence. Why do you do such things? I hear reports from the people about your wicked deeds. If someone sins against another person, God may mediate. But if someone sins against the Lord, who will intercede? The words acknowledge the problem but offer no solution. There is no threat of removal from office, no stripping of authority, no punishment that might actually deter the behaviour. Just words, just disappointment, just a father hoping his wayward sons might suddenly develop a conscience they had never demonstrated. Hophni and Phinehas ignored their father and continued their corruption. Why wouldn't they? There were no consequences. Eli's position as high priest gave him the authority to remove them, to appoint others, to enforce standards. But he did nothing, and his inaction was itself a form of action, a choice that enabled the continued degradation of worship. The impact on Israel's spiritual life was catastrophic. The text records it with devastating simplicity. The people came to despise the offerings to the Lord. Think about what that means. The sacrificial system was the heart of Israel's covenant relationship with God. It was how sins were atoned for, how gratitude was expressed, how the community maintained its connection with the divine. And people were learning to despise it, to see it as corrupt and meaningless, to associate worship with exploitation rather than with holiness. Faith withered. Cynicism spread. A generation was growing up believing that God either did not care about corruption in his own house, or that he was powerless to stop it, or worse, that he did not exist at all, and the whole system was simply a mechanism for priestly power and exploitation. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of this era, the detail that haunts the narrative with its implications, was not the corruption of the priests. It was the silence of heaven. The scripture records it with haunting simplicity. In those days, the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions. Think about what that means. In a culture where prophets and priests were meant to be the conduits between God and humanity, the channel had gone quiet. God was not speaking, or if he was, no one was hearing. Prophecies were scarce to the point of being legendary. Divine visions were so uncommon that when someone claimed to have received one, it was met with skepticism rather than expectation. But why? The text does not explain. It simply records the fact of divine silence as if it were weather, as if the absence of God's voice was as natural and unremarkable as a drought. But this raises uncomfortable questions. Had God withdrawn because of the corruption? Was the silence a form of judgment, a divine turning away from a people who had corrupted worship? Or had the people simply stopped listening? Had they become so cynical and so wounded by a religious hypocrisy that they could no longer hear what was being said? Or was there another possibility, one that the text does not explore but that hangs in the air like smoke? Perhaps the priests, who were supposed to be the mediators between God and people, had become such effective blockers of communication that divine messages simply could not get through. Perhaps Hophni and Phinehas were not just corrupt individuals, but symptoms of a systemic failure, a spiritual infrastructure that had collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Israel was spiritually adrift, navigating by dead reckoning through waters where the stars had gone dark. There were no prophets to consult, no clear word from God about how to proceed, no divine guidance about which way to turn, just the daily grind of existence, the hollow rituals performed without meaning, the slow death of a people's faith in the face of institutional betrayal. This was the world into which Samuel was growing up, a world where the representatives of God were corrupt, where worship had become hollow, where heaven seemed distant and disinterested. If you were a young person in that era, what would you believe about the divine? Would you expect God to speak? Would you even know what his voice sounded like? Would you be able to distinguish a divine call from your own imagination or from the voice of a very human priest? Samuel cleaned the lamps each evening, ensuring the light would burn through the night. It was a practical task, a maintenance duty, nothing spiritual about it. He trimmed the wicks, refilled the oil reservoirs, ensured the flames were steady. But in that small act, there was a symbol that perhaps Samuel himself did not fully understand. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Somewhere in the darkness a light still burned, and into that darkness, cutting through the silence that had lasted for generations, a voice was about to break through. Chapter 3. The night God spoke. The night began like any other. Samuel had completed his duties for the day, working through the familiar routines that structured his life. The sanctuary was clean, the floors swept, the vessels washed and arranged in their proper places. The lamps were lit, their flames steady, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stones. The sacred space was prepared for the silence of the evening hours, for the long watch through darkness toward dawn. Eli, now elderly and nearly blind, his eyes grown dim from age and perhaps from seeing too much corruption without acting, had retired to his usual place. He moved slowly now, carefully, feeling his way along walls he had walked beside for decades. His sleeping area was separate but nearby, close enough that Samuel could hear him if he called, out in the night. Samuel lay down in his customary sleeping spot somewhere near the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant rested. The exact location is not specified in the text, but the implication is clear. He slept in proximity to the most sacred object in all of Israel, closer to the physical representation of God's presence than anyone else in the nation that night. The Ark was the most sacred object in Israel, a gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, the jar of manna, and Aaron's staff that had budded. But more than its contents, the Ark represented the very presence of God among his people. It was the throne of the invisible King, the place where heaven touched earth, the point of contact between the divine and the mortal. To sleep near it was to sleep in the shadow of holiness, though Samuel likely thought nothing of it. This was simply where he slept, as ordinary to him as any bedroom, as familiar as his own breathing. The lamp of God was still burning, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. This detail matters more than it might initially seem. In the Jewish tradition, the lamp in the sanctuary, the menorah that burned with consecrated oil, was not allowed to go out until morning light made it unnecessary. It represented the presence of God, the light that persisted even in darkness, the hope that had not yet been extinguished. The phrase, "the lamp of God had not yet gone out," carries within it both promise and warning. Not yet, but it could. The light was still burning, but barely. The presence was still there, but fading. As long as the lamp burned, there was hope. As long as the light persisted against the encroaching darkness, God had not abandoned his dwelling place entirely. Samuel drifted into sleep, a boy exhausted from the honest labour of serving in the house of God. His breathing slowed, his muscles relaxed. He sank into that deep, dreamless sleep that comes from physical work and a clear conscience. The sanctuary around him settled into its nighttime sounds. The creak of cooling stone, the whisper of wind through high windows, the distant cry of a night bird, the soft flutter of the lamp flames, and then, in the darkness, cutting through the silence like a knife through cloth, he heard his name, Samuel. The voice was clear, distinct, personal. Not a shout that would echo through the halls, but not a whisper that could be mistaken for imagination either. It had the quality of someone standing nearby, speaking with intention and purpose, with the certainty that they would be heard. It was a voice that expected a response. Samuel's eyes snapped open. His heart leaped in his chest. There was no confusion, no moment of disorientation. He knew immediately that someone had called him. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate, too unmistakably directed at him. In the darkness, with the lamp casting its uncertain light, Samuel did what made perfect sense to a boy who had grown up serving under an elderly priest. Eli must need something. The old priest was nearly blind now, stumbling in the darkness. Perhaps he had dropped something. Perhaps he needed water. Perhaps he was unwell and required assistance. Samuel threw off whatever covering he used against the night chill and ran to where Eli slept. "Here I am. You called me?" The response was immediate, instinctive. "Here I am." 2 words that would become the defining posture of Samuel's entire life. Not, "What do you want?" Not, "Can it wait until morning?" Just presence. Just availability. Here I am. Eli, pulled from sleep and confused, his mind foggy with the remnants of dreams, looked in the direction of Samuel's voice with eyes that could barely make out shapes in the darkness. "I did not call. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned to his place, perhaps a little puzzled, but not overly concerned. Perhaps he had been dreaming. Perhaps the transition from sleep to waking had jumbled his perceptions. Perhaps the old man had called out in his sleep and forgotten. These things happen. The mind plays tricks in the boundary spaces between consciousness and unconsciousness. He lay back down, pulled his covering around him, and closed his eyes, willing himself back towards sleep. The sanctuary settled back into silence. The lamp continued its steady burning. Outside, the wind moved through the hills with a sound like breathing. Samuel's heartbeat slowed back to its resting rhythm. Samuel? Again. The same voice, the same clarity, the same undeniable sense that someone was speaking directly to him, calling him by name with purpose and intention. This was not imagination. This was not the remnant of a dream clinging to the edge of waking. This was not the echo of Eli's voice misheard in the darkness. Someone had called his name, clearly and deliberately, as real as the stone beneath him and the lamplight flickering against the walls. Once more, Samuel got up and went to Eli. His bare feet made soft sounds against the cold stone floor. His breathing was quicker now, his confusion deeper. If Eli had not called the first time, then who had? "Here I am. You called me." Eli, now more awake and perhaps slightly irritated at being disturbed a second time, sent him away again with a tone that suggested both confusion and mild frustration. "I did not call, my son. Go back and lie down." Samuel returned, but now there was a question forming in his mind that would not be silenced. If Eli was not calling him, then who was? Was someone playing a trick? Was there an intruder in the sanctuary hiding in the shadows, calling his name for some unknown purpose? But the voice had not seemed mischievous or threatening. It had been steady, certain, intimate, the kind of voice that knows you, that has the right to call your name. He lay back down, but this time sleep did not come easily. His eyes stayed open, staring into the darkness above him. His ears strained for any sound, any indication of who or what had spoken to him. The lamp flickered. A moth circled near its flame. Time stretched and compressed in that strange way it does when you are lying awake in the dark, unsure whether minutes or hours are passing. Samuel. The third time, Samuel abandoned any doubt or hesitation. Someone was calling him, and if it was not Eli, then perhaps the old priest was confused. Perhaps he was calling out without realizing it. Perhaps his dreams were speaking through him. Samuel got up once more, faster now, urgent, and went to Eli. He stood at the foot of the old priest's sleeping mat, his young face barely visible in the dim light that filtered in from the main chamber. "Here I am. You called me." And finally, after decades of serving in the sanctuary, after years of watching the word of the Lord become rare and vision scarce, after witnessing the corruption of his sons and the slow death of Israel's faith, Eli understood. The realization must have hit him like a physical blow. God was calling the boy, not the high priest, not the experienced religious leader, not the man who had served in this place for decades. the boy who cleaned the floors and tended the lamps and slept near the ark without fully comprehending what that meant. Eli's response is one of the most beautiful moments in the entire narrative. He could have been jealous, wounded by the divine bypassing, bitter that his years of service were being overlooked in favour of a child. He could have been defensive, questioning whether this was really happening, whether Samuel was perhaps confused or making things up. He could have claimed the voice for himself, insisted that any divine communication should come through proper channels, through the established hierarchy of priesthood. But instead, Eli became a teacher in the truest sense. He gave Samuel the gift of understanding and the words that would change everything. He put aside whatever personal feelings he might have had and focused entirely on helping Samuel navigate what was about to happen. "Go and lie down," Eli said, and you can hear in those words both resignation and hope, both the sadness of being passed over and the wonder that God was speaking again at all. And if he calls you, say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." Those words, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," not "Who are you?" not "What do you want?" not "Prove yourself to me." Just openness, just availability, just the humble acknowledgement that if God is speaking, the only appropriate response is to listen. Samuel returned to his place one more time. He lay down in the darkness, the lamp of God still burning nearby, casting its uncertain light across ancient stones, and he waited. His heart must have been pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His mind must have been racing with questions and fears and wonder. What does the voice of God sound like? What will he say? Am I worthy to hear it? What if I do not understand? What if I get it wrong? The silence stretched. The lamp flickered. Outside, the night continued its slow progression toward dawn. And then, for the fourth time, the voice came. But this time there was a difference. This time the name was repeated, spoken twice, with an intimacy and urgency that had not been there before. "Samuel! Samuel!" The repetition is significant. In Hebrew, when a name is called twice, it indicates intimacy, urgency, importance. Abraham, Abraham, Moses, Moses. Now Samuel, Samuel. This was not a casual summons. This was personal, direct, unmistakable. This time, the boy was ready. Following Eli's instructions exactly, word for word, he responded with the words that have echoed through millennia as the perfect posture of faith, the ideal response to divine initiative. "Speak, for your servant is listening." And God spoke. What happened next was not what a child would want to hear. God did not give Samuel a message of encouragement or blessing. He did not reveal some beautiful mystery or share some cosmic secret about the nature of reality or the structure of heaven. He did not offer comfort or promise Samuel a glorious future. Instead, God gave Samuel a prophecy of judgment, and the judgment was against Eli's household, against the man who had been like a father to him, against the only family he had truly known. God told Samuel that he was about to do something in Israel that would make the ears of everyone who heard it tingle. That phrase, ears tingling, suggests something shocking, something that would reverberate through the nation like a physical sensation. This was not going to be a quiet judgment, a private correction. This was going to be public, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. He was going to carry out against Eli everything he had spoken concerning his family, from beginning to end. There had been warnings before. A prophet had come to Eli years earlier with a similar message, speaking of judgment to come, of the priesthood being taken from his lineage, of his sons dying on the same day. That prophecy had been spoken and then seemingly forgotten, filed away as one of those uncomfortable truths that people acknowledge but never really expect to see fulfilled. But God was saying now that the time of fulfillment had come. The warnings were over. The judgment was at hand. The reason was clear and devastating. Eli knew about the sins of his sons. He knew they were blaspheming God, treating the sacred as profane, exploiting women, stealing from the altar, corrupting worship itself. He had heard the reports. He had seen the evidence. He had confronted them, yes, but his rebukes were empty, carrying no weight, leading to no consequences. He had failed to restrain them, failed to use his authority to stop them, failed to choose God's honour over his son's comfort, and that failure, that complicity through inaction, meant that the guilt of Eli's house would never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. Think about what that means. In a religious system built entirely around sacrifice and atonement, where every sin could theoretically be covered by the blood of animals and the proper rituals, God was declaring that some corruption runs too deep for ritual to reach. Some betrayals are so fundamental that the system itself cannot address them. Eli's family would carry their guilt to the grave and beyond, marked forever by their choice to prioritize family loyalty over divine justice. Imagine being Samuel in that moment. You are a child, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, lying in the darkness of a sanctuary, having just heard the voice of God for the first time in your life. And the message you have been given is not one of blessing or calling or future glory. It is a message of doom for the man who has raised you, who has taught you everything you know about worship and service, who has been your only father figure in a life marked by abandonment and loneliness. The weight of it must have been crushing. How do you speak words of judgment to someone you love? How do you become the bearer of bad news that will break someone's heart? How do you look into the eyes of a man who has shown you kindness and tell him that his family line is cursed, that his sons will die, that everything he has built will crumble? This was the cost of prophecy that no one talks about. This was the burden of truth that cannot be softened or avoided or delayed. Samuel had been given a message, and whether he wanted to deliver it or not was irrelevant. The truth had been spoken to him, and now he was responsible for speaking it to others. This is what it means to be a prophet. Not visions and mystical experiences and spiritual heights, but the grinding, awful responsibility of speaking truths that wound you as deeply as they wound those who hear them. The rest of the night must have been agony for Samuel. The text tells us he lay there until dawn, too afraid to tell Eli what he'd heard. He did not sleep. How could he? His mind must have raced through possibilities. Maybe he had misunderstood. Maybe there was a way to soften the message to make it less harsh. Maybe if he just kept quiet, the whole thing would fade like a dream, and he could go back to his simple life of tending lamps and sweeping floors. But deep down, he knew. The voice had been too clear. The message had been too specific. And God had not asked his opinion about whether this was a good idea or whether Samuel felt ready for such responsibility. The divine does not consult us about our readiness. It simply calls, and we must answer. Chapter 4. The Weight of the Message. As morning light began to filter into the sanctuary, pale and hesitant through the high windows, Samuel rose and went about his duties as usual. Muscle memory guided him through the familiar routines. He opened the doors of the house of the Lord, pushing aside the heavy wooden barriers that sealed the sacred from the profane, letting in the day, with all its ordinary demands. But everything felt different now. The air was heavier, pressing down on his shoulders like a physical weight. The silence was louder, filled with the words he carried but could not speak. He carried within him words that would change everything, and he was terrified to voice them. His hands shook as he performed his tasks. He fumbled with the lamp wicks, nearly spilling oil on the floor. He could not meet anyone's eyes. Every sound made him jump, expecting Eli to call for him, to demand the message, to force him to speak the unspeakable. Eli, however, knew something had happened. Years of serving in the sanctuary had given him an intuition about spiritual matters that his failing eyesight could not diminish. He could sense the change in Samuel, could feel the weight the boy was carrying. He called Samuel to him, his voice gentle but insistent, and when the boy came, reluctant and pale, the old priest asked him directly, "Samuel, my son, what was it he said to you? Please do not hide it from me." Then he added words that carried the weight of both authority and desperation. "May God deal with you, be it ever so severely if you hide from me anything he told you." It was an oath, a binding formula that made concealment impossible. Eli was not giving Samuel an easy out. He was demanding truth, however painful, however devastating. And in doing so, he was teaching Samuel one of the most important lessons of prophetic ministry: that truth matters more than comfort, that integrity requires speaking even when silence would be kinder. There is something deeply moving about this moment. Eli was giving Samuel permission to speak truth, even painful truth. He was not demanding a comfortable answer. He was not pressuring the boy to lie or soften the message. He was not using his position as high priest to intimidate or manipulate. He was simply asking for honesty, for the faithful delivery of whatever word had been given, regardless of personal cost. Samuel, to his credit, did not hold back. He told Eli everything. Every word of the judgment, every detail of the coming consequences, every aspect of the doom pronounced against his house. He did not sugarcoat it. He did not try to make it easier to hear. He did not add comforting caveats or suggest ways the judgment might be avoided. He simply delivered the message as it had been given to him, faithful to both God and to Eli in his refusal to distort the truth. The words must have felt like stones in his mouth, each one heavy and sharp. He would have watched Eli's face as he spoke, looking for signs of anger or rejection or denial. But what he saw instead was something he had not expected. Eli's response is remarkable in its humility and resignation. He did not rage against the pronouncement. He did not question Samuel's experience or suggest the boy had misunderstood or imagined things. He did not blame Samuel for being the messenger or accuse him of disloyalty or ingratitude. He simply said, with a weariness that spoke of years of knowing this moment would come, "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." There is defeat in those words, yes, but there is also acceptance, a kind of peace that comes from finally having the truth spoken aloud, from no longer living in the shadow of unacknowledged reality. Eli had known for years that his sons were corrupt. He had known that his failure to stop them was a kind of complicity, a betrayal of his calling and his God. The judgment was not a surprise. It was an inevitability finally spoken aloud, a truth that had been hovering unspoken in the air for years, finally given voice and substance. And perhaps in some way, Eli was relieved that the silence had been broken, even if the words spoken were words of judgment. Perhaps there is a relief that comes from knowing, from having certainty, even when that certainty is terrible. Perhaps after years of wondering when the hammer would fall, there was a strange comfort in finally hearing it fall, in knowing the shape of the future even when that future was dark. What Samuel learned that night and that morning was something most of us spend a lifetime avoiding. That truth is not always comfortable, that faithfulness sometimes means delivering hard words, and that love does not require us to hide reality from those we care about. Samuel could have lied to Eli. He could have softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details, or suggested that perhaps he had misunderstood what God was saying, but he chose honesty, and in doing so he established the pattern that would define his entire ministry. He would be a prophet who spoke the word of the Lord without compromise, without concern for how it would be received, without fear of the consequences. Not because he was harsh or unfeeling, but because he understood that truth, however painful, is ultimately an act of respect. To lie to someone, even to spare their feelings, is to treat them as less than fully human, as incapable of bearing reality. Samuel gave Eli the dignity of truth, and Eli received it with the dignity of acceptance. Chapter 5. Samuel becomes a prophet. After that night, everything changed for Samuel. The text tells us that he grew, and the Lord was with him, letting none of his words fall to the ground. That phrase, letting none of his words fall to the ground, is the ancient way of saying that everything Samuel prophesied came true. He was not speaking his own opinions or making educated guesses or offering the kind of vague predictions that could be interpreted multiple ways, depending on how events unfolded. He was speaking with divine authority, and reality itself confirmed his words with uncomfortable precision. The prophecy about Eli's house came true exactly as Samuel had spoken it. The details are grim and worth recounting because they establish Samuel's credibility as a true prophet in a time when false prophets were common and people had grown cynical about divine communication. Israel went to war against the Philistines, their perennial enemy, In the first battle, the Israelites were defeated and thousands of soldiers died. In desperation, the elders decided to bring the Ark of the Covenant from Shiloh to the battlefield, believing that God's physical presence would guarantee victory. Hophni and Phinehas accompanied the Ark, treating it like a magical talisman rather than the throne of the living God. The Israelites shouted when the Ark arrived, a roar so loud that the ground shook. The Philistines were terrified at first, knowing the stories of what the God of Israel had done to Egypt. But they fought anyway, and in the battle that followed, Israel was utterly defeated. 30,000 soldiers died, and on that same day, exactly as prophesied, both Hophni and Phinehas were killed. The Ark of God was captured by the Philistines, carried off as a trophy of war. When a messenger brought the news to Shiloh, Eli was sitting by the road, his heart trembling for the Ark of God. When he heard that the Ark had been captured and his sons were dead, the 98-year-old priest fell backward off his chair, broke his neck, and died. The priesthood of his line ended in that moment, cut off exactly as God had declared. It was a devastating fulfillment, but it established beyond doubt that Samuel spoke with divine authority. He had predicted these events when he was just a child, and they had come to pass exactly as he said. The word of the Lord through Samuel was reliable, trustworthy, deserving of attention. As Samuel matured from boy to young man, his reputation spread throughout Israel like wildfire. From Dan in the far north to Beersheba in the deep south, spanning the entire geographical extent of Israel's territory, everyone knew that Samuel had been established as a prophet of the Lord. The word that had been rare, the visions that had been scarce, now flowed through this young man who had learned to listen in the darkness. But Samuel was more than just a prophet delivering occasional messages. God continued to appear at Shiloh, revealing himself to Samuel through his word on a regular basis. Samuel became the primary channel of divine communication for the entire nation. The silence had been broken. The channel between heaven and earth, clogged by corruption and complacency for generations, had been cleared. And the instrument God chose was not a powerful warrior or a cunning politician or even an experienced priest with decades of religious training. It was a boy who had learned to say 5 simple words: "Speak, for your servant is listening." Samuel's influence on Israel cannot be overstated. He became the bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the establishment of the monarchy, standing at one of the most critical transitions in the nation's history. He was the last judge, travelling on a circuit through Bethel, Gilgal and Mizpah, settling disputes and administering justice with a wisdom that people recognised as coming from God. He was also the first of the great prophets, the founder of a prophetic tradition that would produce Elijah, Elisha, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and all the voices that would call Israel back to God throughout its history. When the people demanded a king like the surrounding nations, it was Samuel who anointed Saul, a tall and handsome man from the tribe of Benjamin, as Israel's first king. And when Saul proved disobedient and unfaithful to God, it was Samuel who had to deliver yet another hard message of judgment, who had to watch another man he had elevated fall under divine displeasure. Later, it was Samuel who anointed David, the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy with no apparent qualifications except that God had chosen him. That shepherd boy would become Israel's greatest king, the man whose lineage would eventually produce the Messiah. But beyond the political role, beyond the anointing of kings and the settling of disputes, Samuel represented something Israel desperately needed: spiritual integrity in a world corroded by compromise. In a time when the priesthood had become corrupt, when worship had become hollow, when the word of the Lord was rare, Samuel embodied what it meant to hear from God and speak his truth faithfully regardless of personal cost. He reformed religious life throughout Israel, establishing schools of prophets where young men could learn to listen for God's voice and speak his word. He called the people back to authentic worship, challenging them to put away their foreign gods and serve the Lord only. He led the nation in repentance at Mizpah, where they fasted and confessed their sins, acknowledging that they had abandoned God. And when the Philistines attacked during that gathering, Samuel interceded for the people, and God threw the enemy into confusion with thunder and lightning, giving Israel a decisive victory. Samuel demonstrated that God had not abandoned his people, that the silence had been circumstantial rather than permanent, that divine presence and power were still available to those who would seek them with integrity. The boy who once cleaned floors and trimmed lamp wicks became the conscience of a nation. The child who slept near the ark became the voice through which God spoke to kings and commoners alike. His authority came not from position, or political power, or military might, but from the simple fact that he had learned to listen and had the courage to speak what he heard, even when speaking cost him dearly. Chapter 6. The Legacy of the Story. So what do we take from this ancient narrative? What does it mean for us, centuries removed from oil lamps and tabernacles and sleeping near the Ark of the Covenant? And perhaps more intriguingly, what questions does this story raise that it never fully answers? First, there is the theme of listening. God can speak in quiet places, in ordinary moments, when we least expect it. Samuel was not performing some elaborate spiritual ritual when God called his name. He was not fasting on a mountain. He was not in a trance or a vision quest. He was sleeping, exhausted from a day of mundane labour. He was simply present in a sacred space, available to be awakened. How often do we miss the voice of the divine because we are too busy, too distracted, too convinced that revelation only comes in spectacular packages? We wait for burning bushes and angelic visitations, for dramatic signs and unmistakable interventions, while the still small voice speaks in the darkness and we mistake it for our imagination, or for human conversation, or for nothing at all. Samuel teaches us that sometimes the most profound moments arrive softly, in the space between waking and sleeping, in the darkness when our defences are down and our minds are quiet enough to hear what has always been speaking. But this raises uncomfortable questions. How many times has that voice spoken and we have ignored it? How many times have we attributed divine communication to coincidence or psychology or wish fulfillment because we have lost the ability to recognise it for what it is? Second, there is the theme of obedience. Samuel's first response when he heard his name was immediate and complete. Here I am. No hesitation, no calculation, no weighing of options or considering whether this was a good time, just presence and availability. Not, what do you want, but here I am. Not, let me think about it, but immediate response. Later, when Eli gave him the words to use, Samuel followed the instruction exactly. He did not improvise or try to improve on the formula or insert his own personality into the exchange. He simply said what he had been taught to say: "Speak, for your servant is listening." Obedience in this story is not about blind submission to authority. It is about being teachable, about recognizing when someone knows more than you do, about trusting guidance even when you do not fully understand where it is leading. But there is something deeper here, something that troubles the waters of easy interpretation. Samuel was obedient to a voice he had never heard before, to a presence he could not see, based entirely on the instruction of a priest whose own family was corrupt, and whose judgment had been compromised by his failure to discipline his sons. What made Samuel so certain that this was God speaking and not some other voice? What internal compass guided him toward trust when skepticism would have been equally reasonable? Third, there is the theme of humility. Samuel's greatness began in small acts of service. He was faithful in opening doors, in cleaning, in tending lamps, in all the unglamorous work that keeps a sacred space functioning. He did not despise the small things, or consider himself above menial tasks. He swept floors with the same attention he later brought to anointing kings. He trimmed lamp wicks with the same care he would later exercise in delivering prophetic words, and it was in that posture of humble service, in the daily repetition of small faithful acts, that God found him. How different this is from our modern obsession with platform and visibility, with making a name for ourselves and ensuring everyone knows our accomplishments, with treating service as a stepping stone to something better rather than as its own reward. Samuel reminds us that true influence is built in obscurity, that character is formed in the small decisions no one sees, that greatness is the fruit of faithfulness in little things rather than the result of ambitious self-promotion. But again, there is a mystery here. Why Samuel? What was it about this particular boy that made him suitable for this calling? The text gives no indication that he was exceptional in any way. He was simply there, simply faithful, simply available. Which raises the question, are there others who are equally faithful, equally available, who never heard their name called? Is divine calling arbitrary, or is there some hidden criteria that determines who hears the voice and who does not? Fourth, there is the theme of responsibility. Sometimes truth is hard but necessary. Samuel's first message from God was a message of judgment, and he had to deliver it to someone he loved. This is the cost of being a conduit for truth. You do not get to choose which messages are convenient and which are difficult. You do not get to edit reality to make it more palatable. You do not get to withhold hard truths, because speaking them might damage relationships or cost you social capital. If you are going to be a voice for something beyond yourself, whether you call that voice God or conscience or truth, or simply what is, you have to be willing to speak even when the words cut you as deeply as they cut those who hear them. Samuel could have spared Eli. He could have lied or softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details. But he chose the harder path of honesty, and in doing so he honoured both Eli and himself. Yet this raises ethical questions that the narrative does not resolve. What is the balance between truth and compassion? When does speaking hard truths become cruelty disguised as honesty? Samuel was a child delivering a message he did not create and could not change. But what about us? When the truths we must speak are filtered through our own perceptions and biases and limited understanding, how do we know when to speak and when to remain silent? Fifth, there is the theme of hope. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Even in the darkest period of Israel's spiritual life, when the priesthood was corrupt and the word of the Lord was rare and the nation was spiritually adrift, there was still a light burning somewhere in the darkness. God had not abandoned his people. He was simply waiting for someone who would listen, someone who would respond, someone who would be faithful with what was given to them. Samuel represents the truth that it is never too late for renewal, that no matter how far things have fallen, no matter how corrupt the systems or how cynical the people, there is always the possibility of a voice in the darkness calling us back to what matters. The light may be flickering, the wick may be nearly consumed, the oil may be running low, but as long as there is any light at all, there is hope for rekindling, for replenishment, for the dawn that follows even the longest night. But this optimistic reading sits uncomfortably with the historical reality. The lamp did eventually go out. The sanctuary at Shiloh was destroyed. The ark was captured and never returned to that place. The line of Eli ended in blood and disgrace. Samuel's calling did not prevent disaster. It only narrated it before it happened. So what kind of hope is this? Is it simply the hope that truth will be spoken, even if it changes nothing? Is it the hope that someone will bear witness, even in the midst of collapse? Finally, there is something unspoken in this narrative that deserves attention. God bypassed the entire religious hierarchy to speak to a child. He did not go through official channels. He did not honour the established order. He did not consult with the high priest or seek permission from religious authorities. He simply called out in the darkness to a boy who had no status, no authority, no credentials beyond faithfulness in small things. This is either deeply encouraging or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective. It suggests that divine communication is not controlled by institutions, that truth can emerge from the margins, that the voice of God might speak to those we least expect, rather than to those we have designated as official intermediaries. But it also raises anarchistic questions about authority and order, about how we distinguish genuine divine calling from delusion or manipulation, about what happens when everyone claims to hear the voice of God speaking contradictory messages. Samuel's story is ultimately about availability. He was not the most powerful person in Israel. He was not the most educated or the most connected. He was simply present, attentive, and willing to respond when he heard his name called. And that was enough. That has always been enough. But it invites us to ask, what are we available for? What sacred spaces do we inhabit, whether physical or spiritual or psychological, where we might be found by whatever calls to us in the darkness? And when that call comes, will we recognize it, or will we mistake it for something ordinary, something explainable, something that requires no response? Epilogue: The Voice in the Night. Close your eyes and imagine that sanctuary again. The vast stone building in Shiloh, the oil lamps casting their gentle light, the shadows dancing on walls that have witnessed generations of worship and neglect. Imagine the boy lying near the ark, exhausted from a day of simple service, drifting into sleep with no expectation that this night will be different from any other. And then the voice, clear, personal, undeniable, a voice that breaks through the silence of heaven and calls a child by name. Samuel's story is a reminder that the divine does not always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it comes as a whisper in the darkness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a question repeated until we finally understand that we are being addressed. Sometimes the most significant moments of our lives happen when we are alone, unguarded, simply present in a space where we have made ourselves available to something greater than ourselves. The lamp of God is still burning. That is the promise embedded in this ancient narrative. No matter how dark the times, no matter how corrupt the systems, no matter how silent heaven seems, there is always a light somewhere refusing to go out, and there is always the possibility that in the quiet, in the stillness, in the spaces between our busy thoughts and desperate prayers, we might hear our name spoken by a voice we do not yet recognize. The question is not whether the voice is calling. The question is whether we are listening. Samuel lay in that sanctuary as a boy and became a prophet because he learned to say 5 words that changed everything. Speak, for your servant is listening. He did not demand proof. He did not negotiate terms. He did not insist on understanding everything before committing to anything. He simply made himself available, and availability was enough. Perhaps that is the real legacy of Samuel's calling. Not that he became powerful or influential or historically significant, though he became all those things. The real legacy is that he teaches us what it looks like to be genuinely open to transformation, to be willing to hear hard truths, to be faithful in small things while waiting for larger purposes to reveal themselves. In our age of constant noise and perpetual distraction, where silence is something to be feared rather than cherished, Samuel's story feels almost subversive. It suggests that the most important communications might not come through our devices or our carefully curated information streams. They might come in the quiet, in the dark, in the moments when we stop performing and simply exist in the presence of something that knows our name. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the possibility that you, too, might be lying in a sacred space, even if you do not recognize it as such. Consider the possibility that there might be a voice, gentle and persistent, calling your name in the darkness. Consider the possibility that the most profound transformation of your life might not begin with a grand revelation or a spectacular sign, but with the simple decision to respond to that voice with 5 words. Speak, for your servant is listening. The lamp is still burning. The voice is still calling. The only question is whether we have ears to hear.
The fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Hello everyone, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into today's powerful message, I want to connect with each of you personally. How has your day been treating you so far? Whether you're watching this in the early morning hours as the sun rises, during your lunch break, in the middle of a busy day, or perhaps late at night when the world has quieted down, I want you to know that this moment we're sharing together is sacred. I'm curious about where you're joining us from today. Are you listening from bustling New York City, the peaceful countryside of Iowa, the sunny beaches of California, or maybe you're tuning in from across the globe, in London, Sydney, or somewhere in between? Wherever you are, whatever time it is in your corner of the world, You are exactly where God wants you to be right now. If this is your first time joining us, I want to extend a warm welcome to our Sacred Rest family. We're so grateful you're here. And if you've been walking this journey with us, thank you for your continued faithfulness and support. Before we begin today's incredible story, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss these life-changing messages that God has in store for us. Now let's prepare our hearts for what I believe will be one of the most dramatic, faith-building stories you'll hear. Today we're travelling back over 2,800 years to witness one of the most spectacular demonstrations of God's power ever recorded in human history. We're going to Mount Carmel in ancient Israel, where one man's faith stood against an entire nation's rebellion, where fire fell from heaven, and where hearts were turned back to the one true God. The fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Chapter 1. A nation in spiritual freefall. Picture, if you will, the ancient kingdom of Israel during one of its darkest hours. This wasn't just a time of political upheaval or economic hardship, though both of those existed. This was a time of complete spiritual catastrophe, a moment when an entire nation had turned its back on the God who had delivered them from slavery in Egypt, who had parted the Red Sea, who had given them the Promised Land. King Ahab sat on the throne of Israel, and beside him ruled Queen Jezebel, a woman whose very name has become synonymous with wickedness and manipulation. Jezebel wasn't just content to worship false gods herself. She was determined to drag the entire nation of Israel down with her into the depths of idolatry and spiritual darkness. Under their reign, temples to Baal began sprouting up across the landscape like poisonous mushrooms after a storm. Baal was the Canaanite storm god, supposedly the controller of rain and fertility, the giver of crops and abundance. The people were drawn to him because they believed he could provide what they desperately needed: prosperity, security, and success. Sound familiar? In our modern world, we may not bow down to statues of Baal, but how many of us have made idols out of our careers, our bank accounts, our social media followers, or our pursuit of comfort and pleasure? The heart of humanity hasn't changed much in nearly 3,000 years. But Jezebel wasn't satisfied with just building temples. She launched a systematic persecution campaign against the prophets of the Lord. These faithful men and women of God were hunted down like criminals. Some were executed, others were forced to hide in caves and secret places, living in constant fear for their lives. The word of God was being silenced, and darkness was spreading across the land like a plague. Can you imagine living in such a time, when speaking the truth about God could cost you your life, when the very foundations of faith that had sustained a nation for generations were being torn down brick by brick, when it seemed like evil had won and righteousness had fled? Yet in the midst of this spiritual holocaust, God had his man. His name was Elijah, and he was about to become the most famous prophet in Israel's history. Chapter 2. The Drought of Divine Judgment. Before we meet Elijah face to face, we need to understand the backdrop against which his ministry unfolded. For 3 long years, not a single drop of rain had fallen on the land of Israel. This wasn't just an inconvenient dry spell or a minor weather pattern. This was divine judgment, God's response to a nation that had forgotten him and chased after false gods. The drought was devastating in ways that are hard for us to fully comprehend in our modern world of grocery stores and water systems. Rivers that had flowed for centuries dried up to cracked mud. Wells that had sustained families for generations ran completely dry. Crops withered in the fields, livestock died, and famine stalked the land like a relentless predator. People were desperate. Children cried from hunger. Farmers watched helplessly as their fields turned to dust. Merchants had nothing to sell, and families had nothing to eat. The very fabric of society was unravelling under the weight of this supernatural judgment. And yet, in their desperation, most of the people didn't turn back to the Lord. Instead, they cried out even more desperately to Baal, pleading with the storm god to send rain. They increased their sacrifices, intensified their rituals, and multiplied their prayers to deaf idols. They were convinced that if they just tried harder, if they just offered more, if they just believed with greater fervour, Baal would answer and the rains would come. But the skies remained as bronze hard and unyielding. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the sun blazed down mercilessly from a cloudless sky. The drought continued, and Baal remained silent. This is the world into which God sent his prophet Elijah. Not a comfortable world of revival meetings and supportive congregations, but a hostile environment where speaking God's truth could mean death, where the majority had embraced lies and where the very elements seemed to declare that God's judgment was upon the land. Chapter 3. Enter Elijah, the man of fire. Elijah appears in the biblical narrative like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness. We don't know much about his background or his early life. He's introduced simply as Elijah the Tishbite from Tishbe in Gilead. No impressive genealogy, no royal connections, no seminary degrees or credentials. Just a man from a small town that most people had probably never heard of. But what Elijah lacked in pedigree, he more than made up for in faith, courage, and an unshakable conviction that the Lord God of Israel was the one true God. While the nation around him bowed to Baal, Elijah stood firm. While others compromised and conformed, Elijah remained faithful. While the majority chose the easy path of popular religion, Elijah chose the narrow way of truth. God had sustained Elijah supernaturally during the 3 years of drought. First, he had sent him to the brook Cherith, where ravens brought him bread and meat every morning and evening, and he drank from the brook. When the brook dried up, God sent him to a widow in Zarephath, where a handful of flour and a little oil miraculously sustained 3 people for over a year. These experiences had built Elijah's faith to an unshakable level. He had seen God's provision in impossible circumstances. He had witnessed miracles that defied natural law. He had learned to trust completely in God's power and faithfulness, even when everything around him suggested that God had forgotten or abandoned his people. Now, as the drought entered its 3rd year, God was ready to use his seasoned servant for the greatest demonstration of divine power Israel had seen since the days of Moses. The time had come for a showdown that would echo through the ages, a confrontation that would prove once and for all who was the true God and who were merely the inventions of human imagination. Chapter 4. The Divine Commission. The word of the Lord came to Elijah with crystal clarity. Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land. It was time for the drought to end, but first there would be a reckoning. God wasn't just going to quietly restore the rain and let everyone go back to their lives as if nothing had happened. He was going to make a statement that would be impossible to ignore or explain away. Elijah set out to find King Ahab, but Ahab was already looking for him. The king had been searching throughout his own kingdom and in neighbouring nations, trying to find the prophet he blamed for the drought. When Ahab finally encountered Elijah, his greeting was filled with accusation and anger. "Is that you, you troubler of Israel?" Can you imagine the audacity? Here was a king who had led his nation into idolatry, who had allowed his wife to murder God's prophets, who had built temples to false gods throughout the land, and he had the nerve to call God's faithful prophet a troublemaker. It's a perfect example of how sin blinds us to our own responsibility and causes us to blame others for the consequences of our own choices. But Elijah didn't back down. With the boldness that comes from knowing you're standing on the side of truth, he fired back. "I have not made trouble for Israel, but you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals." This wasn't just a theological debate or a polite disagreement about religious preferences. This was a confrontation between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of darkness, between truth and deception, between the power of the Almighty and the impotence of human-made idols. Chapter 5. The challenge issued. Elijah then issued a challenge that would go down in history as one of the most dramatic moments in all of Scripture. "Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table." Mount Carmel was the perfect location for this showdown. Rising about 1,800 feet above sea level, it offered a commanding view of the surrounding countryside and could accommodate the massive crowd that would gather. More importantly, Mount Carmel was considered sacred to Baal worship. The Canaanites believed it was one of Baal's favourite dwelling places. By choosing this location, Elijah was essentially challenging Baal on his home turf. The terms of the contest were elegantly simple. "Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God." It was brilliant in its simplicity. No complicated rituals, no ambiguous signs that could be interpreted different ways, no room for trickery or deception. Fire from heaven would be the ultimate proof. The God who could send fire to consume the sacrifice would be proven to be the true God. The people's response revealed both their spiritual confusion and their deep hunger for truth. What you say is good. They were tired of the uncertainty, tired of not knowing which God to trust, tired of the drought and the suffering. They wanted a clear answer, and Elijah's challenge offered exactly that. Chapter 6. The prophets of Baal take the stage. As dawn broke over Mount Carmel, an incredible scene began to unfold. Hundreds of prophets of Baal gathered around their altar, dressed in their ceremonial robes, carrying their ritual instruments, confident in their God's ability to answer their call. After all, they outnumbered Elijah 450 to 1. They had the backing of the royal court. They had been the religious establishment for years. Surely their God would not fail them now, especially not on his sacred mountain. They began their ritual early in the morning with great enthusiasm and confidence. "Baal, answer us," they cried, their voices echoing across the mountainside. They danced around their altar with wild abandon, their movements becoming more and more frenzied as they worked themselves into a religious fervour. This wasn't a quiet, dignified ceremony. This was raw, primal religion at its most intense. They leaped and shouted, they waved their arms and beat their chests. They called upon their God with every fibre of their being. The sound of their voices, the pounding of their feet, the clashing of their instruments created a cacophony that could be heard for miles around. But as the morning wore on and became noon, something became increasingly obvious. Nobody was answering. The sky remained clear and cloudless. No fire fell from heaven. No voice spoke from the heavens. The altar remained cold and lifeless, despite all their passionate pleading. You have to understand, These weren't insincere men going through empty motions. These prophets genuinely believed in Baal. They had devoted their lives to serving him. They had staked their reputations, their careers, and their very identities on the belief that he was real and powerful. The failure of their God to respond wasn't just embarrassing, it was devastating to everything they had built their lives upon. Chapter 7. Elijah's Divine Sarcasm. As the noon sun blazed overhead and the prophets of Baal continued their increasingly desperate rituals, Elijah decided it was time for some divine commentary. With a wit that was both cutting and brilliant, he began to mock their futile efforts. "Shout louder! Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." Can you imagine the scene? Here's Elijah, one man against 450, calmly watching their frantic efforts and offering helpful suggestions for why their God might not be responding. The sarcasm was devastating because it highlighted the absurdity of their situation. If Baal was truly the almighty storm god they claimed he was, why would he need to be awakened? Why would he be too busy or distracted to answer his devoted followers in their hour of greatest need? But Elijah's mockery served a deeper purpose than just humiliating the false prophets. He was exposing the fundamental weakness of all false gods. They are not truly there. They cannot hear because they have no ears. They cannot speak because they have no voice. They cannot act because they have no power. They are creations of human imagination, given form by human hands, but possessing no divine substance. The prophets of Baal, stung by Elijah's taunts and desperate to prove their God's reality, intensified their efforts to an almost unbelievable degree. They began to cut themselves with swords and spears, following their religious traditions until their blood flowed freely. This wasn't just symbolic, this was literal self-mutilation in the name of religious devotion. From noon until evening, they continued this horrific display, their voices growing hoarse from shouting, their bodies weakened by loss of blood, their spirits crushed by the growing realization that their God was not going to answer. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. On one side, frantic activity and desperate self-harm producing nothing. On the other side, one man waiting calmly for his turn, confident in his God's ability to act. Chapter 8. Elijah prepares his altar. As evening approached and the prophets of Baal finally exhausted themselves in defeat, Elijah stepped forward to take his turn. But before he called upon the Lord, he had some important work to do. "Come here to me," he called to all the people. This wasn't going to be a private ceremony or a mystical ritual performed in secret. Everything Elijah was about to do would be in full view of hundreds or perhaps thousands of witnesses. There would be no opportunity for trickery, no possibility of deception, no room for doubt about what actually happened. The first thing Elijah did was repair the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. This altar represented the nation's covenant relationship with God, a relationship that had been broken by years of idolatry and rebellion. By repairing it, Elijah was symbolically calling the nation back to their true identity as God's chosen people. He took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, even though the kingdom had been divided for generations. In God's eyes, his people were still one nation, still his chosen ones, still the objects of his covenant love, despite their unfaithfulness. Each stone was a reminder of God's promises to Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, promises that remained in effect despite the people's rebellion. With these 12 stones, Elijah built an altar in the name of the Lord. Then he dug a trench around it, large enough to hold about 15 litres of water. This wasn't just for dramatic effect, it was about to serve a very important purpose in demonstrating that what was about to happen could only be attributed to divine intervention. Chapter 9. The Ultimate Act of Faith. What Elijah did next was so audacious, so seemingly foolish, that it takes your breath away. Remember, this was in the 3rd year of a devastating drought. Water was more precious than gold. People were dying of thirst. Every drop was carefully conserved and rationed. And Elijah ordered 4 large jars to be filled with water and poured over the offering and the wood. Can you imagine the gasps from the crowd? Can you picture the shock on people's faces as they watched precious, life-giving water being poured out lavishly over an altar? Some in the crowd probably thought Elijah had lost his mind. Others might have been angry at what seemed like a wasteful display. But Elijah wasn't finished. "Do it again," he said. And they did it a second time, pouring out 4 more jars of precious water over the sacrifice and the wood. "Do it a 3rd time," Elijah commanded. And a 3rd time they soaked the altar until the water ran down around it and filled the trench he had dug. 12 jars of water in total. Everything was completely saturated. The wood was soaked through. The sacrifice was drenched. The stones were wet. Even the ground around the altar was muddy with water. If anyone had been planning to suggest that Elijah had somehow hidden fire or used trickery to ignite his altar, that possibility was now completely eliminated. This act of faith was staggering. Elijah was so confident in God's power that he was willing to make the miracle as difficult as possible. He wasn't just asking God to light dry wood. He was asking him to consume a sacrifice that was literally underwater. He was putting his reputation, his ministry, and his very life on the line, betting everything on God's ability to do the impossible. Chapter 10. The Prayer that Shook Heaven and Earth. As evening approached and the time for the evening sacrifice arrived, Elijah stepped up to the altar he had prepared. The moment had come. Everything led to this point. The drought, the confrontation with Ahab, the challenge to the prophets of Baal, the repair of the altar, the soaking with water, all of it was preparation for this moment when one man would call upon the name of the Lord. But notice what Elijah didn't do. He didn't scream and shout like the prophets of Baal. He didn't dance wildly, or cut himself, or work himself into a frenzy. He didn't perform elaborate rituals, or recite complicated incantations. He simply prayed, and his prayer was a model of faith, simplicity, and complete dependence upon God. "Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," he began, immediately identifying the God he served not as a local deity or a tribal God, but as the God of the covenant, the God who had made promises to the patriarchs and had been faithful to those promises for generations. "Let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command." This wasn't about Elijah's reputation or glory. This wasn't about proving his own power or wisdom. This was about demonstrating to a watching world that the Lord alone is God, and that Elijah was merely his obedient servant. "Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again." The purpose of the miracle wasn't to show off, or to defeat enemies, but to turn hearts back to God. This was an act of divine love, a desperate attempt to rescue a nation from the spiritual destruction they had brought upon themselves. The prayer was short, simple, and powerful. No theatrical performance, no manipulation of emotions, no attempt to work up faith through human effort. Just a straightforward request from a faithful servant to his all-powerful God. Chapter 11. Fire falls from heaven. What happened next has never been equalled in human history. The response to Elijah's prayer was immediate, dramatic, and absolutely unmistakable. Fire fell from heaven. Not a small flame that gradually grew, not a spark that ignited the wood, not a natural phenomenon that could be explained by meteorology or chemistry. This was supernatural fire, divine fire, holy fire that blazed down from the throne of God himself. And this fire didn't just consume the sacrifice, it didn't just burn up the wood, it consumed everything. The offering was instantly vaporized. The wood disappeared in a flash. The 12 stones that Elijah had so carefully arranged were completely consumed. Even the soil around the altar was burned up. The water in the trench, all those precious gallons that had been poured out, was licked up by the divine flames as if it had never been there. The heat must have been incredible. The light must have been blinding. The sound must have been like thunder echoing across the mountainside. Everyone watching would have felt the power of God in a way that shook them to their very core. This wasn't just a miracle, it was a demonstration of absolute divine authority. God was making a statement that could not be ignored, denied, or explained away. He was declaring to Israel, to the prophets of Baal, to King Ahab and Queen Jezebel, and to everyone watching, that he alone is God, that he alone has power over the elements, and that he alone deserves worship and obedience. Chapter 12. The people's response. When the people saw the fire fall from heaven and consume everything on the altar, their response was immediate and overwhelming. They fell prostrate on the ground, not just kneeling, but face down in the dirt, overwhelmed by the presence and power of the Almighty God. And they cried out in unison, "The Lord, He is God! The Lord, He is God!" Think about what this meant. Many of these same people had been worshipping Baal just hours before. They had been convinced that the storm god was real and powerful. They had invested their hopes, their prayers, and their sacrifices in a false deity. But now, confronted with undeniable evidence of God's power, they acknowledged the truth they had been running from for 3 years. This wasn't just an intellectual acknowledgement or a polite religious sentiment. This was a deep, heart-level recognition of divine authority. They had seen something that shattered their old beliefs and transformed their understanding of spiritual reality. The God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God their fathers had worshipped. He was the true God, and all other gods were mere pretenders. The cry, "The Lord, He is God," became a declaration of faith that echoed across the mountainside and down through the centuries. It was a moment of national awakening, a turning point when an entire people group remembered who they were and whose they were. Chapter 13. Justice and Restoration. But the story didn't end with the people's declaration of faith. God's justice demanded that those who had led the nation astray face the consequences of their deception. Under Elijah's direction, the people seized the 450 prophets of Baal who had spent the day proving the powerlessness of their God. This might seem harsh to our modern sensibilities, but we need to understand the context. These men had been leading an entire nation away from the true God. They had been accomplices in the persecution and murder of God's true prophets. They had been teaching lies in the name of religion, deceiving people who were desperately seeking spiritual truth. Their deception had contributed to the spiritual darkness that had brought God's judgment upon the land. Justice was swift and final. All 450 prophets of Baal were executed, removing the source of false teaching that had poisoned the nation's spiritual life. With the false prophets dealt with and the people's hearts turned back to God, it was time for the next phase of God's plan, the restoration of His blessing upon the land. Chapter 14. The sound of abundant rain. Elijah said to Ahab, "Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain. This statement is remarkable for several reasons. First, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The weather conditions were identical to what they had been for 3 years. Hot, dry, and utterly cloudless. But Elijah had the faith to hear the sound of rain that existed only in the promise of God. This is the kind of faith that sees the invisible and hears the inaudible. Elijah wasn't looking at circumstances or relying on weather forecasts. He was trusting in the word of God, who had promised to send rain upon the land. While Ahab went to eat and drink, Elijah climbed to the top of Mount Carmel and threw himself down on the ground in prayer. This wasn't a casual request or a polite religious ritual. This was intense, fervent prayer from a man who understood that he was participating in God's plan to restore his people. 7 times Elijah sent his servant to look toward the sea for signs of rain. 6 times the servant returned with the same report. There is nothing there. But Elijah didn't give up. He didn't doubt God's promise or question his own faith. He kept praying, kept believing, kept expecting God to fulfill his word. On the 7th time, the servant returned with different news. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. To most people, a tiny cloud on the horizon wouldn't seem significant, especially after 3 years of drought. But to the eyes of faith, that small cloud was the beginning of God's abundant provision. Elijah immediately told his servant to run to Ahab with this message: "Hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Chapter 15. The Storm of Restoration. What followed was one of the most dramatic weather changes in recorded history. The tiny cloud that had appeared on the horizon quickly grew and multiplied. The sky, which had been clear blue for 3 years, suddenly turned black with storm clouds. The wind began to blow with increasing intensity, and then the rain began to fall. But this wasn't a gentle shower or a light drizzle. This was a torrential downpour, a deluge that made up for 3 years of drought in a matter of hours. The rain came down in sheets so heavy that visibility was reduced to just a few feet. The ground, which had been hard as concrete from years of drought, couldn't absorb the water fast enough, and soon rivers of rainwater were flowing down every hillside and through every valley. It was as if God was saying, "You thought I had forgotten how to send rain? You believed that Baal was the god of storms? Let me show you what real divine power looks like." The storm was so intense that King Ahab, travelling in his royal chariot, had difficulty making the journey back to his palace in Jezreel. But here's one of the most amazing details of the entire story. The power of the Lord came on Elijah, and tucking his cloak into his belt, he ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel. Picture this scene. A middle-aged prophet who had just spent an entire day in intense spiritual warfare, who had just called down fire from heaven and orchestrated the execution of 450 false prophets who had just prayed intensely for rain. This same man was given supernatural strength to outrun a horse-drawn chariot for about 17 miles through a driving rainstorm. This wasn't natural human endurance. This was divine empowerment, God's way of putting an exclamation point on the entire day's events. Even in the storm, even in the exhaustion that should have followed such an intense spiritual battle, God's power was sufficient to carry his faithful servant. Chapter 16. Lessons for today. The story of Elijah on Mount Carmel is far more than just an exciting historical account. It's a template for understanding how God works in our world today and how he calls each of us to live lives of faith and courage. First, we see the power of standing alone for truth. Elijah was outnumbered 450 to 1, but he wasn't really alone because God was with him. In our culture today, it often feels like those who stand for biblical truth are vastly outnumbered by those who have embraced the false gods of our age. Materialism, relativism, hedonism and secular humanism. But numbers don't determine truth, and God's power isn't limited by human statistics. Second, we learn that false gods will always disappoint. The prophets of Baal cried out to their God from morning until evening, but he never answered because he wasn't real. Today's false gods, money, success, pleasure, power, technology, entertainment, promise fulfillment, but can never deliver on their promises. Only the true God can satisfy the deepest longings of the human heart. Third, we see that God often chooses to work through ordinary people who have extraordinary faith. Elijah wasn't from a prominent family or an influential background. He was just a man who believed God and was willing to stake everything on that belief. God is still looking for such people today, men and women who will trust him completely and obey him fully, regardless of the circumstances or the opposition. Fourth, we learn the importance of prayer in the life of faith. Elijah's prayer was simple but powerful because it was offered in complete faith and alignment with God's will. He wasn't trying to manipulate God or impress people. He was simply communicating with his heavenly Father and trusting him to act according to his promises. Fifth, we see that God's miracles often come after periods of preparation and testing. The 3 years of drought weren't just punishment for sin, they were preparation for a miracle. God was setting the stage for a demonstration of his power that would be undeniable and unforgettable. Sometimes what looks like delay in our lives is actually divine preparation for something greater than we could imagine. Conclusion. Where is your Mount Carmel? As we conclude this incredible story, I want to ask you a personal question. Where is your Mount Carmel? What situation in your life is calling for a clear demonstration of God's power and faithfulness? What false gods have you been trusting instead of the one true God? What impossible circumstance are you facing that only divine intervention can resolve? Maybe you're facing a financial crisis that seems hopeless and you need God to provide for your needs in supernatural ways. Perhaps you're dealing with a health challenge that has left doctors puzzled, and you need the great physician to demonstrate his healing power. It could be that you're struggling with a relationship that seems beyond repair, and you need the God of restoration to work a miracle in your marriage or family. Or maybe your Mount Carmel is more internal. Maybe you've been worshipping the false gods of success, approval, comfort, or control, and you need to experience the reality of God's presence and power in a fresh way. Maybe you've been trying to live the Christian life in your own strength, and you need to discover what it means to depend completely on God's power rather than your own abilities. The same God who answered Elijah's prayer with fire from heaven is still on the throne today. He still hears the prayers of his people. He still demonstrates his power in impossible situations. He still turns hearts back to himself and brings restoration where there has been devastation. But like Elijah, we must be willing to stake everything on God's faithfulness. We must be prepared to stand alone if necessary, to trust when circumstances seem impossible, to pray with faith rather than doubt, and to give God the opportunity to show his power in ways that will leave no doubt about his reality and love. The fire that fell on Mount Carmel that day wasn't just about proving that the Lord is God, though it certainly did that. It was about a loving father reaching out to his wayward children, demonstrating his power not to destroy them but to draw them back to himself. It was about restoration, redemption, and the kind of love that will go to any lengths to rescue those who are precious to him. That same love is reaching out to you today. That same power is available to you in your situation. That same God who answered Elijah is waiting to answer your prayers and demonstrate his faithfulness in your life. The question isn't whether God is able. The question is whether you're willing to trust him completely, to step out in faith even when the odds seem impossible, and to give him the opportunity to show his power in your Mount Carmel moment. So I challenge you today, don't settle for the false gods of our culture. Don't be satisfied with a powerless religion that looks good on the surface but lacks the reality of divine presence. Cry out like the people on Mount Carmel, "The Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God." And then watch as the fire of his presence transforms your impossible situation into a testimony of his faithfulness and power. The same God who sent fire from heaven is ready to move in your life today. Are you ready to trust him completely and see what he will do? Remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more life-changing messages like this one. Until next time, may you know the reality of God's presence and power in every area of your life. God bless you.
Hello dear listener and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whether it was filled with joy or challenges, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling down for the evening, or perhaps finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day? Wherever you are listening from, know that you are part of our global community of souls, seeking peace and spiritual connection. If this is your first time joining us, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. We're here to bring you stories that nourish the spirit and calm the mind. Tonight, we journey to ancient Judah, to a time when God called a young man named Jeremiah to carry a message of both warning and hope. This is a story about divine calling, about being reshaped by loving hands, and about finding purpose even in the midst of struggle. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the 13th year of King Josiah's reign over the kingdom of Judah, when the morning mist still clung to the hills of Anathoth, a young man named Jeremiah sat beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, and somewhere in that whisper something stirred within his heart. Something he couldn't yet name, but could feel as surely as the warm earth beneath his feet. Jeremiah was not like the other young men of his village. While they spoke boldly of their plans and dreams, he preferred the quiet company of his thoughts. While they gathered in the marketplace to debate and jest, he found himself drawn to solitary places where he could listen to the deeper rhythms of life. His father, Hilkiah, was a priest, and perhaps that was why Jeremiah felt such a natural pull toward the sacred, toward the spaces where heaven seemed to touch earth. On this particular morning, as the sun climbed higher and cast dancing shadows through the olive branches, Jeremiah felt that familiar stirring grow stronger. It was as if someone were calling his name from a great distance, though he heard no voice with his ears. The sensation was both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a vast ocean, knowing you were meant to step in but uncertain of your ability to swim. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken directly into his ear, came the words that would change everything. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Jeremiah's heart raced. He looked around, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, but he was alone with only the olive tree and the endless blue sky as witnesses. The voice came again, gentle yet unmistakable. "Jeremiah, I have called you to be my messenger." The young man's immediate response was one of panic. "Sovereign Lord," he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. "I don't know how to speak. I am too young. Who would listen to me? I am nobody special, just a priest's son from a small village. Surely you have made a mistake." But the presence that surrounded him was filled with such love and certainty that his fears began to quiet. "Do not say you are too young," came the gentle correction. "You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you." In that moment, Jeremiah felt something touch his lips. Not a physical touch, but something deeper, more real than anything he had ever experienced. "I have put my words in your mouth," the voice continued. "See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." As the presence gradually faded, leaving only the normal sounds of morning, birds singing, leaves rustling, the distant lowing of cattle, Jeremiah remained sitting beneath the olive tree, stunned by what had just occurred. His life had been ordinary just moments before, and now he was being called to something extraordinary. The weight of it should have crushed him, but instead he felt a strange peace settling over his spirit. He didn't yet understand what lay ahead, couldn't foresee the years of rejection and persecution that awaited him, or the deep wells of sorrow he would have to draw from. He only knew that the God of his fathers had spoken to him, had chosen him for a purpose that was both terrible and wonderful, and though he trembled at the thought of it, something deep within him whispered back, "Yes, Lord, I will go." Months passed after Jeremiah's calling, and he found himself struggling with the enormity of his task. The messages that came to him were not easy ones, words of warning about the spiritual condition of Judah, prophecies of coming judgment if the people didn't turn back to their God. How could he, a young man with no credentials or authority, stand before the elders and priests and kings with such heavy words? One morning, as Jeremiah prayed in the quiet of his chamber, seeking guidance for this impossible mission, he heard the familiar voice of the Lord speaking to him once again. "Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message." Jeremiah had passed by the potter's house countless times in his life, but had never paid it much attention. It was a humble building on the outskirts of the village, marked by the constant sound of the spinning wheel and the earthy smell of wet clay. As he approached that day, however, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if he were about to witness something profound. The potter was an elderly man named Malachi, whose hands bore the calluses and clay stains of decades spent at his craft. His hair was white as wool, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of someone who had spent his life creating beauty from formless earth. When Jeremiah arrived, Malachi looked up from his wheel and smiled, as if he'd been expecting him. "Shalom, young prophet," Malachi said, his voice warm with genuine kindness. "Please sit and watch. I have work to do." Jeremiah settled himself on a wooden stool in the corner of the workshop, fascinated despite himself. He had never really watched a potter at work before, had never paid attention to the intricate process of creation that happened in this simple space. The wheel began to turn, and Malachi placed a lump of clay in the centre, his hands moving with practiced precision. At first the clay seemed to resist, wobbling and threatening to collapse, but Malachi's hands were steady and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure, guiding the clay upward into the beginning of what would become a vessel. Jeremiah watched in wonder as the formless lump slowly took shape, a wide base, curving sides, the promise of something beautiful and functional. But then something went wrong. Perhaps there was a stone in the clay, or a dry patch that wouldn't bend. The emerging vessel began to collapse, its sides caving in despite the potter's careful ministrations. Jeremiah expected to see frustration on Malachi's face, perhaps anger at the ruined work. Instead, the old man simply smiled and pressed the clay back into a lump, ready to begin again. "The clay has its own nature," Malachi explained, his hands already starting to reshape the material. "Sometimes it has hard spots, or air bubbles, or impurities that make it difficult to work with. But clay is forgiving. It can always be reformed, reshaped, made into something new." As Jeremiah watched, the potter began again, this time working the clay more thoroughly, removing the impurities that had caused the first attempt to fail. Slowly, patiently, lovingly, a new vessel began to emerge, different from the first but no less beautiful. In fact, this second creation seemed to have a character all its own, shaped by the very challenges that had destroyed its predecessor. It was then that Jeremiah heard the voice of the Lord speaking to him. as clear as if someone were standing beside him. "Can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand." The words hit Jeremiah like a revelation. He understood now why he had been sent to this place, why he needed to witness this simple yet profound act of creation. The people of Judah were like clay in God's hands, sometimes stubborn, sometimes marred by the impurities of sin and rebellion. But God was not a harsh taskmaster who would discard them when they failed to take shape properly. He was like Malachi, patient and loving, willing to reshape them again and again until they became the vessels he had always intended them to be. "The message I want you to carry," the Lord continued, "is not just one of judgment, but of hope. Yes, I must sometimes tear down what is corrupt and broken, but I tear down in order to build up again, in order to create something better and more beautiful than before." Jeremiah felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the potter's hands continue their gentle work. Here was a picture of God's character that he had never fully grasped before. Not the angry judge he had sometimes imagined, but the patient artist who sees potential in every lump of clay, who never gives up on his creation, who can bring beauty from the most unlikely materials. "Thank you," he whispered to Malachi as he prepared to leave. The old potter looked up from his work and smiled. "The clay thanks the potter by yielding to his hands," Malachi replied. "Perhaps that is all any of us can do, yield to the hands that know how to shape us into something beautiful." As Jeremiah walked home through the narrow streets of his village, he felt a new understanding of his calling beginning to take root in his heart. He was not just a bearer of bad news, but a messenger of hope. The God who had called him was not a destroyer but a creator, not a tyrant but a loving craftsman who would never abandon his work. The words came to him then, the message he would carry to the people of Judah. "If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it." It was a message of both warning and promise, of judgment and mercy intertwined. Like the potter's hands, God's discipline was always aimed at restoration, always working toward the creation of something more beautiful than before. Armed with this new understanding, Jeremiah began his prophetic ministry in earnest. But if he had hoped that his message of God's love and patience would be readily received, he was quickly disillusioned. The people of Judah, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful priest, seemed determined to resist the very hands that were trying to reshape them. His first major public appearance came during the reign of King Jehoiakim, Josiah's son, who had turned away from his father's reforms and allowed idolatry to flourish once again throughout the land. Jeremiah stood in the temple courts, his voice carrying across the stone courtyard as he delivered the message God had given him. "This is what the Lord says," he proclaimed, his young voice growing stronger with each word. "Reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, 'This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.' If you really change your ways and your actions and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place in the land I gave your ancestors for ever and ever." The reaction was immediate and hostile. The priests, who had grown comfortable with their compromises and political alliances, saw Jeremiah's words as a direct threat to their authority. The wealthy merchants and nobles who had prospered by exploiting the poor and forming partnerships with pagan nations heard his call for justice as an attack on their way of life. "Who does this young man think he is?" they muttered among themselves. "He speaks of judgment and destruction like some kind of doomsday prophet. Where is his authority? Where are his credentials?" But Jeremiah continued, his heart breaking even as he spoke the words God had given him. He could see the spiritual adultery that had infected his beloved nation, the way they had turned from the God who had delivered them from Egypt and given them this promised land. They had made alliances with foreign powers, adopted their gods, and forgotten the covenant that had made them a people set apart. "My people have committed 2 sins," he declared, his voice now thick with emotion. "They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water." The imagery was powerful and heartbreaking. Jeremiah could see it so clearly. A nation that had access to the purest, most life-giving water imaginable, yet had chosen instead to dig broken wells that left them thirsty and desperate. They had exchanged their glory for worthless idols, their security for political alliances that would ultimately fail them. As the weeks and months passed, Jeremiah's message remained consistent, but the opposition grew fiercer. He was mocked in the streets, his words dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Children threw stones at him, and adults crossed to the other side of the road to avoid his presence. The loneliness was crushing, but what hurt most was seeing the people he loved rushing toward destruction, their ears closed to the voice of the one who wanted to save them. One particularly dark day, after being physically threatened by a group of priests who wanted to silence him permanently, Jeremiah found himself wondering if he had misunderstood his calling. Perhaps God hadn't really spoken to him at all. Perhaps he was just a deluded young man with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward melancholy. But then he remembered the potter's house, the gentle hands shaping and reshaping the clay, and he understood something profound about the nature of love. True love doesn't just tell people what they want to hear, it tells them what they need to hear, even when that truth is painful. The potter sometimes had to apply pressure to the clay, had to work out the impurities and air bubbles, and this process wasn't always comfortable for the clay, but it was necessary for the clay to become what it was meant to be. "I am not their enemy," Jeremiah whispered to himself as he walked through the quiet streets late one evening. "I am their friend. I am speaking these hard words because I love them, because God loves them, because we can't bear to see them destroy themselves." The revelation gave him strength to continue, even as the opposition intensified. He began to write down his prophecies, creating a record of God's words that could be preserved even if his voice was silenced. He wrote of the coming judgment, but also of the hope that lay beyond it, the promise of a new covenant, a time when God would write his law on their hearts rather than on tablets of stone. "The days are coming," he wrote, his hand moving quickly across the parchment, "when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people." Even in the midst of his loneliness and rejection, Jeremiah held on to this vision of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The process might be painful, but the end result would be worth it all. There came a time when the weight of his calling became almost too much for Jeremiah to bear. The constant rejection, the threats, the loneliness of being God's messenger to a people who didn't want to hear from God. It all pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had been faithful to his calling for years now, and what did he have to show for it? A nation that seemed more rebellious than ever, leaders who actively opposed him, and a heart that felt like it might break from the strain. The breaking point came when Pashur, the priest who was chief officer in the temple, had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight for prophesying that Jerusalem would be destroyed. The humiliation was complete, displayed like a common criminal in front of the very people he was trying to save. When he was released the next morning, bruised and aching, Jeremiah's first instinct was to flee. He made his way to his favourite spot of solitude, a small grove of trees outside the city where he often went to pray. There, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature, he poured out his heart to God in words that were both complaint and lament. "You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived," he cried out, his voice raw with emotion. "You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long. Everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." The words felt almost blasphemous as they left his lips, but they were honest words, torn from the depths of his soul. He'd given everything to this calling. His youth, his dreams of a normal life, his relationships with family and friends. And for what? To be treated as a pariah, a madman, a troublemaker. In that moment of deepest despair, Jeremiah made a decision that felt like the only sane choice left to him. He would be silent. No more prophecies, no more warnings, no more attempts to turn the hearts of a stubborn people back to their God. He would find a quiet corner of the world and live out his days in peace, letting others worry about the spiritual condition of the nation. The resolve felt good at first, like setting down a burden that had been crushing him. For several days, he said nothing about the visions that continued to come to him, ignored the urgings in his spirit to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. He tried to live like a normal person, to find satisfaction in simple pleasures and everyday concerns. But something strange began to happen. The more he tried to suppress the words God had given him, the more they seemed to burn within him. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his bones, a flame that grew hotter the more he tried to smother it. The visions wouldn't stop coming. The burden for his people wouldn't lift, and the words of God seemed to be blazing inside him like a furnace. "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name," he found himself whispering, "his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." The realization came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the mountains. He couldn't stop being a prophet any more than he could stop being human. This wasn't just something he did. It was who he was. God had formed him in the womb for this purpose, had written this calling into the very fabric of his being. To deny it would be to deny himself, to attempt to live as someone he was never meant to be. But more than that, he began to understand that his struggles and sufferings were not signs that he had failed in his calling, but evidence that he was fulfilling it exactly as God intended. The potter sometimes had to apply intense heat to the clay to make it strong and durable. The fire in his bones wasn't a punishment. It was the very thing that qualified him to speak for God. "The Lord is with me like a mighty warrior," he declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. "So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonour will never be forgotten." The change in perspective was revolutionary. Instead of seeing his sufferings as evidence of God's abandonment, Jeremiah began to understand them as proof of God's presence. The fire in his bones wasn't consuming him. It was refining him, purifying him, making him into the kind of vessel that could carry God's words to a broken world. He thought again of the potter's house, of the way Malachi had worked the clay with such patience and skill. Sometimes the potter had to put the vessel into the fire to make it strong, to burn away the impurities and set the shape permanently. The heat wasn't cruelty, it was love, the kind of love that was willing to do whatever it took to create something beautiful and lasting. "I will speak," Jeremiah said aloud, his voice carrying across the quiet grove. "I will speak because I must, because the words are like fire in my bones, because God has made me a prophet to the nations. I will speak not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. I will speak not because people want to hear, but because they need to hear. I will speak because the potter is still at work and I am his instrument." The fire in his bones had become not a burden, but a gift, not a curse, but a blessing. It was the very thing that enabled him to continue when everything else told him to quit, the divine energy that sustained him through rejection and persecution. He was not just a messenger, he was a burning message, a living embodiment of God's passionate love for his people. The years passed, and Jeremiah's prophecies began to unfold with heartbreaking accuracy. The Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, laid siege to Jerusalem just as God had warned through his prophet. The city that had been called the joy of the whole earth was now surrounded by enemy forces, its people trapped within walls that had once seemed impregnable. During the siege, Jeremiah found himself in an impossible position. His prophecies of judgment were being fulfilled before everyone's eyes, but instead of vindicating him, this only increased the hostility toward him. The leaders of Jerusalem accused him of being a traitor, of collaborating with the enemy by undermining morale with his gloomy predictions. "You're deserting to the Babylonians," they shouted when he tried to leave the city on a simple errand. They arrested him, beat him, and threw him into a dungeon where he remained for many days, forgotten and alone. But even in that dark place, the word of the Lord continued to come to him, and strangely it was not a word of judgment, but of hope. "Call to me and I will answer you," came the familiar voice in the darkness. "I will tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." The message that came to him there in the dungeon was one of the most beautiful and hopeful prophecies he had ever received. It spoke of a time when the city would be rebuilt, when the people would return from exile, when joy and celebration would once again fill the streets of Jerusalem. It was a promise of restoration so complete and wonderful that it seemed almost too good to be true. "I will bring health and healing to it," God promised. "I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. I will bring Judah and Israel back from captivity, and will rebuild them as they were before. I will cleanse them from all the sin they have committed against me, and will forgive all their sins of rebellion against me. Then this city will bring me renown, joy, praise and honour before all nations on earth that hear of all the good things I do for it." Even as the sounds of warfare grew louder outside his prison walls, Jeremiah held on to these words of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the broken clay of human hearts and human history. When the city finally fell, it was as devastating as Jeremiah had predicted. The temple was destroyed, the walls torn down, the leaders killed or carried away into exile. The sight of Jerusalem in ruins was almost more than the prophet could bear. This was the city where God had chosen to dwell, the place where his people had worshipped for centuries. Now it lay in smoking rubble, its streets filled with the debris of a civilization that had forgotten its God. In the aftermath of the destruction, Jeremiah sat among the ruins and wept. The tears came not from a heart that said, "I told you so," but from one that was genuinely broken for the suffering of his people. He had warned them, yes, but he had never wanted to see them destroyed. He had hoped until the very end that they would turn back to God and avoid this terrible fate. It was then that he began to write what would become known as the Book of Lamentations, a collection of funeral songs for a dead city, poems of grief and mourning that captured the full depth of the tragedy that had befallen Jerusalem. But even in the midst of this profound sorrow, hope refused to be extinguished. "Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed," he wrote, his hand trembling as he formed the words, "for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." The words seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his own understanding, as if the Spirit of God was using his human grief to express a divine truth that transcended the immediate circumstances. Yes, Jerusalem had fallen. Yes, the people were scattered and the temple destroyed. But God's love had not failed. His faithfulness had not ended. His compassions were indeed new every morning, even in the darkest of times. "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him," he continued, "to the one who seeks him. It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." As he wrote these words, Jeremiah began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't based on circumstances or on the absence of suffering. True hope was rooted in the character of God himself, in his unchanging love and faithfulness. The potter might allow the clay to be broken, but he would never abandon it. He might permit the vessel to be shattered, but only so that he could create something even more beautiful from the pieces. For no one is cast off by the Lord forever, he wrote, his voice growing stronger with each word. Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love. For he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone. The ruins of Jerusalem became, in a strange way, a place of worship for Jeremiah. There among the broken stones and scattered debris, he found a closeness to God that he had never experienced before. The external symbols of faith were gone, but faith itself remained. The building had been destroyed, but the builder continued his work. People would come to him there, survivors of the siege who were struggling to make sense of what had happened. They would ask him why God had allowed such suffering, why the innocent had to pay for the sins of the guilty, why the city of God had been given over to pagan armies. I cannot answer all your questions, Jeremiah would tell them gently, but I can tell you what I've learned in my years of walking with the Lord. He is like a potter who shapes clay, and sometimes the shaping process is painful. But he never works without purpose, and he never abandons what he has begun. The vessel may be broken, but the potter's hands are still at work creating something new from the pieces. In the final years of his life, Jeremiah found himself in Egypt, carried there against his will by a group of Jewish refugees who feared remaining in the land of Judah. It was not where he had expected to end his days, far from the city he had loved and served for so many years. But even in this foreign land, he continued to speak the words God gave him, continued to comfort and challenge the people who had been scattered by the winds of history. As he sat one evening by the banks of the Nile watching the sunset over the ancient land of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah reflected on the long journey that had brought him to this place. He was no longer the young man who had trembled beneath the olive tree at his first calling. His hair was now white, his hands marked by years of writing and rewriting God's words, his heart scarred by decades of rejection and persecution. But he was not bitter. Somehow, through all the pain and struggle, he had learned to see his life as part of a larger tapestry that God was weaving through history. He was just one thread in that tapestry, but he had been woven in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for exactly the right purpose. A young Jewish woman approached him as he sat by the water, her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty and pain he had seen in so many faces over the years. "Prophet," she said softly, "my heart is broken. I have lost everything, my home, my family, my future. How can I believe that God still cares about me?" Jeremiah smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. "Let me tell you a story," he said, his voice warm with the wisdom of long experience. "Once God sent me to a potter's house to watch him work. The potter was shaping a vessel on his wheel, but something went wrong. The clay became marred, misshapen, useless for its intended purpose." The young woman leaned forward, intrigued despite her sorrow. "I expected the potter to throw the clay away," Jeremiah continued. "After all, it was ruined, wasn't it? But instead, he gathered it up and began again. He worked the clay, removed the impurities, and slowly shaped it into something new. The second vessel was different from the first, but it was beautiful in its own way. Perhaps even more beautiful because it bore the marks of the potter's patient love. "But what does this mean for me?" the woman asked. "How does this help me with my broken heart?" Jeremiah reached down and picked up a small piece of clay from the riverbank. "This is what God showed me that day," he said, working the clay gently in his hands. "You are not ruined, you are not beyond hope. You are clay in the potter's hands, and he is still shaping you. The breaking you've experienced is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter." As he spoke, the clay in his hands began to take shape, becoming a small but perfectly formed vessel. "God's love is like this potter's skill," he continued. "It can take the most broken, damaged clay and create something beautiful from it. Your pain is not wasted. Your tears are not meaningless. They are part of the process by which God is making you into the person he always intended you to be." The woman began to weep, but they were not tears of despair. They were tears of hope, of recognition, of a heart that was beginning to heal. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "How can you be so sure?" Jeremiah smiled, and in that smile was the peace of a man who had wrestled with God and found him faithful. "Because I have been clay in the potter's hands for 40 years, he said simply. "I have been broken and reshaped more times than I can count. I have questioned, doubted, even tried to run away from his calling. But through it all, I have learned one thing. The potter never gives up on his clay. He never throws it away. He keeps working, keeps shaping, keeps creating until the vessel is exactly what he envisioned it to be." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Jeremiah continued to speak with the young woman and others who had gathered around them. He told them of the promises God had made, of a time when the exiles would return, when the city would be rebuilt, when God would make a new covenant with his people. He reminded them that their current suffering was not the end of the story, but part of a larger narrative of redemption and restoration. "The potter is still at work," he said as the evening drew to a close. "In your lives, in the life of our nation, in the great sweep of history itself, he's shaping something beautiful from the clay of human hearts and human history. Trust his hands, yield to his touch, and know that whatever he is creating in you and through you, it will be more wonderful than you can imagine." That night, as Jeremiah lay down to sleep, he thought once more of the potter's house and the lesson that had shaped his entire ministry. He had been privileged to be God's messenger, to speak his words to a generation that desperately needed to hear them. He had endured rejection, persecution, and exile, but he had also experienced the incredible intimacy of walking with God through every trial. His life had not been easy, but it had been meaningful. He had been clay in the potter's hands, shaped and reshaped according to God's perfect will. And though he would not live to see the full fulfillment of the promises he had proclaimed, he knew with absolute certainty that the potter's work would continue. The hands that had shaped him would continue to shape others, generation after generation, until the final masterpiece was complete. The last words he wrote in his journal that night were these: "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And in the quiet darkness of a foreign land, far from the ruins of Jerusalem but close to the heart of God, Jeremiah slept peacefully, knowing that the potter's hands were still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The message he had carried for 4 decades would outlive him, would speak to countless generations of broken people who needed to know that they were not beyond hope, that the potter never gives up on his clay, and that his love truly is new every morning. The story of Jeremiah reminds us that even in our darkest moments, even when our lives seem shattered beyond repair, we are never beyond the reach of the potter's hands. Like clay on the wheel, we may be broken, but we are never discarded. We are loved, shaped, and reshaped by hands that know exactly what we can become. And in the end, that is enough. That is everything. In the quietness of this story's end, may you find the peace that comes from knowing you too are clay in the potter's hands, being shaped with infinite love and patience into something beautiful beyond your wildest dreams. The potter is still at work, still shaping, still creating, and his love for you is new every morning. Hello, dear soul, and welcome to tonight's sacred story. Before we begin, I'd love to gently invite you to share. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it as you begin to rest? It's always beautiful to see how far this quiet circle of peace and God's word stretches around the world. And if you find peace and comfort tonight in this gentle story, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest, where you can drift into sleep surrounded by scripture, stillness, and the tender presence of God. Now, take a slow, calming breath and settle in. Tonight, we walk through golden fields of faith as we enter the book of Ruth. In the gentle hills of Judah, beneath a sky that once poured abundance upon the land, the town of Bethlehem, whose name itself means house of bread, had become a place of emptiness. The fields lay parched, the grain stores depleted, and hunger walked freely through the streets that once overflowed with harvest songs. In one small home, a woman named Naomi whispered prayers as she packed what little remained of her family's possessions. Her husband Elimelech stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed on the horizon, toward the land of Moab where rumours of plenty had reached their desperate ears. Their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, young men with dreams still unformed, helped secure their meagre belongings for the journey ahead. "Is this truly what Yahweh wishes for us?" Naomi asked softly, her hands trembling slightly as she folded a well-worn shawl. "To leave the land of our fathers?" Elimelech's voice was gentle but firm. "Sometimes faith means following the path of provision wherever it leads. We go to survive, beloved. We go to live." And so they set out, a small family among many who sought survival beyond their homeland's borders. The road stretched long before them, a winding path into uncertainty. With each step away from Bethlehem, Naomi felt the weight of leaving grow heavier, like gathering storm clouds behind them. Moab received them with fields less barren than those they had left. They built a simple life there, foreigners in a strange land that worshipped strange gods. They kept to themselves, honouring the Sabbath in quiet ways, speaking of Yahweh in evening whispers when the day's work was done. But sorrow knows no boundaries, respects no borders. It found them even there, across the Dead Sea from their homeland. First came the quiet, unexpected night when Elimelech did not wake with the dawn. Naomi wept as they buried him according to their customs, as best they could in foreign soil. Her sons stood like slender reeds on either side of her, bending in the wind of grief but not breaking. Time continued its patient march. The sons found wives among the Moabite women. Mahlon married Ruth, a woman with gentle eyes and a voice like summer rain. Chilion took Orpah, whose laughter could brighten even their darkest days of longing for home. For 10 years they lived thus, not in abundance, but in enough, until enough became too little and the shadows returned. First Mahlon grew ill, his strength fading like evening light. Then Chilion, as if unable to walk this world without his brother, followed him into that quiet night from which no traveller returns. 3 widows remained, their grief a shared language that needed no translation. When news reached them that the famine had lifted in Judah, Naomi's heart turned homeward. What remained for her in this land of sorrows? Better to die in the place of her birth, among her own people, than to continue as a stranger in a land that had taken everything she loved. "Go back," she told her daughters-in-law, her voice thick with both love and sorrow. "Return to your mothers' homes. May Yahweh deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them farewell, and the 3 women wept together, their tears mingling like rivers converging. Orpah's departure was a slow, reluctant walking away, her form growing smaller on the horizon, turning back once, twice, before finally disappearing around a bend in the road. But Ruth stayed. When Naomi urged her again to follow Orpah's path, Ruth's embrace tightened, her voice steady despite her tears. "Do not urge me to leave you," she whispered, the words flowing from somewhere deeper than thought. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May Yahweh deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." Naomi, who had thought herself empty of all feeling save grief, felt something stir within her breast, small as a mustard seed, fragile as a sparrow's first flight, Not quite hope, but perhaps its distant cousin. And so they walked together, two widows on the road to Bethlehem, Naomi returning, Ruth arriving. The older woman's steps were heavy with memories, the younger's light with the strange freedom that comes from choosing one's path with complete clarity. They arrived as the barley harvest was beginning, the fields around Bethlehem rippling like a green sea in the gentle breeze. Women drawing water recognized Naomi despite the years and sorrows that had reshaped her face. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, voices bright with surprise. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied, the name that meant pleasant now a bitter irony on her tongue. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but Yahweh has brought me back empty." As the women of Bethlehem welcomed them with curious eyes and hesitant embraces, Ruth stood quietly by Naomi's side, her hand a steady presence on the older woman's arm. In this moment, on this threshold between past and future, neither could know what fields of possibility lay before them, what harvest Yahweh was already preparing, or how their names would one day be spoken with reverence across centuries yet unborn. They knew only this: the road behind them was empty, and the road ahead unknown, but they would walk it together, step by faithful step, beneath the watchful eyes of a God who sees even sparrows when they fall. The sun had barely lifted itself above the eastern hills when Ruth rose from her mat, careful not to disturb Naomi's rare peaceful sleep. The small house they had secured, more a room than a home, was cool in the early morning light, shadows still clinging to the corners like reluctant dreams. Ruth wrapped herself in a shawl, the fabric thin but serviceable, and tied back her hair with practiced movements. She had been a daughter of comfort in Moab. Now she was a gleaner in a foreign land. The transition might have broken someone with less resilience, but Ruth had discovered a quiet strength within herself, not the kind that roars or demands attention, but the kind that simply continues, putting one foot before the other when all other options have vanished. "I will go to the fields today," she had told Naomi the night before. "Perhaps someone will allow me to glean behind their harvesters." Naomi had nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling in her tired eyes. "Go, my daughter," she'd whispered. "May Yahweh guide your steps." Now, as Ruth stepped into the awakening streets of Bethlehem, she carried those words like a small flame against the uncertainty of the day ahead. The law of Moses provided for the poor, the widow, the foreigner. They were permitted to gather what the harvesters missed or deliberately left behind. It was not charity but dignity, a way of working for one's bread even when one owned no land. But Ruth was doubly vulnerable, both widow and foreigner. Which field would welcome her? Would the law's protection extend to a Moabite woman? These questions followed her like shadows as she made her way to the edges of town where the barley fields began their gentle roll toward the horizon. She paused at the boundary of the first field she encountered, watching as workers began to form lines, their sickles catching the morning light with brief flashes of brilliance. The field's owner was not present, but the foreman eyed her with suspicion. "Move along," he called, not unkindly but firmly. "We have enough local gleaners already." Ruth nodded and continued, her heart sinking slightly but her resolve undiminished. The second field brought similar results. By the time she reached the third, the sun had climbed higher, and her throat was dry with thirst and unspoken prayers. This field seemed different somehow. The workers moved with a relaxed efficiency, and there was conversation, even occasional laughter among them. Ruth hesitated, then approached the foreman, her eyes modestly lowered but her voice clear. "Please, sir," she said, "might I glean among the sheaves behind your harvesters? I will be careful not to disturb their work." The foreman studied her for a long moment, noting her foreign accent. the quality of her garments that spoke of better days now past. Something in her demeanour, a dignity that hardship had failed to diminish, made him nod slowly. "You may," he said. "Stay close to my servant girls, drink from our water jars when you thirst, and rest in the shade when the sun grows too fierce." Ruth's gratitude was a physical sensation, warm in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're most kind to a stranger." The work was harder than anything she'd done before, bending, searching, gathering the scattered stalks left behind. The sun climbed higher, its heat a heavy blanket across the fields. The other gleaners, mostly local widows and their children, kept their distance, though their curious glances sometimes found her. But Ruth worked steadily. Her determination measured in each stalk added to her growing bundle. By midday she'd gathered enough to make the effort worthwhile, though her back ached and her hands were rough with new blisters. She was resting briefly in the shadow of a large sycamore at the field's edge when a commotion among the workers drew her attention. A man had arrived, tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone accustomed to respect. The foreman hurried to greet him, and the workers called out blessings. "The Lord be with you," the man responded, his voice carrying across the field. "The Lord bless you," they answered in unison. This, then, was the owner of the field where Ruth had found favour. She watched as he moved among his people, speaking to each, asking after families, offering words that brought smiles to weary faces. There was something different about him, a kindness that seemed as natural as breathing. When his circuit of the field brought him near where Ruth rested, he paused, his gaze falling on her with quiet curiosity. "Who is this young woman?" he asked his foreman. "She is the Moabite who came back with Naomi," the man replied. "She asked permission to glean behind the harvesters. She has worked steadily since morning, with only this brief rest." The owner, Boaz was his name, Ruth heard someone nearby whisper, approached her then. Instinctively she rose and bowed slightly, uncertain of the proper protocol but determined to show respect. "Listen, my daughter," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Do not go to glean in another field. Stay here with my servant girls. Watch where they harvest and follow them. I have told the men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, drink from the jars the men have filled." Ruth's surprise made her bold. She bowed lower, her voice barely audible even to herself. "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz's answer was unexpected in its thoughtfulness. "I have been told all that you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband's death, how you left your father and mother and your homeland to come to a people you did not know before. May Yahweh repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." His words washed over Ruth like cool water on a parched day. For so long she'd been defined by what she had lost: husband, homeland, security. Now, for the first time, someone saw what she'd chosen, what she had given, what she had become. "You have put me at ease, my lord," she said, her voice steadier now. "You have spoken kindly to your servant, though I do not have the standing of one of your servant girls." When the meal break came, Boaz himself invited her to share bread with the harvesters. He handed her roasted grain, more than she could eat, and she saved some for Naomi. Throughout the afternoon, Ruth noticed that the harvesters seemed to be dropping more grain than seemed accidental. Once she caught the foreman's eye as he instructed a worker to deliberately leave a small bundle behind. He looked away quickly, but not before she glimpsed something like approval in his gaze. When evening came and Ruth gathered her gleaning, an effort of barley, far more than she had dared hope for, she felt something she had not expected to feel again. The quiet satisfaction of provision, of having enough for tomorrow. As she walked back toward Bethlehem, the setting sun painting the limestone buildings in shades of amber and rose, Ruth carried not just barley, but something weightier. The knowledge that in this strange new land, under the wings of a god she was still coming to know, she had been seen. Not as Naomi's burden, not as an unwelcome foreigner, but as someone worthy of kindness, and in the shadow of that kindness, small seeds of possibility had begun to stir in the soil of her heart. The soft glow of oil lamps pushed back the evening darkness as Ruth entered the small dwelling she shared with Naomi. Her mother-in-law sat in the dimness, her hands, once strong and capable, now resting idle in her lap, testament to a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. "Is that you, my daughter?" Naomi called, her voice brightening slightly. "It is," Ruth answered, setting down her bundle with a soft thud. The sound seemed to fill the small space with promise. Naomi leaned forward, her eyes widening as Ruth opened the cloth to reveal the day's gleaning, golden barley catching the lamplight like treasure. "Where did you glean today?" she asked, running her fingers through the grain with wonder. "Blessed be the one who took notice of you." Ruth began to prepare a portion of the grain for their evening meal as she recounted the day's events, the field, the unexpected kindness, the owner who had spoken to her with respect rather than suspicion. "The man's name was Boaz," she finished, watching as something flickered across Naomi's face. Recognition, then a sudden animation that had been absent for so long. "Boaz!" Naomi exclaimed, her voice stronger than Ruth had heard it in months. "That man is a relative of ours, one of our guardian redeemers." "Guardian redeemer?" Ruth echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Naomi's eyes held a spark now, like embers rekindling. "In our laws, in our customs, a guardian redeemer is a relative who has the responsibility to protect the interests of the needy members of the extended family, to redeem property that has been sold in times of hardship, to continue the family line." Her voice trailed off, her thoughts clearly racing ahead of her words. "The Lord has not stopped showing his kindness," Naomi whispered, almost to herself. "That man is one of our closest relatives." As they ate their simple meal of roasted grain and water, Ruth noticed that Naomi ate with more appetite than she had shown since their return to Bethlehem. Occasionally, the older woman would pause, her head tilted slightly as if listening to distant music only she could hear. The barley harvest continued, and Ruth returned to Boaz's fields each day. True to his word, she was protected, provided for, included in the shared meals. Some of the local women began to speak to her, their initial wariness giving way to cautious friendship. Ruth learned their names, heard stories of their children, shared in the communal rhythm of the harvest. When the barley harvest gave way to wheat, she remained in Boaz's fields, her presence now familiar, her diligence respected. Each evening she returned to Naomi with her gleanings. Each morning she rose before dawn to begin again. As the wheat harvest neared its end, Naomi called Ruth to sit beside her one evening. The older woman's face was thoughtful, her voice quiet but determined. "My daughter," she began, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our relative, with whose young women you have been working? See, he's winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi outlined a plan, bold, unconventional, but rooted in custom and law. She was to bathe, anoint herself with fragrant oil, put on her best garment, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be sleeping to guard the harvest. After he had eaten and drunk and lain down, she was to uncover his feet and lie down there, a symbolic gesture, a quiet request for protection. "All that you say I will do," Ruth promised, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. She trusted Naomi's wisdom, trusted that this was not a plan born of desperation but of genuine care and cultural understanding. That night, the stars seemed to hang lower in the sky as Ruth made her way to the threshing floor. The celebration of harvest's end was winding down. Men who had worked hard now rested deeply, their forms dark shapes against the pale circle of the threshing floor. She moved quietly, carefully, finding Boaz where he slept at the edge of a heap of grain. With trembling hands she uncovered his feet and lay down, her heart pounding so loudly she feared it might wake him before the right moment. The night air was cool, the ground hard beneath her, but Ruth remained still, waiting. Near midnight, Boaz stirred, startled to find someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep but not angry. "I am Ruth, your servant," she answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Spread the corner of your garment over me, for you are a guardian redeemer." There was a long silence during which Ruth could hear only her own heartbeat and the distant call of a night bird. Then Boaz spoke, his voice warm with emotion she hadn't expected. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said gently. "This kindness is greater than what you showed earlier. You have not run after younger men, whether rich or poor, and now don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask. All the people of my town know that you are a woman of noble character." His words washed over her like a blessing, affirming not just her request but her person, her character, her choices, her worth. "It is true that I am a guardian redeemer," he continued, his voice thoughtful, "but there is a guardian redeemer more closely related than I. Stay here for the night, and in the morning, if he wants to redeem you, good. Let him redeem you. But if he is not willing, as surely as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Now, lie here until morning." Ruth lay at his feet until dawn began to paint the eastern sky with the first pale colours of day. Before it was light enough for people to recognize each other, Boaz gently woke her. "Let it not be known that a woman came to the threshing floor," he said, practical and protective. Then he measured out 6 measures of barley, a generous gift, a promise of more to come, and placed it in her shawl. "Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he explained. When Ruth returned and recounted the night's events, Naomi's eyes shone with a mixture of tenderness and satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she counselled, "until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." And as the morning light filled their small home, Ruth felt a strange peace settle over her. Not the peace of certainty, for much remained unresolved, but the peace that comes from having taken a step in faith, from having placed one's future in hands both human and divine. Outside, the streets of Bethlehem were coming to life. Somewhere in the town, Boaz was already moving toward the city gate, where matters of law and redemption were settled. Whatever the day would bring, Ruth knew that she had been seen, heard and valued, not despite her foreignness, her widowhood, her poverty, but somehow mysteriously, because of the person these circumstances had revealed her to be. And in that knowledge, she found a quiet strength to wait, to hope, to trust in the unfolding of a story that suddenly seemed larger than her own life. A story written in fields of barley and wheat, in promises spoken in the darkness, in the steadfast love of a God who sees the sparrow fall and counts the hairs on every head. The morning light spilled across Bethlehem like honey warm and golden. Boaz had risen early, his mind filled with purpose, his heart with a mixture of hope and determination. He made his way to the town gate, the place where elders gathered, where business was conducted, where justice was administered in full view of the community. He had barely settled himself when the guardian redeemer he had mentioned to Ruth approached. "Come over here, my friend," Boaz called, motioning to a seat beside him. "Sit down here." The man complied, curious about this formal invitation. Boaz then gathered 10 elders of the town, asking them to sit as witnesses. What was about to transpire was no small matter. It concerned inheritance, redemption, the continuation of a family line that had nearly been extinguished. Naomi, who has returned from Moab," Boaz began carefully, "is selling the piece of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. I thought I should bring the matter to your attention and suggest that you buy it in the presence of these seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people." The relative's eyes brightened with interest. Land was wealth, security, legacy. "I will redeem it," he said promptly. But Boaz was not finished. His next words were measured, precise, laying out the full implications of redemption. "On the day you buy the land from Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property." The relative's expression shifted. To redeem the land was one thing, a sound investment, but to marry Ruth meant dividing his own inheritance, complicating his family line. His enthusiasm visibly cooled. "Then I cannot redeem it," he said. "Because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." To formalize the transaction, the man removed his sandal, an ancient custom signifying the transfer of redemption rights. "Buy it yourself," he said, handing the sandal to Boaz. Boaz turned to the elders and all the people gathered at the gate. "Today you are witnesses," he declared, his voice carrying across the morning stillness, "that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The elders and all at the gate responded with one voice, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the family of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Dia." Their blessing echoed against the stone walls of Bethlehem, a public proclamation of hope and expectation. In that moment, among witnesses and with proper legal procedure, Ruth's journey from widow to wife, from foreigner to family, from gleaner to landowner was complete. When Boaz returned to tell Ruth what had transpired, he found her helping Naomi prepare the midday meal, her movements graceful despite the humble task. At the sight of him in the doorway, both women paused, their eyes questioning. "It is done," he said simply. "All that I promised has been accomplished." Ruth's marriage to Boaz was celebrated with the quiet joy of those who have known sorrow and found unexpected sweetness on the other side. Naomi, who had returned to Bethlehem empty, now found herself part of a home filled with new beginnings. The seasons turned, bringing change to the land and to the small family. When Ruth's time came to deliver her first child, the women of Bethlehem gathered around her. The same women who had once whispered about the foreign daughter-in-law, now offering support and wisdom as she laboured. The child was a son, strong and healthy. They placed him in Naomi's arms, this woman who had lost both husband and sons, who had called herself bitter and empty. Now, as she cradled her grandson, the women of Bethlehem blessed her. "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." They named the child Obed, which means serving or worshipping, a name that spoke of gratitude, of recognition that this child was not just the continuation of a family line, but a gift from a God who sees the end from the beginning. What none of them could know, as they celebrated the birth with bread and wine and laughter, was that this child, Obed, would one day be the grandfather of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. And from David's line, centuries later, would come the Messiah, the ultimate redeemer, whose story of love and sacrifice would echo Ruth's loyalty and Boaz's redemption on a cosmic scale. As Boaz watched Ruth with their son, He marvelled at the intricate weaving of their lives, how sorrow had led to joy, how loss had opened the door to finding, how endings had become beginnings. He thought of the day he had first noticed Ruth in his fields, her quiet dignity as she gleaned among the sheaves. How could he have known then what this foreign woman would come to mean not only to him, but to the future of his people? In the soft twilight of their home, with Naomi singing gentle lullabies to Obed and Ruth's hand warm in his own, Boaz understood that some harvests are gathered not in fields of grain, but in the human heart, in acts of kindness, in choices of loyalty, in the courage to begin again when all seems lost. Outside their window, the hills of Bethlehem were turning purple with evening shadows. Somewhere in those hills, shepherds watched their flocks, stars began their nightly vigil, and the world continued its ancient rhythms of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of loss and redemption. But within this one small home, within these few beating hearts, a miracle had occurred. The quiet, everyday miracle of restoration, of empty hands being filled again, of bitter lives turning sweet, of a future reclaimed from the ashes of the past. And as night fell over Bethlehem, as oil lamps were lit and evening prayers whispered, as the infant Obed drifted into sleep secure in the knowledge of being utterly loved, the story of Ruth and Boaz, of faithful love and kindness reciprocated, became another golden thread in the tapestry of faith that would one day welcome the world's Redeemer. The stars appeared one by one in the deepening blue of the evening sky, like silver seeds scattered across a celestial field. In homes throughout Bethlehem, oil lamps cast their gentle glow against limestone walls, and families gathered for evening meals, for prayers, for the sharing of the day's small victories and concerns. In one such home, the home of Boaz, Ruth, and Naomi, the day was drawing to its peaceful close. Little Obed, now a toddler with his father's strong build and his mother's gentle eyes, had been tucked into bed after a story from his grandmother Naomi. His breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of childhood sleep, innocent and complete. Ruth sat in the courtyard, her fingers working methodically at a loom, creating fabric for their household. The rhythmic movement of the shuttle was soothing, meditative, a dance between yarn and skill that produced something both beautiful and necessary. Boaz watched her from the doorway, struck again by the quiet grace that had first drawn him to her in the fields. "Your hands create such beauty," he said softly, joining her in the cool evening air. Ruth smiled, her eyes never leaving her work. "My mother taught me to weave when I was a child," she replied. "She said that the making of cloth is like the making of a life, thread by thread, day by day, until a pattern emerges that was invisible at the beginning." Naomi appeared in the doorway, carrying a small cup of wine. "The child sleeps," she announced, her voice warm with contentment. "He asked again for the story of how his mother came from a distant land." "And did you tell him?" Boaz asked, making room for Naomi on the bench beside him. "I did," Naomi nodded, taking a small sip of wine. "I told him how Ruth chose love over safety, how she gleaned in the fields, how you noticed her and showed kindness." "He likes that part," Ruth added with a smile, "the part where his father was the hero." Boaz shook his head gently. "If there is a hero in our story, beloved, it is not I. It is you who left everything familiar to follow Naomi. It is Naomi who endured loss upon loss, yet found the strength to return home. It is the Lord who guided each step, though we could not see the path ahead." The three sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. The night air was cool but not cold, fragrant with the scent of ripened fruit from the small orchard that bordered their property. In the distance, a shepherd's flute played a melancholy tune, its notes drifting over the sleeping town like a blessing. "Do you ever think," Naomi said eventually, her voice thoughtful, "of how differently things might have unfolded if the famine had never come, if my sons had lived, if Ruth had returned to her mother's house as Orpah did?" Boaz reached for Ruth's hand, his calloused palm enveloping her smaller one. "I think of it often," he admitted. "How 1,000 different choices, 1,000 different circumstances might have led us all elsewhere. Yet here we are, brought together by both sorrow and joy." Ruth set aside her weaving, her eyes reflecting the first bright stars. "In Moab," she said softly, "we had a saying, 'The path to the garden often leads through the desert.' I did not understand it fully until I lived it." "And now?" Naomi asked. "Now I understand that sometimes the desert is necessary," Ruth answered. "Sometimes the empty road, the lonely field, the long night of waiting, these are not detours from God's plan, but the very path itself." Boaz nodded, his face solemn in the gathering darkness. "When I was a younger man," he said, "I often questioned why the Lord had not blessed me with a wife, with children. I watched my friends build families while I built barns and storehouses. I wondered if I had somehow missed the fullness of life." He looked at Ruth, his eyes soft with wonder even after these years together. "Now I see that I was waiting for you, though I did not know it. That each harvest I oversaw, each field I planted, was preparation for the day when a Moabite widow would come to glean among my sheaves." Naomi's laugh was gentle, without bitterness. "And I, who accused the Lord of emptying my hands, look what he has filled them with." She gestured toward the house where Obed slept, toward the small but thriving household that had grown around her. Sometimes emptiness is just the space God is creating for something new. As they sat together in the deepening twilight, a sense of reverent gratitude settled over them. Not the loud exuberance of those who have never known loss, but the deeper, quieter joy of those who have walked through shadows and found light waiting on the other side. The tale of their lives, this unexpected family, formed from fragments of broken dreams, would be told and retold through generations, not because it was extraordinary in its outward circumstances, but because it revealed an extraordinary truth, that in the hands of a loving God nothing is wasted. Not grief, not loyalty, not kindness, not love freely given with no expectation of return. In the quiet darkness of Bethlehem, as the household of Boaz and Ruth prepared for sleep, they could not know how their story would echo through time, how the great-grandson of their son would be anointed king of Israel, how from their lineage would come the promised Messiah. They knew only this, that the God who had led them through famine and loss, through foreign fields and threshing floors, through legal proceedings and new beginnings.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith, and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people, after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively, Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat. But he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior, him, the man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret, constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds, of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, he was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive, but more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. "If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you." The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it, "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment, and somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were sceptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request, for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees, everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he had received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find, swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognized that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific. Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. "With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home." The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years. A victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he had witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." The irony was profound. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up," he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and, at Gideon's signal, create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.' The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. The enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the three companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp as 300 jars smashed simultaneously. 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpet heights sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marvelled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah. This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured 2 of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zaba and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, the story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time. Hello, dear friend, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, how has your day been? Whether you're listening to this in the quiet hours of evening, perhaps as the sun sets wherever you are in the world, or if it's late at night and you're ready to rest, I hope you'll find peace in the story we're about to share together. Are you listening from a cosy bedroom in America, perhaps from a small town in England, or maybe from somewhere across the vast expanses of Australia or Canada? Wherever you are, whatever time zone cradles you tonight, you're welcome here. If this is your first time with Sacred Slumber, I invite you to subscribe so these stories can accompany you through many peaceful nights ahead. Now, let's settle in together and journey back to an ancient time, to a small town called Zarephath, where a miracle unfolded that would echo through the ages. The sun blazed mercilessly over the land of Israel, its rays beating down upon cracked earth and withered fields. For 3 long years, not a single drop of rain had fallen from the brass-coloured sky. The rivers had dwindled to dusty beds, lined with sun-bleached stones, and the wells that once bubbled with fresh water now echoed hollow when a stone was dropped into their depths. This terrible drought was no accident of nature. It was the judgment of the Almighty God upon a nation that had turned away from him. King Ahab, weak and easily swayed, had married the pagan princess Jezebel, and together they had led Israel into the worship of false gods, Baal, the supposed god of rain and fertility, and Asherah, the goddess of the sea. Golden calves and wooden idols dotted the landscape, where altars to the true God once stood. Into this spiritual darkness had stepped a man unlike any other, Elijah the Tishbite, a prophet wrapped in rough camel's hair, his eyes blazing with the fire of divine purpose. He had confronted King Ahab with words that still rang in the air. "As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, except at my word." For months after delivering this pronouncement, Elijah had hidden by the brook Cherith, east of the Jordan River. There in that secret place, ravens, those dark messengers of the wilderness, brought him bread and meat each morning and evening, while he drank from the brook's clear waters. It was a time of solitude and communion with God, but even this sanctuary could not last forever. Day by day, Elijah watched the brook grow shallower. The musical babbling that had once lulled him to sleep grew quieter until it was barely a whisper. Soon only scattered puddles remained, then mere dampness in the sand, and finally nothing but a dry bed where life-giving water had once flowed. It was then, when human resources failed and earthly security vanished, that the word of the Lord came to Elijah again. "Arise, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and dwell there. See, I have commanded a widow there to provide for you." Zarephath. The name meant a place of refining, and how fitting it would prove to be. This small Phoenician town, nestled along the Mediterranean coast north of Israel, was under Gentile rule, beyond the borders of the chosen people, in a land where Baal and Asherah were worshipped openly. Yet it was here, in this unlikely place, that God would work one of his most tender miracles. So Elijah gathered his simple possessions, his mantle, his staff, and the unwavering faith that had sustained him through these years of drought and hiding. The sun was high as he began his journey northward, his feet raising small clouds of dust from the parched earth. Behind him lay the dried brook and the memories of miraculous provision. Ahead lay uncertainty, but also the promise of God's continued care. As he walked, Elijah might have pondered the strangeness of God's ways. Here was a Hebrew prophet, a man who had proclaimed judgment upon Israel for their worship of foreign gods, now being sent to a foreign land where those very gods were revered. Yet if the years had taught him anything, it was that the Lord's thoughts were higher than his thoughts, and the Lord's ways past finding out. The journey from the Jordan Valley to the coastal region of Zarephath would take several days. Elijah travelled through landscapes scarred by drought, abandoned villages where the wells had run dry, fields where the stubble of failed crops crunched beneath his sandals, and hillsides where olive trees stretched their gnarled branches skyward in silent supplication for rain that would not come. At night, he slept under stars that seemed to burn with unusual intensity in the clear, dry air. The moon, when it appeared, cast sharp shadows on the lifeless landscape, and sometimes he could hear, in the distance, the mournful cry of jackals searching for water in the empty wadis. But even as the physical landscape spoke of judgment and desolation, Elijah's heart remained anchored in hope. The same God who had sent ravens to feed him, who had made water spring from rock for Moses, who had provided manna in the wilderness for the children of Israel, had promised that a widow in Zarephath would care for him. It seemed impossible, even absurd. What widow in this time of famine would have enough to share? Yet Elijah had learned that impossibility was often the very stage upon which God chose to display his glory. On the third day of his journey, the scent of the sea began to reach his nostrils, carried on breezes that offered little relief from the heat, but spoke of his approaching destination. The landscape gradually changed from the brown hills of inland Palestine to the terraced slopes that descended toward the Mediterranean coast. In the distance, he could see the blue expanse of the Great Sea, its surface shimmering like hammered metal under the relentless sun. As he crested the final hill before Zarephath, Elijah paused to survey the town spread below him. It was modest in size, its flat-roofed houses clustered around a small marketplace, with narrow streets winding between them like tributaries of a dry river. The town's walls, though not as grand as those of the great cities, spoke of a community that had weathered many storms. Fishing boats lay pulled up on the beach, their nets spread out to dry, though in these days of little rain, even the sea seemed less generous with its bounty. Smoke rose from only a few chimneys, a sign that even here, far from Israel, the effects of the drought were being felt. Fuel was precious, when every piece of wood might be needed for cooking what little food remained, and families were learning to make do with cold meals and carefully rationed provisions. As Elijah descended the hill toward the town gate, his stomach reminded him that it had been hours since his last meal. The ravens no longer came with their mysterious daily provision, and the bread in his travelling pouch was long since consumed. For the first time in months, the prophet experienced the gnawing uncertainty that had become the constant companion of countless families throughout the region. But even as hunger and weariness pressed upon him, Elijah's step remained steady. Somewhere in this foreign town was a widow whom God had prepared to be his instrument of provision. The prophet did not know her name, her face, or her circumstances. He knew only that the Lord had spoken, and that was enough. The sun was now approaching its zenith as Elijah neared the gates of Zarephath, his shadow a small dark pool at his feet. Soon, very soon, he would meet the woman through whom God intended to demonstrate that his care extends beyond all human boundaries, his provision beyond all human understanding, and his power beyond even the finality of death itself. The stage was set for a miracle that would begin with a simple request for water and a piece of bread, but would culminate in wonders that neither the prophet nor the widow could have imagined. In this place of refining, in this encounter between a Hebrew man of God and a Gentile woman of faith, the character of the Almighty would be revealed in ways both tender and magnificent. The gates of Zarephath stood open in the midday heat, their wooden beams weathered and worn by countless seasons of sun and storm. As Elijah approached, he could see that the usual bustle of a town entrance was notably absent. No merchants haggled over goods, no children played in the dust, no elders sat in the shade discussing the affairs of the day. The drought and its accompanying famine had drained the life from this place, leaving behind only the essential movements of survival. Elijah's throat was parched from his long journey, and his lips were cracked from the dry air. Each step sent small puffs of dust up from the hard-packed earth, and the prophet found himself scanning the area, hopefully for any sign of a well or fountain. His eyes, accustomed to the blazing light of the Palestinian sun, squinted as he tried to make out the details of his surroundings. It was then that he noticed her, just outside the town gates near a grove of scraggly olive trees that had somehow managed to survive the prolonged drought. A woman was bent over, methodically gathering fallen sticks and dead branches. Her movements were slow and deliberate, speaking not of laziness but of the careful conservation of energy that comes from prolonged hunger. Her clothing, once perhaps a deep blue or brown, had faded to the nondescript colour of dust and wear, patched in several places with fabric that didn't quite match. As Elijah drew closer, he could see that she was neither young nor old, but somewhere in that middle season of life, where a woman's beauty becomes less about the freshness of youth and more about the character etched in her features by joy and sorrow, hope and disappointment. Her dark hair, streaked with premature grey that spoke of hardship born before its time, was partially covered by a worn headscarf that had slipped back as she worked. There was something in her posture, a weariness that seemed to go beyond physical exhaustion, that made Elijah's heart stir with compassion. This was a woman who had carried burdens, who had made hard choices, who had watched her resources dwindle day by day until she was reduced to gathering sticks in the heat of the day. The prophet paused for a moment, studying her face as she worked. In her features, he could read the story of the drought's impact on ordinary people, Her cheeks were hollow, her eyes shadowed with the particular kind of worry that comes from watching a child grow thin. Yet there was also a quiet dignity about her, a refusal to surrender to despair, even in the face of seemingly impossible circumstances. "Excuse me," Elijah called softly, his voice rough from thirst and travel. The woman looked up, startled. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in the appearance of this stranger. His rough clothing, his weathered features, the staff in his hand that marked him as a traveller from far away. In her gaze, Elijah could see the wariness that had become second nature to people in these hard times. Strangers might bring news, trade, or help, but they might also bring additional mouths to feed when food was already desperately scarce. "Please," Elijah continued, his manner gentle and respectful, "could you bring me a little water in a cup, that I may drink?" The request hung in the air between them. Water, in this time of drought, was precious beyond measure. Every drop had to be carried from wells that were increasingly distant and depleted. Yet something in the prophet's manner, perhaps the genuine need in his voice, or the courtesy with which he had made his request, caused the woman to hesitate rather than refuse outright. She studied his face for a long moment, as if trying to read his character in his features. What she saw there must have reassured her, for she slowly straightened, her bundle of sticks still clutched in her arms. "I will bring you water," she said simply, her voice carrying the accent of this coastal region, but also a warmth that suggested a heart not yet hardened by suffering. As she turned toward the town, Elijah felt a stirring of gratitude. Here, in this foreign place, this Gentile woman was willing to share her precious water with a Hebrew stranger. It was a small act of kindness, but in a world grown harsh with want, small kindnesses took on the weight of great acts of mercy. But the Lord had sent him here for more than water, and Elijah knew that his true test and hers was yet to come. "Wait," he called gently, as she began to walk away, "and please bring me a morsel of bread in your hand." The woman stopped as if struck. She turned back to him, and now her face bore an expression of such profound sadness that Elijah felt his heart constrict. The weariness he had noticed before was nothing compared to the look of desperate finality that now clouded her features. "As the Lord your God lives," she replied, and there was no anger in her voice, only a crushing weariness and the terrible honesty of someone who has nothing left to lose. "I do not have bread, only a handful of flour in a bin and a little oil in a jar. See, I am gathering a couple of sticks that I may go in and prepare it for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die." The words fell between them like stones dropping into a deep well. This was not the casual refusal of someone unwilling to share, nor the calculated response of someone hoarding resources. This was the stark reality of a mother who had come to the end of all earthly hope, who had measured her remaining provisions with the careful precision of someone planning a final meal. Elijah felt the weight of her despair, but he also felt the stirring of something else, the peculiar lifting of spirit that came when he sensed the Lord was about to move in power. How often had he seen this pattern? The moment when human resources failed completely was precisely the moment when divine intervention began. "Do not fear," he said, and his voice carried a new authority, a confidence that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his own understanding. The words were not merely a comfort, but a command, spoken with the certainty of someone who had learned to recognize the voice of the Almighty. The woman's eyes widened at the change in his tone. Something had shifted in this stranger's demeanour, as if he had suddenly remembered who he was and whom he served. "Go and do as you have said," Elijah continued, "but make me a small cake from it first and bring it to me, and afterward make some for yourself and your son." The request seemed almost cruel in its audacity. Here was a woman who had just confessed that she and her child were preparing to eat their last meal before death, and this stranger was asking her to give him the first portion. By any human standard of fairness or compassion, the request was outrageous, but Elijah was not speaking from human wisdom now. He was speaking as one who had learned to see beyond the visible, to understand that sometimes the pathway to blessing required actions that seemed to defy common sense. For thus says the Lord God of Israel, he proclaimed, and now his voice carried the full weight of prophetic authority. The bin of flour shall not be used up, nor shall the jar of oil run dry, until the day the Lord sends rain on the earth. The promise hung in the air between them, like a bridge spanning an impossible chasm. On one side stood the widow's desperate reality, empty bins, empty jars, and the approaching spectre of death. On the other side stood the word of a God she barely knew, spoken through a stranger whose only credentials were the conviction in his voice and the authority with which he spoke. The woman stared at him, her mind undoubtedly racing. Everything in her experience told her that flour and oil, once consumed, were gone forever. Everything she had learned about the world spoke against the possibility of vessels that never emptied, of resources that renewed themselves. She had no reason to trust this foreigner, no evidence that his God was any more real or powerful than the gods her neighbours worshipped. Yet something in his eyes, something in the absolute certainty with which he had spoken, gave her pause. She had lived long enough to recognise truth when she heard it, even when that truth seemed to contradict everything she thought she knew about the world. The choice before her was stark and simple, yet it carried implications that reached far beyond the immediate moment. She could refuse, clinging to what little she had, and eat her final meal with her son in the privacy of her own home. Or she could trust stepping out in faith toward a promise that seemed too wonderful to believe, risking the immediate needs of her child on the word of a stranger's God. As she stood there in the dusty street of Zarephath, with her bundle of sticks still clutched in her arms, and the prophet's words echoing in her mind, the widow found herself at one of those crossroads that define a life. Her next decision would determine not only whether she and her son lived or died, but whether they would become part of a story that would be told for generations to come. A story of faith rewarded, of divine provision, and of the God who sees beyond the boundaries that divide nations and peoples. The sun beat down upon them both as she weighed her choice, but in that moment of decision, neither the heat nor the hunger nor the desperate circumstances seemed to matter. All that mattered was whether she would choose to believe that the impossible might, just possibly, be true. The widow stood motionless for what seemed like an eternity, though in reality it was perhaps only the span of a few heartbeats. In that suspended moment, the entire universe seemed to be waiting for her decision. The very air around them felt charged with possibility, as if creation itself was holding its breath to see whether faith would triumph over fear, whether hope would overcome the stark mathematics of survival. Elijah watched her face carefully, seeing the battle that raged within her soul. He had delivered the word of the Lord as he had been commanded, but now the choice was hers alone to make. The prophet knew from long experience that God's miracles often hinged not on human understanding, but on human obedience, not on the ability to see how a promise might be fulfilled, but on the willingness to act as if it already had been. The woman's eyes moved from Elijah's face to the bundle of sticks in her arms, then toward the town gates where her small home awaited, where her son was undoubtedly waiting for her return, probably listening for the sound of her footsteps that would signal the beginning of their final meal together. She thought of his thin face, his two bright eyes that spoke of a child who had learned too young what it meant to be hungry, and her heart clenched with the fierce protectiveness of motherhood. Yet something else stirred within her as well, A memory, perhaps, of stories she had heard as a child about the God of the Hebrews, the one who was said to part seas and rain bread from heaven. Or perhaps it was simpler than that. Nothing more than the recognition that she'd already lost everything that could be lost. And in that place of complete surrender, there was a strange kind of freedom. "I will do as you have said," she whispered finally, her voice so quiet that Elijah had to lean forward to hear her words. The decision, once made, seemed to infuse her with new energy. She straightened her shoulders, adjusted her grip on the bundle of sticks, and began walking toward the town gates with a purpose that had been absent from her movements before. Elijah followed at a respectful distance, marvelling at the courage it must have taken for her to choose trust over terror, faith over the apparent facts of her situation. The narrow streets of Zarephath were largely empty in the heat of midday, but the few people they encountered looked at the odd pair with curiosity. The widow, known to her neighbours as a woman facing starvation, was walking with determined steps beside a foreign stranger whose very presence seemed to radiate an unusual intensity. Word would spread quickly through the small community that something unusual was happening at the house of the widow woman. Her home, when they reached it, was modest even by the standards of a fishing town. The flat-roofed dwelling was built of the local stone, its walls weathered by countless seasons of Mediterranean storms. A small courtyard in front contained an outdoor oven that had seen little use in recent weeks, its stones cold and covered with a fine layer of dust. A few clay pots stood in the shade, and a wooden door, worn smooth by years of use, led into the main room of the house. As they approached, the door opened and a boy appeared, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, with his mother's dark eyes and hair. His frame was thin in the way that spoke of prolonged hunger, but his face lit up with genuine joy at seeing his mother return. That joy dimmed slightly as he noticed a stranger accompanying her, replaced by the cautious curiosity of a child who had learned to be wary of unexpected changes in routine. "Mother?" he said, his voice carrying a question that encompassed much more than the single word could express. The widow reached out and touched her son's face gently, a gesture that spoke of infinite tenderness and perhaps also of farewell. "This is Elijah, a prophet of the Lord God of Israel," she said simply. "We're going to prepare food and he will eat with us." The boy's eyes widened. In their current circumstances, sharing food with anyone, even a guest, represented an act of generosity that bordered on the impossible. Yet he had learned to trust his mother's judgment, and if she said this man would eat with them, then somehow it would be so. Inside, the house was cool and dim, a welcome relief from the blazing heat outside. The main room served as both living area and kitchen, with sleeping quarters in a small adjoining chamber. Clay storage jars lined one wall, most of them standing empty like silent witnesses to the family's dwindling resources. Only 2 containers held anything of value. A small bin that contained the handful of flour the widow had mentioned, and an equally small jar that held the last precious drops of oil. The widow set down her bundle of sticks and began the familiar ritual of preparing a fire. She arranged the wood carefully in the outdoor oven, knowing that every stick must count, every flame must serve its purpose. As she worked, Elijah and the boy watched in respectful silence, each lost in his own thoughts about what was about to unfold. When the fire was burning steadily, the widow went to retrieve her flour and oil. She opened the bin and looked inside, seeing the meagre handful of grain that represented all that stood between her family and starvation. For a moment her resolve wavered. The practical voice of experience whispered that she was being foolish, that she was about to sacrifice her child's last meal on the word of a stranger. But then she remembered the authority in Elijah's voice when he had spoken his promise, the absolute certainty that had rung in his words like a bell struck in a clear mountain air. She had heard many people speak in her lifetime, merchants making promises they wouldn't keep, neighbours offering help they couldn't deliver, officials making proclamations that meant nothing. This had been different. This had carried the weight of truth spoken by someone who knew the one who held the universe in his hands. With steady hands, she measured out the flour, not all of it, but enough to make a small loaf, as Elijah had requested. She added the precious oil, drop by careful drop, then water from their dwindling supply. As she kneaded the dough, she found herself praying to the God of Israel, a God she knew only by reputation, but whom she was now trusting with everything she held dear. The bread baked quickly in the hot oven, filling the small courtyard with an aroma that made all their mouths water and their stomachs clench with longing. When it was finished, golden brown and still steaming, the widow placed it on a wooden plate and carried it to where Elijah sat waiting. "Here," she said simply, offering him the bread that might well be the last her household would ever eat. Elijah received the loaf with the gravity it deserved, understanding that he held in his hands not just food, but an act of faith that would echo through eternity. He broke it carefully, offering portions to both the widow and her son before taking any for himself. The bread was simple fare, coarse flour baked with skill born of necessity, but it tasted like the finest feast to 3 people who had known real hunger. As they ate, a comfortable silence settled over the small courtyard. The bread satisfied their immediate hunger, but more than that, it seemed to nourish something deeper. Hope, perhaps, or the peculiar peace that comes from taking a step of faith and finding solid ground beneath one's feet. When the meal was finished, the inevitable moment arrived. The widow rose to check her storage containers, knowing that according to every law of nature and economy, they should now be empty. The flour bin should contain nothing but dust and remnants, the oil jar nothing but the stained clay at its bottom. She opened the flour bin first, and her breath caught in her throat. Where she had expected to find emptiness, there was flour, not the handful that had remained before, but the same amount that had been there that morning. Her hands trembled as she reached into the jar, running the grain through her fingers to assure herself that she was not dreaming. Next came the oil jar. She lifted it carefully, feeling its weight, hearing the liquid slosh against the sides. It was full as it had been when she had first measured out the precious oil for their bread. "Mother," her son whispered, seeing the wonder and disbelief that played across her features. "The word of the Lord is true," she breathed, her voice filled with awe. "The flour and oil have not diminished. They are just as they were before." From that day forward, the miracle continued. Each morning, the widow would wake expecting to find her containers empty, only to discover them filled with the same amounts they had held the day before. She would measure out flour for the day's bread, pour oil for cooking, and use what was needed to sustain her household and their guest. But each time she checked, morning, noon, and evening, the levels remained constant, as if invisible hands were replenishing what had been taken. Word of the miracle spread slowly through Zarephath. Neighbours who had expected to attend a funeral instead saw smoke rising daily from the widow's oven. They saw the boy playing in the courtyard with more energy than he had shown in months. They saw the foreign prophet living in their midst, his presence somehow bringing blessing rather than burden to the household that sheltered him. Some whispered that it was sorcery, others that the gods were showing favour to the widow for her kindness to strangers. But the widow herself knew better. She had witnessed firsthand the power of the God of Israel, the one who could multiply resources that seemed exhausted, who could bring abundance from scarcity, who could sustain life when death seemed certain. As weeks turned into months, the relationship between the widow, her son, and Elijah deepened into something like family. The prophet helped with daily tasks, told stories of his journeys and the wonders he had witnessed, and taught them both about the nature and character of the God he served. The boy, who had never known a father's presence, began to look up to Elijah with the mixture of respect and affection that a son shows to a beloved elder. For his part, Elijah found in this simple household something he had rarely experienced in his years of prophetic ministry, the warmth of ordinary human fellowship. Here, far from the palaces and temples where he usually delivered his messages, he discovered the profound joy of seeing God's love expressed through daily provision, through the laughter of a child who was no longer hungry, through the grateful smile of a woman who had learned to trust in the impossible. The jar and jug that never emptied became more than just a miracle of physical provision. They became symbols of a deeper truth, that the God of Israel was not limited by human boundaries, that his love extended beyond the chosen people to encompass all who would trust in him, that his power was sufficient to meet every need of those who placed their faith in his promises. In the small house in Zarephath, as the drought continued to devastate the surrounding lands, a different kind of abundance flourished. It was an abundance measured not just in flour and oil, but in faith rewarded, hope restored, and the quiet joy of lives sustained by the inexhaustible love of the Almighty. The seasons had begun to change, in the way they do even during the harshest droughts, with subtle shifts in the angle of sunlight, and the patterns of wind that speak to those who know how to listen. Elijah had now been living in the widow's household for many months, and what had begun as a desperate act of faith had settled into a rhythm of daily miracle. Each morning brought the same wonder, jars that should have been empty filled with provision, hope renewed with the rising of the sun. The boy had grown stronger during this time, his cheeks regaining some of their childhood roundness, his eyes bright with the vitality that comes from adequate nourishment. He had become Elijah's shadow, an eager student, hanging on every word the prophet spoke about the wonders of God, helping with small tasks around the house, and bringing a lightness to their days that reminded all of them what joy looked like. His laughter had become one of the most precious sounds in that small courtyard, pure and musical, the kind of laughter that makes adults remember what it felt like to see the world as a place of infinite possibility. When he played with the wooden toys he had carved under Elijah's guidance, when he helped his mother tend their small herb garden, when he sat listening to stories of lions' dens and burning bushes, the boy radiated the particular happiness of a child who knows he is loved and secure. The widow, too, had blossomed during these months of miraculous provision. The constant worry that had carved lines around her eyes had softened, replaced by a quiet confidence that spoke of faith tested and proven true. She had learned to trust not just in the daily renewal of flour and oil, but in the character of the God who provided them. Her relationship with Elijah had evolved from desperate gratitude to genuine friendship, seasoned with the deep respect she held for his calling and his God. In the evenings, when the heat of the day had passed, the three of them would often sit together in the courtyard, watching the stars emerge in the clear sky. Elijah would tell them stories of his people's history, of Abraham's faith, of Moses' courage, of David's psalms, and gradually the widow and her son came to understand that they were not merely recipients of divine charity, but participants in a story much larger than themselves. It was during one of these peaceful evening conversations that the boy first began to cough. At first it seemed like nothing, perhaps a bit of dust in the throat, or the dry air that had been their constant companion throughout the drought. The widow offered him water, and he drank gratefully, the coughing subsiding as quickly as it had begun. They thought nothing more of it, and continued their conversation about the time when Elijah had called down fire from heaven to consume a sacrifice on Mount Carmel. But the next morning the boy woke with a flush in his cheeks that spoke of fever rather than health. His mother noticed immediately, the way mothers always do, and pressed her palm to his forehead with the practised concern of one who had nursed many childhood illnesses. He was warm, not dangerously so, but enough to cause worry. "It's nothing serious," she assured Elijah when she saw the concern in the prophet's eyes. "Children often take fevers during the changing of seasons. I have herbs that will help, and with rest he'll be well in a few days." Elijah nodded, but something in his spirit was troubled. He had learned over his years of walking with God to pay attention to such stirrings, even when they seemed to contradict the evidence of his natural senses. Still, he kept his concerns to himself, and joined the widow in tending to the boy with all the skill and care they could muster. For 2 days the illness seemed manageable. The boy remained in bed, accepting the herbal teas his mother prepared, sleeping more than usual, but still able to sit up and take some nourishment. His fever rose and fell in the typical pattern of childhood ailments, and there were moments when he seemed almost his normal self, asking Elijah to tell him again about the ravens that had brought bread and meat to the brook Cherith. But on the 3rd morning, something changed. The boy's breathing became laboured, and his fever spiked higher than before. His eyes, when he managed to open them, seemed to look through rather than at the people who bent over him with growing concern. The flush in his cheeks deepened to an alarming red, and his small body trembled with chills that no amount of blankets could warm. The widow worked with desperate efficiency, trying every remedy she knew. She brewed stronger teas from the herbs that had always worked before, applied cool cloths to bring down the fever, and held her son close when the chills made him shake uncontrollably. But despite all her efforts, his condition continued to deteriorate. Elijah found himself in a terrible position. He was a prophet, accustomed to speaking with divine authority about the will of God, yet here he felt helpless in the face of a child suffering. He prayed earnestly, seeking guidance, seeking healing, seeking any word from the Lord about what was happening and why. But the heavens seemed silent, offering no immediate answer to his urgent petitions. By the 4th day, the boy could barely keep his eyes open. His breathing had become so shallow that both his mother and Elijah found themselves leaning close, just to assure themselves that he was still alive. The widow had not slept in 2 nights, maintaining a constant vigil beside her son's bed, and the strain was beginning to show in every line of her face. "Perhaps," she said to Elijah, during one of the boy's brief periods of peaceful sleep, "perhaps we should send for the physician from the next town. I know we have little to pay him with, but surely—" "The physicians have no more power over this illness than we do," Elijah replied gently. "This is not a sickness that earthly medicine can cure." The words hung between them, carrying implications that neither wanted to fully acknowledge. If earthly medicine could not help, if the herbs and treatments that had always worked before were proving useless, then they were facing something beyond the normal course of illness and recovery. They were facing the possibility that God might be calling this beloved child home. On the 5th morning, as the sun rose with its customary indifference to human suffering, the inevitable happened. The widow, who had dozed fitfully in her chair beside the bed, was awakened by a silence that was somehow more alarming than any sound could have been. She looked at her son and knew immediately that something fundamental had changed. His face, which had been flushed with fever, was now pale and still. His chest no longer rose and fell with the rhythm of breathing. The boy was gone. The widow's scream of anguish pierced the morning air, a sound so raw and primal that it seemed to tear through the very fabric of hope itself. She gathered her son's lifeless body into her arms, rocking back and forth as tears streamed down her face. "What have you done to me, O man of God?" she cried, turning to Elijah with eyes blazing with grief and accusation. Have you come to bring my sin to remembrance and to kill my son?" The words struck Elijah like physical blows. Here was a woman who had trusted him, who had shared her last meal based on his promise, who had opened her home to him for months. And now, in the presence of God's prophet, her only child lay dead. Without a word, Elijah gently took the boy from his mother's arms. "Give me your son," he said quietly, and despite her grief, something in his tone made her release her hold on the child. Elijah carried the boy to the upper room where he had been staying, laying him carefully on the bed. Then he fell upon his face before God, crying out with all the passion of his prophetic calling. "O Lord my God, have you also brought tragedy on the widow with whom I lodge, by killing her son?" 3 times Elijah stretched himself upon the child, calling out each time, "O Lord my God, I pray, let this child's soul come back to him." The silence that followed seemed to stretch into eternity. Then, like the first breath of dawn, after the longest night, the boy's chest rose. His eyes fluttered open, clear and bright, and he looked up at Elijah with wonder. "Teacher?" he whispered, his voice weak but unmistakably alive. Elijah gathered the boy in his arms, his own eyes wet with tears of joy and gratitude. "Come," he said, "let us go to your mother." When the widow saw her son walking down the stairs, alive and whole, she fell to her knees. "Now by this I know that you are a man of God," she declared through her tears, "and that the word of the Lord in your mouth is the truth." The miracle at Zarephath teaches us profound truths that echo through the ages. First, we learn about faith in scarcity, how the widow trusted God's promise, even when her cupboards were bare and death seemed certain. Her willingness to give from her need rather than her abundance shows us that God often asks us to step forward in faith before we can see how he will provide. Second, we see the power of obedience before understanding. The widow didn't need to comprehend how flour and oil could multiply. She simply needed to trust the word of the Lord and act upon it. Blessings flowed not because she understood the miracle, but because she believed in the one who promised it. Third, this story reveals God's care beyond all boundaries. Here was a Hebrew prophet ministered to by a Gentile widow, showing that God's love transcends nationality, culture, and religion. The miracle in Zarephath foreshadowed the day when God's salvation would be offered to all nations. Finally, through Elijah's intercession for the dead boy, we glimpse God's ultimate power over life and death itself. This miracle points forward to the resurrection, hope that would one day be fully revealed in Christ, reminding us that with God, even death is not the final word. As our story draws to a close, I invite you to consider the empty jars in your own life, those places where resources seem exhausted, where hope feels depleted, where you wonder if God sees your need. The widow of Zarephath discovered that the God of impossible things delights in filling what appears empty, in multiplying what seems insufficient, in bringing life where death has reigned. Perhaps tonight, as you prepare for rest, you can release your own impossibilities into his capable hands. Trust that the same God who filled flour jars and oil vessels in ancient Zarephath is still working miracles today, sometimes dramatic and visible, sometimes quiet and hidden, but always rooted in his unchanging love for his children. The sun has set over that ancient town by the sea, and a gentle breeze stirs the olive trees, where a widow once gathered sticks in desperation, and found instead a destiny of faith. In that small house, the jars remained full, the boy grew strong, and 3 hearts learned to trust in the God of endless provision. May you rest tonight knowing that your own story is being written by the same loving hand, and that tomorrow's provision is already prepared by the one who never fails to keep his promises. Sleep well, dear friend, and remember, with God the jar never truly empties and hope is always renewable. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land, like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognise the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats, the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior. Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead, he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the winepress, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the winepress, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam. 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel, with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake, some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle. But the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back, and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water, but still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men? Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lapped the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. "With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands," the Lord said. "Let all the others return home." The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders, None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty. The God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. 2 men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf, representing humble Israel, would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness, toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They had come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "we are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The 3 companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other 2 companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, it seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpet spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. Every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces, they captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, two of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the deserts. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the two kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralized and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorized his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specializes in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zebah and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland, representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable, and who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer who had needed multiple signs and confirmations had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory, or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abimelech, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey from fearful farmer to victorious leader speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned: that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face, whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems. The principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specializes in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. in our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for his people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies. Hello there, dear listeners. Before we begin tonight's tale, I hope your day has treated you kindly, wherever you may be in this vast world of ours. Perhaps it's evening where you are, or maybe the quiet hours of early morning have found you seeking rest. Whether you're listening from bustling cities or peaceful countryside, from mountain peaks or seaside shores, know that you're welcome here in this sacred space we've created together. If you find comfort in these stories, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each night to explore the timeless truths that have guided humanity through the ages. Tonight, we journey back through the mists of time to ancient Babylon, to a night when the very finger of the divine wrote upon palace walls, and an empire learned that no earthly power stands beyond the reach of heaven's justice. The year was 539, before the Common Era, and the great city of Babylon sprawled along the banks of the Euphrates River like a jewel cast upon the earth. Within its towering walls, the hanging gardens cascaded in verdant terraces. The Tower of Babel reached toward the heavens, and the palace of King Belshazzar gleamed with the accumulated wealth of conquered nations. On this particular evening, as the sun painted the western sky in shades of gold and crimson, the palace hummed with preparation for a feast unlike any other. Servants scurried through corridors lined with glazed brick murals depicting lions and dragons, carrying platters of delicacies from every corner of the known world. The finest wines from the hills of Judah, exotic spices from distant India, and fruits that glistened like precious stones filled the tables. King Belshazzar, grandson of the great Nebuchadnezzar, had spared no expense. The banquet hall stretched vast as a temple, its ceiling supported by columns carved from single blocks of marble, each one telling the story of Babylonian conquest and glory. Golden lamps suspended on silver chains cast dancing shadows across walls adorned with tapestries, depicting the gods of Babylon in all their imagined splendour. Yet beyond the palace walls, unseen by the revellers within, the armies of Cyrus the Persian stretched across the horizon like a dark sea. For months they had laid siege to the great city, but Babylon's walls had never been breached, her gates never forced. The Babylonians had grown complacent in their strength, confident that their city was impregnable, their empire eternal. As night fell and torches blazed to life throughout the city, 1,000 noble guests made their way through the palace gates. They came dressed in silk and purple, adorned with gold and precious stones, their laughter echoing through the corridors as they anticipated the evening's pleasures. The sound of lyres and flutes drifted through the warm air, mingling with the voices of singers whose melodies spoke of victory and endless prosperity. King Belshazzar himself appeared resplendent in robes of deepest blue, a golden crown upon his brow, rings flashing on his fingers as he gestured grandly to his guests. He was a man in the prime of life, his beard oiled and perfumed, his eyes bright with wine and confidence. This night, he had declared, would be remembered for generations as the greatest feast Babylon had ever witnessed. But even as the celebration reached its crescendo, even as the wine flowed like water and the music swelled to fill every corner of the vast hall, dark currents moved beneath the surface of the evening's joy. For this was not merely a feast, but an act of defiance against the very heavens themselves. As the evening wore on, and the wine loosened tongues and lowered inhibitions, King Belshazzar rose from his golden throne, swaying slightly as he surveyed the sea of faces before him. The hall fell gradually silent, 1,000 conversations dying away as all eyes turned toward their sovereign. In the flickering lamplight, his face bore an expression of cruel amusement, as if he harboured some secret that would shock and delight his guests. "My lords and ladies," he called out, his voice carrying easily across the vast space, "tonight we celebrate not merely the glory of Babylon, but the supremacy of our gods over all the earth. We have conquered nations, we have humbled kings, and we have taken the treasures of their temples as trophies of our victories." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Many of the nobles present had been part of those conquests, had seen the wealth of distant lands flow into Babylon's coffers. They raised their goblets in salute, the wine within glinting like liquid rubies in the torchlight. But Belshazzar was not finished. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he continued, "Yet there is one treasure, taken from one temple, that we have never properly honoured. Tonight that changes." He clapped his hands, and servants appeared as if from nowhere, carrying between them objects that made the assembled nobles gasp in recognition and wonder. These were vessels of pure gold and silver, wrought with such exquisite craftsmanship that they seemed to glow within a light. Cups and bowls, pitchers and goblets, each one a masterpiece of the metalworker's art. These were the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, taken by Nebuchadnezzar when he conquered that holy city decades before. They had been stored away in the temple of Marduk, treated with the respectful caution due to objects sacred to another people's god. But tonight, under the influence of wine and the intoxication of power, Belshazzar had decided to make them part of his feast. "Behold," the king proclaimed, lifting one of the golden goblets high above his head, "the vessels of the God of the Jews, who could not protect his own temple from our armies, whose people even now languish in exile throughout our empire. Tonight we drink from these cups and show all the world which gods truly hold dominion over the earth." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, though some of the older nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats. They remembered the strange stories told about the Hebrew god, the plagues that had befallen Egypt, the walls of Jericho falling at the blast of trumpets. But wine and peer pressure overcame their caution, and soon they too were caught up in the moment's enthusiasm. Servants moved through the hall, distributing the sacred vessels among the guests. Belshazzar himself took the largest of the golden goblets, a magnificent piece that had once held wine, blessed by the priests of the Most High God. He filled it to the brim with the finest vintage from his royal cellars, the red wine dark as blood in the sacred cup. "To Marduk, chief of our gods," he cried, raising the goblet high, "who gives us victory over all our enemies." The assembled throng raised their own sacred vessels, taken from the very altar of the Lord. "To Marduk," they chorused, their voices echoing off the marble walls. But Belshazzar was not content with honouring just one deity. As the evening progressed and the wine continued to flow, he led toast after toast, each one more blasphemous than the last. "To the gods of gold," he proclaimed, and the crowd drank deeply from vessels that had once held the showbread of the temple. "To the gods of silver," he continued, as goblets that had caught the blood of sacrifices now brimmed with Babylonian wine. "To the gods of bronze and iron," the king shouted, his voice growing hoarser with each proclamation. "To the gods of wood and stone, who have made Babylon the greatest empire the world has ever seen." With each toast the revelry grew wilder, the laughter louder, the dancing more frenzied. Noble ladies spun in their silk gowns, their jewellery catching the lamplight as they moved. Men struck up drinking songs, their voices blending in harmony that spoke of triumph and excess. The very air seemed thick with incense and wine fumes, creating an atmosphere of decadent celebration. But high above the palace, in the courts of heaven, other eyes watched this display of pride and blasphemy. The sacred vessels, fashioned for the worship of the one true God, profaned by lips that praised idols of metal and wood. The moment had come for divine justice to make itself known upon the earth. It was in the midst of the wildest revelry, as the feast reached its crescendo of blasphemous celebration, that the atmosphere in the great hall began to change. At first it was subtle, a gradual shift that few noticed amid the chaos of music and laughter. The temperature seemed to drop slightly, though the braziers still burned brightly, and the press of bodies should have kept the air warm. A strange stillness crept into the room, not the absence of sound, but something deeper, as if the very air had grown heavy with an unseen presence. King Belshazzar stood near his throne, swaying slightly from the effects of wine, his golden goblet raised in yet another toast to the gods of Babylon. His nobles surrounded him, their faces flushed with drink and excitement, sacred vessels clutched in their hands as they prepared to echo their sovereign's words. The musicians played with passionate intensity, their instruments weaving melodies that spoke of earthly glory and endless prosperity. And then, in the space of a single heartbeat, everything changed. The music faltered first, not as if the musicians had stopped playing, but as if the very air had grown too thick to carry their melodies. Conversations died mid-sentence, laughter cut off as abruptly as if severed by a blade. Even the flickering flames of the lamps seemed to burn lower, their light growing dim and uncertain. It was then that someone screamed. The cry came from a noble woman near the eastern wall, her voice sharp with terror as her trembling finger pointed upward. Every head in the vast hall turned to follow her gaze, and what they saw there drove the colour from their faces and the strength from their limbs. There, upon the wall directly opposite the king's throne, a human hand had appeared, not attached to any arm or body, but suspended in the air as if emerging from the very substance of eternity itself. The hand was illuminated by its own light, pale and ghostly, yet undeniably real, casting shadows that danced across the painted murals of Babylonian gods. The fingers were long and elegant, neither young nor old, but possessed of a timeless quality that spoke of power beyond human understanding. They moved with deliberate precision, as if guided by a will that brooked no resistance, no hesitation. And as the assembled throng watched in growing horror, those fingers began to write. The writing appeared as lines of fire upon the polished marble, each character burning itself into the stone with the permanence of divine judgment. The script was unlike any earthly language, neither Babylonian cuneiform nor Hebrew letters, but something older and more fundamental, as if the very essence of meaning was being carved directly into reality itself. King Belshazzar felt his knees begin to shake, his golden goblet slipping from nerveless fingers to shatter upon the floor. The sacred vessel that moments before had held wine, offered in mockery to false gods, now lay broken, its precious contents spreading like blood across the marble. His face, so recently flushed with wine and arrogance, had gone pale as death, his eyes wide with a terror he had never before experienced. The hand continued its work, unmoved by the chaos it had caused in the hall below. Characters appeared one after another, each one blazing within a fire before settling into a steady glow that seemed to penetrate the very souls of all who looked upon it. The writing was clear and bold, demanding attention, impossible to ignore or dismiss. Around the hall, the reaction was immediate and visceral. Some of the nobles had fallen to their knees, whether from terror or instinctive reverence, it was impossible to say. Others pressed against the walls, as if trying to escape through solid stone, their eyes never leaving the supernatural display before them. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered across the floor, abandoned by hands that now trembled too violently to hold them. The musicians had long since set down their instruments, their faces pale masks of fear. Servants cowered in doorways, torn between the desire to flee and their duty to remain. The dancing girls who moments before had spun and laughed now stood frozen like statues, their silk scarves trailing forgotten around their feet. But it was upon King Belshazzar that the greatest terror fell. As the ruler who had ordered the profanation of the sacred vessels, as the one who had led the blasphemous toasts, he felt the weight of divine displeasure focusing upon him like the heat of a burning glass. His crown, so recently a symbol of earthly power, now felt heavy as lead upon his brow. His royal robes, dyed in the finest purples and blues, seemed to hang upon him like grave clothes. The hand finished its work and faded from view as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the words burning upon the wall like coals of fire. But even in its absence, the presence that had guided it remained, filling the hall with an atmosphere of judgment that made every breath a struggle. Silence reigned in the great banquet hall of Babylon, broken only by the occasional sob or whispered prayer. The greatest feast in the empire's history had become a scene of terror and divine revelation, and upon the wall, where gods and heroes had been painted in their imagined glory, 4 words now blazed with the fire of heaven's judgment. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin. In the awful silence that followed the hand's disappearance, King Belshazzar stood transfixed, his gaze locked upon the burning words that seemed to sear themselves deeper into his consciousness with each passing moment. The weight of divine judgment pressed down upon the hall like a physical force, and the king's breath came in short, sharp gasps, as if the very air had grown too thin to sustain life. Gradually, as the initial shock began to wear off, the practical reality of the situation asserted itself. Here were words written by a supernatural hand, clearly intended as some form of message or warning, but their meaning remained utterly mysterious. The script was unlike anything in the libraries of Babylon, the characters seeming to shift and dance, even as they maintained their fixed positions upon the wall. "The wise men," Belshazzar managed to croak, his voice barely recognisable. "Summon all the wise men of Babylon, every magician, every astrologer, every diviner in the city. Bring them here at once." His command galvanised the paralysed servants into action. They scattered like leaves before a wind, grateful for any excuse to leave the presence of those terrifying words. Throughout the palace and into the city they ran, pounding upon doors and rousing from sleep the learned men whose wisdom had served the empire for generations. The first to arrive were the court magicians, men whose elaborate robes and mystical instruments had earned them places of honour at royal ceremonies. They entered the banquet hall with confidence, their heads held high and their voices ready with the usual formulas of greeting and flattery. But one look at the writing upon the wall, one glimpse of those characters that seemed to burn within a fire, and their confidence evaporated like mist before the sun. They approached the wall cautiously, their heads tilted at various angles as they studied the mysterious script. They consulted ancient tablets and scrolls, compared the characters to every known form of writing, whispered incantations and cast lots according to their various arts. But though they laboured long into the night, turning the problem over from every conceivable angle, they could make no sense of the divine message. The astrologers came next, men who claimed to read the future in the movements of stars and planets. They examined the writing with instruments of bronze and silver, measuring the angles and proportions of each character as if they were constellations written across the heavens. They calculated and computed, referenced their star charts, and consulted their ancient tables, but the meaning of the words remained as hidden as the dark side of the moon. As the hours passed, more and more of Babylon's learned men arrived at the palace, priests of Marduk and Ishtar, scholars who had studied in the great libraries, men whose reputations for wisdom extended throughout the known world. Each group brought their own methods and their own certainty that they would succeed where others had failed. Yet one by one, they too were forced to admit defeat before the mystery of the burning words. King Belshazzar grew increasingly desperate as each attempt failed. He paced before his throne like a caged lion, his robes dishevelled and his crown askew. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple lay scattered and forgotten across the floor, their golden surfaces reflecting the supernatural light from the wall in fractured gleams that hurt the eyes to look upon. "Gold," the king proclaimed suddenly, his voice cracking with strain. "I will give gold beyond counting to whoever can read these words. Silver and precious stones, lands and titles, whatever they desire shall be theirs." But even the promise of unlimited wealth could not unlock the meaning of heaven's message. The wise men huddled together in small groups, whispering their theories and hypotheses, but none dared claim understanding of what clearly lay beyond human comprehension. It was then, as the night wore on toward dawn and desperation reached its peak, that a new figure entered the banquet hall. She was an elderly woman, her hair white as snow, but her back still straight and her eyes bright with intelligence. This was Nitocris, the Queen Mother, widow of Nebuchadnezzar and grandmother to Belshazzar himself. She had heard the commotion from her private quarters, had seen the servants running through the corridors, and felt the strange oppression that seemed to hang over the entire palace. Now she made her way through the crowd of baffled wise men, her presence commanding respect even in the midst of chaos. "My Lord King," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the hall, despite her advanced years. "I see that you are troubled, that the colour has left your face and your limbs shake with fear. Do not let your thoughts alarm you, and do not look so pale." Belshazzar turned toward her, her hope flickering in his eyes like a candle flame in a dark room. "Grandmother, you have seen much in your long life. You were wife to great Nebuchadnezzar. You know the secrets of the empire. Can you tell me what these words mean?" The Queen Mother approached the wall, studying the burning characters with the careful attention of one who had witnessed many supernatural events during her husband's reign. "I cannot read these words, my grandson," she said at length, "but I know of one who might." She turned back to face the assembly, her aged voice somehow carrying more authority than all the learned men combined. "There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy gods. in the days of your grandfather, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. King Nebuchadnezzar appointed him chief of the magicians, enchanters, Chaldeans, and astrologers." A murmur ran through the crowd at these words. Many of the older nobles remembered stories from Nebuchadnezzar's time, tales of a Hebrew exile who had interpreted dreams and solved mysteries that baffled all others. But in the years since the great king's death, this man had faded from prominence, forgotten in the new reign's focus on younger advisers. "This man Daniel," the Queen Mother continued, "whom the king named Belteshazzar, has an excellent spirit, knowledge, and understanding to interpret dreams, explain riddles, and solve problems. Let Daniel be called, and he will tell you what the writing means." As the name Daniel echoed through the hall, Belshazzar felt a mixture of hope and apprehension. He had heard the stories, knew of the Hebrew's reputation for wisdom and divine favour, but he also knew that Daniel had served his grandfather faithfully and might not be inclined to help the king who had dishonoured the vessels of his people's God. Nevertheless, desperation overcame pride, and Belshazzar gave the command, "Find Daniel the Hebrew, bring him here immediately. If he can read these words, he shall be clothed in purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." As servants rushed to obey this new command, the burning words continued to glow upon the wall, patient as eternity, waiting for the one who had been chosen to unlock their meaning and pronounce the doom of Babylon. The dawn was breaking over Babylon when Daniel arrived at the palace, summoned from sleep by urgent messengers, who spoke in hushed, fearful tones of supernatural writing and royal desperation. He was an old man now, his beard white with age and his face marked by the lines of many years spent in faithful service to foreign kings. Yet his eyes remained clear and bright, reflecting a wisdom that came not from human learning, but from communion with the eternal God. As he entered the banquet hall, Daniel paused for a moment to take in the scene before him. The remnants of the great feast lay scattered about like the debris of a broken dream. Golden plates and silver cups, many of them the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, littered the floor, among pools of spilled wine and trampled delicacies. The nobles who had revelled so wildly just hours before now stood in small frightened groups, their fine clothes dishevelled and their faces pale with terror. But it was the writing upon the wall that commanded his attention, those 4 words blazing with divine fire that no earthly wisdom could extinguish. Daniel looked upon them without fear, for he recognised the hand that had written them, and he understood that he stood in the presence of the Almighty's judgment. King Belshazzar approached him with hasty, desperate steps, his royal dignity forgotten in his need for answers. "Are you Daniel, one of the exiles from Judah, whom my grandfather the king brought from Judah?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "I have heard of you, that the spirit of the gods is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you." The king gestured toward the wall with a trembling hand. "Now the wise men and enchanters have been brought in before me to read this writing and make known to me its interpretation, but they could not show the interpretation of the matter. But I have heard that you can give interpretations and solve problems. Now if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." Daniel listened to these promises of wealth and power with the patience of one who had seen empires rise and fall, who had served in the courts of kings and understood the vanity of earthly honours. When Belshazzar finished speaking, the old prophet's response came with quiet authority that somehow filled the vast hall more completely than the king's desperate entreaties. "Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another," Daniel said, his voice calm and steady in the face of royal panic. "Nevertheless, I will read the writing to the king and make known to him the interpretation." But before he would interpret the supernatural message, Daniel had words of his own to speak, words that cut to the heart of the night's blasphemous revelry and laid bare the spiritual rebellion that had brought divine judgment upon Babylon. "O king," he began, his voice growing stronger as he spoke, "the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar, your grandfather, kingship and greatness and glory and majesty. And because of the greatness that he gave him, all peoples, nations and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he killed, and whom he would, he kept alive. Whom he would, he raised up, and whom he would, he humbled." The assembled nobles listened in growing discomfort as Daniel recounted the story they all knew but preferred to forget. Nebuchadnezzar's pride, his claim to have built Babylon by his own power and for his own glory, and the terrible judgment that followed. How the great king had been driven from among men to live like a beast in the wilderness, eating grass like an ox, and letting his hair grow long as eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. But when his heart was lifted up, and his spirit was hardened so that he dealt proudly, Daniel continued, his eyes never leaving Belshazzar's face, he was brought down from his kingly throne, and his glory was taken from him. He was driven from among the children of mankind, and his mind was made like that of a beast, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. He was fed grass like an ox, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until he knew that the Most High God rules the kingdom of mankind, and sets over it whom he will. The silence in the hall was absolute as Daniel paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the hearts of all who heard them. Then, with the authority of one who spoke for the God of heaven, he delivered his devastating rebuke. "And you, his son, Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, though you knew all this," he declared, his voice now ringing with prophetic power. "But you have lifted up yourself against the Lord of heaven, and the vessels of his house have been brought in before you, and you and your lords, your wives, and your concubines have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, of bronze, iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know, but the God in whose hand is your breath, and whose are all your ways you have not honoured." Each word fell upon the assembled company like blows from a hammer, shattering their illusions of security and exposing the full extent of their rebellion against the Most High. Belshazzar himself seemed to shrink before Daniel's accusing words, his royal robes hanging loose about his diminished frame, his crown sitting askew upon a head bowed with shame and terror. The sacred vessels lay scattered around the hall like silent witnesses to the truth of Daniel's words. These cups and bowls, crafted for the worship of the one true God, had been defiled by lips that praised idols of metal and stone. The wine that had flowed so freely in blasphemous toasts now seemed to accuse those who had drunk it, its red stains upon the marble floor like drops of blood that cried out for justice. Then from his presence the hand was sent, Daniel concluded, pointing toward the burning words upon the wall, and this writing was inscribed. The hall remained wrapped in profound silence as all waited to hear the interpretation that would seal Babylon's fate. The wise men who had laboured through the night stood humbled before this Hebrew exile who had succeeded where they had failed. The nobles who had revelled in their blasphemy now cowered before the prospect of divine judgment. And King Belshazzar, who had thought himself secure in his power, waited to hear the doom that had been written by the finger of God upon his palace wall. Daniel turned from the cowering king to face the wall where the divine words blazed with undiminished fire. The characters seemed to pulse within a light, each one carrying the weight of heaven's judgment and the certainty of prophetic fulfillment. In the profound silence of the great hall, the aged prophet lifted his voice and began to speak the words that would seal the fate of the Babylonian Empire. "And this is the writing that was inscribed," Daniel announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the vast space. "Many, many tekel and parsin." He paused, allowing the strange words to echo through the hall, their sounds somehow both foreign and familiar, like a half-remembered dream that carries portents of future sorrow. The assembled nobles leaned forward despite their fear, desperate to understand the message that had struck such terror into their hearts. "This is the interpretation of the matter," Daniel continued, his aged voice gaining strength as he spoke for the God of heaven. "Mene, God has numbered the days of your kingdom and brought it to an end." The first word fell upon the assembly like a death sentence. Here was the divine accountant taking inventory of Belshazzar's reign, counting each day of blasphemy and rebellion, each moment of pride and defiance against the Most High. The king's face went even paler, if such a thing were possible, and several of the nobles gasped aloud at the finality of the pronouncement. But Daniel was not finished. The second judgment followed hard upon the first, each word a hammer blow against the foundations of Babylonian pride. "Tekel, you have been weighed on the scales and found wanting." Here was the divine judge placing Belshazzar's reign, his character, his very soul, upon the perfect scales of heaven's justice. And the verdict was damning beyond appeal. Found wanting, found lacking, found insufficient when measured against the standards of righteousness and truth. The king, who had thought himself great in his own eyes, was revealed to be nothing more than a feather in the balance when weighed against divine holiness. Belshazzar's knees gave way completely at these words, and he would have fallen had not two of his guards stepped forward to support him. The golden crown tumbled from his head to ring against the marble floor, the sound echoing through the hall like a funeral bell. His royal robes, so recently symbols of power and majesty, now seemed to hang upon him like burial shrouds. "Perez," Daniel proclaimed, using the singular form of the final word, "your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians." The last judgment was perhaps the most terrible of all, for it spoke not merely of the king's personal doom, but of the end of the empire itself. Babylon, the golden head of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, the city that had ruled the world with rod of iron, was to be divided like a carcass among its enemies. The Medes and Persians, even now camped outside the city walls, would soon walk through its gates as conquerors and claim its treasures as their own. A wail of despair went up from some of the assembled nobles as the full weight of the prophecy struck home. They had thought themselves secure behind Babylon's mighty walls, protected by their gods and their armies from any earthly threat. But now they understood that their true enemy was not the Persian host outside their gates, but the God of heaven himself, against whom no wall could stand and no army could prevail. Daniel stood unmoved amid the chaos of fear and lamentation, his weathered face reflecting the sorrow of one who took no pleasure in the pronouncement of judgment, yet understood its necessity. He had served this empire faithfully for decades, had helped to interpret its dreams and solve its mysteries, but he had also watched its gradual descent into pride and blasphemy, its increasing defiance of the God who held its breath in his hands. "The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men," he said, his voice cutting through the din of panic and despair. "He removes kings and sets up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him." These words, drawn from his own experience of divine revelation, served as both comfort and warning to all who heard them. Comfort to those who trusted in the sovereign God, for they could be assured that no earthly power could stand against his ultimate purposes, but warning to those who set themselves against heaven's will, for they would surely be brought low in their appointed time. King Belshazzar, supported now by his guards, and struggling to maintain even a semblance of royal dignity, looked up at Daniel with eyes haunted by the certainty of doom. Yet even in his extremity, he sought to honour his promise to the man who had solved the mystery that had baffled all his wise men. "Clothe Daniel with purple," he commanded, in a voice barely above a whisper, "and put a chain of gold around his neck, and proclaim that he shall be the third ruler in the kingdom." It was a pathetic gesture, the dying king attempting to bestow honours, even as his kingdom crumbled around him. The purple robe was brought, the golden chain placed around Daniel's neck, but these earthly symbols of power seemed hollow and meaningless in the face of the divine judgment that had been pronounced. Daniel accepted the honours not for their own sake, but as a testimony to the truth of his words. When the people saw that the king himself acknowledged the accuracy of the Hebrew prophet's interpretation, they would know that the doom of Babylon was certain and that the God of Israel was indeed sovereign over all earthly kingdoms. As the purple robes settled around Daniel's aged shoulders, and the golden chain caught the light of the supernatural writing on the wall, the contrast could not have been more stark. Here stood a man clothed with earthly honours, yet serving a heavenly king, while around him an empire clothed in pride and blasphemy faced its final hour of judgment. The words on the wall continued to burn with undiminished intensity, their message now fully revealed but their power unabated. They served as a permanent reminder that the kingdoms of this world are temporary, subject to the sovereign will of the God who numbers their days and weighs their deeds in the balance of perfect justice. Even as Daniel spoke his interpretation and received the hollow honours of a doomed king, the wheels of divine judgment were already turning beyond the palace walls. For months the Persian army under Cyrus had maintained their siege of the great city, but the Babylonians had felt secure behind walls that had never been breached by any earthly foe. They had provisions to last for years, abundant water from the Euphrates River, and an unshakable confidence in the strength of their defences. But on this night, as supernatural writing blazed upon the palace wall and prophecy sealed the empire's fate, Cyrus was putting into motion a plan of breathtaking audacity that would prove that no human fortress can stand against the purposes of the Almighty. The Euphrates River, which flowed through the heart of Babylon and provided both water and transportation for the great city, was also its greatest vulnerability. The river entered the city through massive gates that could be lowered into the water, and it flowed beneath the walls through channels that were thought to be too narrow and well defended for any army to use as an entrance. But Cyrus had spent months studying these defences, and his engineers had been working tirelessly upstream from the city, digging channels and building dams that would allow them to divert the mighty river from its course. The work had been done quietly, secretly, hidden from Babylonian scouts by the darkness of night and the cleverness of Persian engineering. As the banquet hall erupted in chaos at Daniel's interpretation, as nobles fled in terror and servants cowered in corners, the Persian engineers upstream were opening their carefully constructed channels. The waters of the Euphrates, which had flowed through Babylon for centuries, began to turn aside into the new channels that Cyrus had prepared. At first the change was barely noticeable. The river level dropped slowly, gradually, as if affected by nothing more than seasonal variations. But as more water was diverted, as the new channels carried away the river's flow, the level within the city began to drop significantly. By midnight, Persian soldiers were wading through knee-deep water where once the river had flowed deep and strong. They moved silently through the darkness, following the riverbed beneath the great walls of Babylon, their weapons wrapped in cloth to prevent any sound that might alert the guards above. The Babylonian sentries, focused on watching for attacks against the massive gates and towering walls, never thought to look down at the river that had always been their protection. They were drunk on wine from the royal feast, their attention scattered by the strange reports of supernatural writing in the palace, their confidence unshaken by any thought that their impregnable city could fall in a single night. The first Persian soldiers emerged from the river channels near the heart of the city, just as Daniel finished pronouncing his interpretation. While the prophet spoke of kingdoms divided and given to the Medes and Persians, those very conquerors were already inside Babylon's walls, moving swiftly through streets where citizens slept peacefully, unaware that their empire was breathing its last. The palace guards, those few who remained at their posts while most had crowded into the banquet hall to witness the supernatural spectacle, were overwhelmed before they could raise an alarm. Persian steel, sharp and silent in the darkness, found its mark with deadly efficiency. Within minutes, the palace was secured, its approaches controlled by Cyrus's elite troops. In the banquet hall, King Belshazzar was still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of his doom when the great doors burst open and Persian soldiers poured into the room. The nobles, already terrified by the supernatural writing and Daniel's interpretation, now faced the earthly fulfillment of heaven's judgment. Some tried to flee, but found every exit blocked by armed men. Others fell to their knees, begging for mercy that would not come. The sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, scattered across the floor where they had been dropped in blasphemous revelry, now reflected the gleam of Persian bronze and steel in their golden surfaces. Belshazzar himself stood frozen for a moment, the weight of prophecy and the reality of conquest crashing together in his mind like colliding worlds. The writing on the wall blazed with undiminished fire, its message now fulfilled before his very eyes. The Medes and Persians had indeed inherited his kingdom, just as the divine hand had written and Daniel had interpreted. The end came swiftly. Persian soldiers, their orders clear and their duty unwavering, moved through the hall with grim efficiency. King Belshazzar, the ruler who had mocked the God of heaven and profaned his holy vessels, fell beneath Persian swords before the night was through. The golden crown that had tumbled from his head lay forgotten on the marble floor, while his blood mingled with the spilled wine from the sacred goblets. Throughout the great city, the same scene was repeated. Persian forces, having entered through the river channels, swept through Babylon like an irresistible tide. The gates were opened from within, the walls manned by conquerors rather than defenders, the mighty empire brought to its knees in a single night of divine judgment. By dawn, Cyrus's standards flew from the towers of Babylon, and Darius the Mede had been installed as the new ruler of the greatest city in the world. The empire that had seemed eternal, the walls that had appeared impregnable, the power that had dominated the known world for generations, all had fallen before the sovereign will of the God who rules in the kingdoms of men. As the sun rose over conquered Babylon, painting the great city in shades of gold and crimson that seemed somehow fitting for its fall, Daniel stood again before the wall where the supernatural writing continued to glow with divine fire. The banquet hall was empty now, save for the debris of the feast and the silent testimony of judgment fulfilled. Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin, the words that had sealed an empire's fate, now served as an eternal reminder of truths that transcend the rise and fall of earthly kingdoms. God had indeed numbered the days of Belshazzar's reign and brought it to an end. The king had been weighed in heaven's perfect scales and found wanting. The kingdom had been divided and given to the Medes and Persians, just as the supernatural hand had written and the faithful prophet had interpreted. the sacred vessels of Solomon's temple, once profaned by blasphemous lips, would soon be restored to their proper place of honour. Under Cyrus's benevolent rule, the Jewish exiles would be free to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple, carrying with them the golden cups and silver bowls that had witnessed both the depths of human pride and the certainty of divine justice. Daniel himself, now clothed in the purple of a dying empire, yet serving the eternal kingdom of heaven, had once again demonstrated that those who trust in the Most High God will never be disappointed. Through him, the sovereignty of the Almighty had been proclaimed in the halls of earthly power, and the vanity of human pride had been exposed for all to see. The lesson of that terrible night echoes through the corridors of history, speaking to every generation that dares to lift itself up against the Lord of heaven. Kingdoms rise and fall like waves upon the shore. Empires that seem eternal prove to be as fleeting as morning mist, but the kingdom of God endures forever. No wall can stand against his purposes, no power can resist his will, no pride can escape his judgments. In our own age, when earthly kingdoms still vie for dominion and human pride still challenges heaven's authority, the writing on Babylon's wall remains as relevant as ever. We who read these ancient words would do well to remember that the God who humbled Nebuchadnezzar, who numbered Belshazzar's days, who gave Babylon to the Medes and Persians, is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The scales of divine justice still weigh the actions of nations and individuals. The sovereign hand that writes the destiny of empires still guides the course of human history, and the kingdom that Daniel served, the kingdom that outlasted Babylon and Persia and all the empires that followed, remains the only power that will never pass away. As night falls once again over the ancient site where Babylon once stood in all its glory, as stars appear in the darkness above ruins that once housed the pride of earthly kingdoms, the eternal truth proclaimed by that supernatural hand continues to shine with undiminished light. The Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, and blessed are those who humble themselves before his throne. May we who hear this ancient story find in it not merely a tale of judgment long past, but a present reminder of the God who sees all, knows all, and judges all with perfect righteousness. And may we, like Daniel, serve faithfully in whatever earthly kingdom we find ourselves, while keeping our ultimate allegiance to the kingdom that cannot be shaken, the kingdom that endures forever and ever. The writing is on the wall, dear friends. The question that remains is whether we will read it in time to humble ourselves before the King of Kings, or whether we will follow Belshazzar's path to destruction. The choice, as always, is ours to make, is ours to